Back at the base, Gary had arrived and quickly got to work on yet another matter of importance. He was currently back in the bedroom where Don and Elle had made love together not long ago. However, something was very much different. Elle, who had been left sleeping comfortably, was now strapped to the bed with her hands and legs chained to the edges. Gary, now wearing visible padding on his legs, hands, chest, and even a helmet, stood a few feet away from the bed by the window with a cup of tea in hand and a tray of assorted goods on the counter nearby. Despite the absurdity of this scene, Gary's face looked as calm as usual. He casually took a sip of his tea, but as he lowered his head to take another sip, he found Elle awake and looking his way. Her hair currently covered most of her face, and she looked a bit disheveled as she asked in a soft tone, "Gary? Gary, is that you?" "It is I, Madame." "I'm glad to see you are awake. May I ask how you are feeling?" Confused, Elle replied. "Scared," she then added, taking a brief pause before enunciating each word. After saying that, she tried to move her hand and rattle the chain with which her limb was held to the bed. She slowly turned her head to see that her hand was bound to the bed. She gave no blatant reaction to this and simply turned her head back to Gary before asking in the same tone of voice, "Why am I chained, Gary? Why am I in chains?" Gary casually placed the cup of tea he had been holding onto the tray not too far from him. He stood upright, put his hands behind his back, and addressed Elle. "Well, you see, my lady, you had an episode with Sir Predator. Thankfully, Madame Trixie was there with you, and she guided Sir Predator through the process, and nothing grave happened. But because of that, I unfortunately had to send him on his way quicker than planned, as you tend to remain a bit erratic after each episode. Apologies if my actions have made you uncomfortable, my lady." Elle only replied with a faint "oh." She then went silent and simply kept her head down. Then, all of a sudden, she said, "So, you took my Don away from me, and you're keeping me here away from him." After she said this, the room's lights flickered, and the furniture began to shake. The tray that was resting near Gary wobbled off the edge and fell to the ground, staining the carpet below. "Why did you take Don away from me, Gary?" Elle asked, her once whispered voice now turning a bit cold. "Why did you take my Don away from me?" Gary casually remained calm and polite. "Please understand, my lady, I was simply trying to ensure Sir Predator wasn't scared away. After all the effort you've gone to try and bring him close, I am sure you will more than understand once you have calmed down." "I'll kill you," Elle suddenly yelled, her voice changing tones numerous times as it echoed with an almost primal ferocity. She now began to move her hands erratically, causing the bed to creak, and the frame made from the same obsidian and gold steel material began to crack. "Oh dear," Gary muttered. "It seems the curse has experienced more growth. This is truly troublesome." Gary shook his head but remained looking completely undeterred by what was happening. Elle continued to shake the frame until the chains holding her hands in place began to glow brightly with strange markings. She began to yell out as if in pain, but then her yells changed into laughter in the next moment. "You think this will keep me away from Don? Nothing will keep me away from my Don. Give me my Don, or I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. I'll stab that stupid face of yours. I'll rip out your tongue and feed it to you. I'll gouge out your eyes. How dare you take my Don away from me, Gary?" Gary only sighed. "I do hate seeing you like this, my lady. The more you allow your anger to consume you, the more those chains will cause you pain." "But you don't feel pain in that state, do you, my lady?" Gary asked rhetorically while showing a soft expression, clearly saddened to see Elle this way. "Come closer and I'll show you feel pain." "Lots of pain." "Unfortunately, I cannot allow that, as I am not as physically capable as I was when you were younger. If I were to accidentally die, I'm afraid there would be no one to take care of you. I do believe there is a cure for your curse somewhere out there, my lady. Until it is found, I remain to look after you and your state for your sake, and for the sake of others." "I'll kill you," Elle simply replied as the chains holding her limbs also began to crackle. "It seems we'll need to invest in newer chains, and the room shall need to be redone, though I am sure you and I will have fun doing this when you return to your normal state and you learn of the good progress you've made with Sir Predator," Gary reviewed with a smile. But in that moment, Elle's chains broke, and she lunged from her bed in a speedy attack. She used her right arm to try and grab Gary. However, Gary nonchalantly jumped from his position toward the window. The glass broke through with ease, and he began to fall in a long plunge to the bottom. Elle immediately peeked out, placing her hands on the jagged edges of the window frame, causing her delicate hands to draw blood. She didn't seem to mind at all as she squeezed the frame even harder, causing strands of her blood to trail down. She looked at Gary's falling figure. After falling for a few seconds, Gary's body landed on the ground with a loud thud and even caused a depression in the ground. However, Gary casually walked out of this depression and let out a minor groan of pain while holding his back. "I'm afraid I can't keep doing this for long," he muttered while raising his head to look up. Elle's face was contorted in anger as she looked at Gary, her eyes twitching as they narrowed down on him. "Gary!" she yelled before her figure vanished, reappearing on a balcony on another floor, then another, each time getting closer and closer. But Gary remained completely unfazed. "Now the task of survival begins," he muttered to himself. Donald quickly made his way to where Don was seated and took a seat opposite of him, still looking a bit frustrated still by the close call. Upon sitting down, he immediately began removing his shoes so he could wear his socks. As he did this, he asked, "Where's your girlfriend? I mean close friend? She could have helped with a distraction, you know." Don immediately replied, "She's helping right now." "Why do you think the guard hasn't come looking for you despite running into the gymnasium shortly after those guys?" "Shit, you're right. He might recognize me." Donald immediately looked concerned again, but Don waved off his concern, trying to act confident in his plan now that it had worked. After all, showing himself to be capable would lead to Donald trusting him more should they continue to be associates. "Don't worry, even if they call you, you did nothing wrong." "Without evidence, they can't even call your parents," Don added, as if he was an expert in the rules surrounding such a case, but it was of course all for show. As in reality, he simply hoped it would turn out like that should the situation escalate. "I guess you're right." Don's confidence in his words made Donald feel less concern, and so he didn't overly stress anymore, though he continued to look around for the guard or the trio. Soon, a lovely girl wearing a barrister outfit approached and served Donald a bagel and something to drink. "Your order, sir." "Oh, thanks." He hesitantly spoke while looking at her face, a bit dazed by her sudden appearance. Don was about to say something to help Donald, but then his phone suddenly rang. He looked down to the table and saw an unknown number. This caused him to raise a brow in curiosity, though he still proceeded to just pick it up and answer. "Hello, Donnie, is that you?" "Ha, you even sound grown up, my little buddy." An energetic feminine voice spoke from the other side of the call. The voice was unfamiliar to Don and the way she addressed him was strange. The immediate thought was that this was his mother, because as far as he knew, Gary had only passed his contact information to two people in the city, his mother and his unknown internet friend. So he replied by saying, Mum," acting unsure just in case. After all, if wrong, he could simply pass it off as being in a noisy place and not hearing properly. The feminine voice on the other side laughed beautifully. "Has it been so long that you've forgotten how your favorite aunt sounds?" "It's me, Donnie, Aunt Amanda." "Oh, sorry, I can't hear very well here and I didn't think you had my number," Don quickly explained, though keeping his tone neutral as he was still unsure of how to approach Don's family. Aunt Amanda laughed beautifully again. "Oh my, it's fine, Donnie. You don't need to sound so serious." "I'm so heartbroken, Tilda. You don't sound happy at all to hear from me." Aunt Amanda put on a playful sad tone, all part of her plan to lessen any tension she thought Don might have toward his mother. Don was about to answer positively to this, but he quickly stopped himself. Had this been the real Don, perhaps he could have been moved by those words, but the current Don wasn't. Although he didn't carry any negative feelings toward the family, the way this Aunt Amanda spoke made it seem like she was trying to downplay the messed up situation Don had left under. And though Don knew that the past Don was partially responsible, it wasn't up to him to remedy it and act like nothing happened. It would have been fine if it allowed him to operate normally, but in fact, Don was worried that it would make the family try to make things the way they were before. After all, if he wasn't upset and all was forgiven, He had no reason to act overly different. So until a solution was found on how he wanted to approach it, he couldn't answer haphazardly. So to buy more time, he chose to delay the interaction. "Oh, I'm next in line, Aunt Amanda. Can I call you back when I'm done applying?" "Oh, sure thing, Donnie. Silly me, should have sent a message first." "All right. Well, just call me when you're done," she quickly replied before ending the call. After ending the call, Don let out a minor sigh of relief. Though far from perfect, he felt he handled that pretty well. But now all he could think about was how he would approach the family situation. This change in expression caught Donald's attention and he couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" Don quickly smiled and shook his head. "No, it was just my aunt asking if I'm done with orientation. She's a bit of talker though, so always better to end it quickly." Seeing as Don hadn't showed any major reaction during the call, Donald could only take his word for the truth and he nodded in understanding. "Oh, I feel ya. My mom's the same. I'm actually surprised she hasn't called me already to ask where I..." Before Donald could finish speaking, his phone began to ring, as if on cue. He quickly grabbed his phone before checking the caller ID and surely enough it was titled Mom with a heart kiss. "Yes, Mom," he answered with a sigh, and almost immediately a worried feminine voice could be heard coming from the other side of the call. "Hello, Donald, baby, is everything okay? Why didn't you call to tell me how orientation is going? Are you having problems? I told you to let me take the day off and go with." Before Donald's mother could say more, he hurriedly cut her off. "Mom, please, everything is fine and yay, orientation is going just fine. I already got accommodation covered and registered for campus via League. I just need to get my library card and a few other things done." "Oh, okay, that's my boy. Did you manage to make any friends? I won't be able to visit you on campus every day, so it'll be good to have some real friends, Dodo," the mother worriedly suggested, causing Donald to show a look of embarrassment. "Mom, please don't call me that anymore. And I do have friends. I'm with one right now. Just listen," Donald quickly revealed while giving Don a pleading look and holding the phone toward his face with the loudspeaker on. "Well, it's not like she's known Don before, so it's no big deal," Don thought before leaning in to speak. "Hello miss. My name is Don. Your son has helped me a lot with getting through orientation." Before Don could finish speaking, an excited sequel came from the other side of the call. "Don and Donald, that's so cute. And please, just call me Aunt Sally or Aunt Sal. You should come over for dinner." And this time it was Donald's mother who was interrupted as Donald quickly pulled back the phone and turned off the loudspeaker before putting it close to his ear. "Mom, please. We just met. It's a little overbearing to put him on the spot and ask him to dinner already. Anyway, I've got college stuff to do, so bye." Already feeling very embarrassed, Donald wanted nothing more than to end the call. "Or don't be like that, Dodo. Mommy loves you 9000. Click the call cut, and Donald placed his phone back on the table before looking at Don, who was now smiling at him. "Well, Dodo, shall we go get our library cards once you're done with your bagel?" Donald simply face-palmed and let out a sigh. "Please don't start to a broken bar." Donald and Don remained at the Cafe Tilda copyright stand for about 10 minutes. Donald finished his bagel, still occasionally glancing around, clearly uneasy about the earlier incident in the gymnasium. Sensing Donald's lingering worry, Don suggested they head to the library to get their library cards. Donald, eager for a distraction, agreed, and they set off immediately. As they walked across the campus, Donald's eyes kept darting around, scanning the faces of the people they passed. "I can't stop thinking that the guard might be looking for me," he muttered. "There's nothing to worry about," Don reassured him for the third time. "Those guys are the ones in trouble now, not you." I know, but I can't help it," Donald replied, shaking his head as if trying to dislodge the thoughts. The library stood as an impressive structure, with tall glass windows and modern architecture. Inside, the space was expansive, with rows of bookshelves stretching out in every direction. The ceiling was high, with large skylights that let in natural light, giving the place a welcoming glow. Quiet corners with comfortable seating were scattered throughout, inviting students to settle in with a good book or study session. As they made their way inside, Don and Donald overheard two janitors talking while they cleaned the floors. One of the janitors, a burly man with a thick mustache, shook his head and said, "Sad but not surprising, you know. Kids these days have no respect." The other janitor, a lanky fellow with a mop in hand, nodded. "Yeah, and these ones were caught red-handed, trying to deny it all. But the guards found videos and photos on their phones. Fresh footage, too." "Did you get your hands on the footage?" the first janitor asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. The lanky janitor quickly shushed him, noticing Donald and Don listening in. They then resumed their mopping, whistling innocently. Donald turned to Don, his face lighting up with relief. "Did you hear that? There's no way those jerks are getting away with it now." He laughed, the weight finally lifting off his shoulders. Don smiled, pleased to see Donald relax and to hear that his plan worked. "See? Told you there was nothing to worry about." As they approached the librarian's desk, Donald's curiosity got the better of him. "How did you manage to put that stuff on their phones without them knowing?" Don shrugged nonchalantly. "Wasn't me. Just a guy I know." Donald eyed Don with a mix of admiration and suspicion in his gaze. He wondered if there was more to Don than met the eye but chose not to press further. Instead, he let the moment pass and focused on getting the library cards. The process was quick and hassle-free. The librarian, a kind-looking elderly woman with spectacles perched on her nose, processed their applications without any fuss. Within minutes, they each had their new library cards in hand. "Thanks," Donald said, pocketing his card. "You're welcome. Not a lot of you youngsters like using the library anymore, so it's nice to see some still eager for card," the librarian replied with a warm smile. After getting their library cards, Don and Donald stepped out of the library and back into the busy campus. The sun was now high and cast a warm glow over the buildings and walkways filled with students. "So, where to next?" Don casually asked. Donald shrugged. "We're pretty much done with everything. The rest can be handled on linear payments for accommodation and other minor registration stuff." Don nodded, feeling satisfied that they were done quicker than he thought. "That's perfect. I've got a lot of other things to take care of." In truth, Don was looking for an excuse to part ways. It wasn't that he disliked Donald's company, but his mind was too cluttered with other concerns to relax and enjoy the time. Donald looked a bit disappointed but quickly masked it with a smile. "Well, if you need any help with anything, just let me know." Don shook his head. "Will do." "We should exchange contact information. That way we can meet up later or another day." Donald's face lit up at the idea, which he tried to downplay. He inwardly scolded himself for appearing desperate for friends. "Yeah, sure, that sounds good." The information, and Don could see the genuine happiness in Donald's eyes. He felt a bit of guilt for wanting to get away but knew he needed the space to think. "All right then," Don said, pocketing his phone. "I'll catch you later." "Yeah, see you," Donald replied, trying to keep his tone neutral. Don turned and headed toward the campus entrance, moving through the crowd of students and parents still arriving. As he walked, he felt a gentle tug on his shirt. He then turned around to see Trixie standing there, smirking. "Miss me?" she asked playfully. Don sighed. "Where have you been?" "Just making sure all the girls were on the same page about pressing charges against those jerks who messed with my spunk bank," Trixie replied with a mischievous glint in her eye. Don frowned at the term but decided not to question it. "Never mind. Let's head to the hotel. I need to get my things." Trixie tilted her head as she walked beside him. "You got accommodation that quick?" Don realized she wasn't present during Gary's briefing. Gary sorted it out. "There was a lot to take in, but basically, I've got a place to stay at my mother's house." He made sure everything was set before I arrived. "I just got confirmation some minutes ago." Trixie nodded, understanding. "Gary's thorough, that's for sure." Don glanced at her, noticing how at ease she seemed despite the day's chaos. He envied her ability to stay so composed. "Yeah, he is." "Anyway, let's get to the hotel." They walked in silence for a bit, the sounds of campus life surrounding them. Don's mind wandered to the next steps he needed to take. As they walked toward the campus entrance, Trixie turned to Don with a playful grin. "So, is your mum hot?" Don sighed heavily. "Really? What?" "I'm just curious," Trixie said with a nonchalant shrug. Don rolled his eyes and decided not to dignify the question with an answer. Instead, he asked, "What hotel did you book, and where is it?" Trixie's smile turned mischievous. "It's called the Hard-On." Don stopped in his tracks and looked at her in disbelief. "You can't be serious." "Oh, I'm serious," she said in an amused tone. "Our room even came with a gift basket full of BDSM toys." Don raised an eyebrow. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Trixie smirked, leaning in closer. "Well, a broken bar." Don stared at her for a moment, trying to gauge if she was joking. But Trixie's expression remained impishly vague, so he just shook his head. "You never stop, do you?" "That's the idea," she replied with a wink. After walking to the entrance of the university, Don called another Uber for himself and Trixie to take them to the hotel where she had booked a room. The ride only took 10 minutes and was quiet for the most part, as the Uber driver this time around was a polite elderly man who didn't do much talking. It was only when they arrived at the location that the driver decided to speak up in a concerned tone. "You might want to be careful in this part of town, kids. It may be cheaper, but it's also more dangerous, especially for pretty young ladies," the old man warned while looking at Trixie through the rearview mirror. The old man seemed to have good intentions, so Don simply nodded at the words and said, "Thank you. We'll keep that in mind," and then proceeded to make the payment via his phone. The two then exited the vehicle before standing on the sidewalk of what was a rundown street. The road was smooth for the most part, but had cracks every now and then. Many of the trash cans that decorated the sides of the streets were filled to the brim with trash, so much so that much of the trash was around the bin rather than in it. As for the buildings, many were either run down or covered in all sorts of graffiti. The few stores that Don could see from where he was standing had individuals crouching outside, smoking or drinking. Don, however, couldn't bring himself to comment on the state of things as he had already seen places much worse than this in his former life. So instead, after looking around, he simply turned to Trixie and asked, "Where is the hotel?" Trixie looked up at him and then pointed toward the building just across the street with a sign that read Hard-On Hotel in neon lighting. Upon looking closer, though, Don could see that one of the neon lights wasn't working, and thus led to the name being Hard-On. A part of him couldn't help but feel that this was deliberate. Not caring much about this detail, though, he and Trixie proceeded to cross the street. While they did so, they drew many glances from the people walking around. "Man, I hope I don't get shot here," Don inwardly thought. In his former life, people got shot for far less, and though he didn't want to stereotype the area just from first looks, it was clear that it was somewhere where crime was at least considerably high. Being here himself would have already been a problem as he looked like someone with a considerable amount of money, at least when compared to those who walked around this particular area. Having Trixie with him made it worse, as she was a beautiful young girl who, at first glance, looked weak and harmless. Those two factors alone were more than enough for certain criminals to act. Even worse, though, was that in this world superpowers existed, so he had to be even more careful. Of all the hotels she could pick, Don thought as they reached the entrance and walked into the hotel, the interior, much like the outside, wasn't much to look at. It had an uninspiring lobby with worn-down leather seats for clients, and the receptionist's desk was full of what looked like bottles of beer. Opposite the receptionist's desk was a wooden staircase, which also looked like it had seen better days, that led up to the higher floors. There was an elevator right next to the receptionist's desk, but it was crossed over with tape that read "out of order." Just great, Don thought, but didn't say anything about it on the surface because one thing he had learned from his past life was that it was never good for a man to complain to a woman too much, especially regarding topics that didn't matter in the long run. For example, in a couple, a man might argue with his girlfriend over the matter of going out with friends because, as a man, he knew how rowdy places such as clubs, events, and so on could get, whereas the girl would see no problem with it if it was something she was doing long before she had met him. In such scenarios, there were only three ideal outcomes. The first and least likely was that the woman accepted the man's points and stopped going out with friends. The second was the easiest but also the hardest, as it involved either party breaking up with the other or both collectively agreeing that they simply weren't suited to each other. But humans weren't logical, so this, of course, was also unlikely. The third and most likely outcome was that the man would have no choice but to complain, but the girl would provide her own arguments as well, and it would either spark a continuous flare of arguments that would only spiral the relationship from there on. Don thought it was important to consider such points because although Trixie expressed interest in him, he didn't for one moment think that she was his and his alone. Not because he didn't want her to, but because he simply didn't know enough about her yet her past, her motives, her habits, and so on. He'd be lying if he said he didn't want her, badly for that matter, but he had to tread carefully, and thus the reason for his careful approach toward everything she said and did. Unaware of Don's troubles, Trixie happily skipped over to the counter and tiptoed to give herself a higher view as she waved at the elderly man sitting on the chair behind it. He had grayed-out hair on a balding head and wore a brown-stained shirt and black-stained slacks. His attention was on a strange device. He was fiddling with a screwdriver. "Hey there, Mr. Receptionist. Can I have my card?" Trixie happily asked, her energetic character standing out in such a dull atmosphere. Don simply stood close by but didn't say anything. The receptionist let out a sigh, as if irritated by the disturbance, and then reached under the desk and took out a card before handing it to Trixie. However, before Trixie could receive it, the man looked at Don and held onto the card before looking back at Trixie and saying, "I don't support prostitution, young lady. I already did enough by letting you rent a room without any ID." Trixie showed a surprised expression and an innocent face, whereas Don just sighed. He couldn't really blame the man for jumping to that conclusion. After all, Trixie did behave as if she was acting out a fetish. Not wanting the misunderstanding to drag on, Don stepped forward and revealed, "She's not a prostitute. She's a close friend. I was just filling out accommodation at SHU and I needed to keep my bag and suitcase somewhere. I'm just here to get that, not to stay." The receptionist gave Don and then Trixie a skeptical look before saying, "Well, I suppose that would explain why she paid for so few hours." The man muttered before passing the card over to Don and saying, "All right then, you can go get your bags, and she can wait for you down here." This was a fair suggestion that Don didn't feel the need to argue. After all, Trixie had come here alone before already. Thus, he simply nodded and took the card before proceeding up the stairs. As he was doing this, the receptionist yelled out, "Room 14. Sometimes the door gets stuck, so make sure you open it with a bit of force." After saying that, the receptionist gave Trixie one final look before just sighing and sitting on his chair, muttering to himself, "Kids these days. Well, there goes the plan of resting at the hotel for a bit while I think of how to handle the family situation." Don sighed as he proceeded up the stairs, racking his brain for a quick solution. Once Don made his way up to the first floor and began walking through the narrow hallway, he looked for room number 14. As he walked, he could feel the floorboards under him creaking with each step. However, his focus was still on the situation regarding his family. "If I act like I'm still upset over the situation, I might be treated immensely well due to the guilt Don's mother must feel. However, in the eyes of others, I may come across as an asshole, particularly to my apparent sister and Aunt Amanda, who is already trying to ease the tensions. But again, if I forgive her too quickly, I give up some of the advantages I may have from guilt-tripping her. There has to be a middle ground," Don thought just as he arrived at room number 14. He used the card to access the door. The rooms only opened with cards, but they couldn't renovate anything else, Don critiqued in a low voice as he proceeded to open the door with a bit of force, just like the receptionist had suggested. The door opened with a rusty creak from the hinges being worn out and revealed a room that was actually not too bad, considering how the rest of the hotel looked. "This is not bad." I wonder if Trixie already knew in advance that it was like this or just picked it for some other reason, Don wondered. He didn't dwell on this and walked over to the single double bed present in the room where his bag and suitcase were. "I need to avoid being an asshole without fully letting go of the advantages guilt might bring," Don muttered before an idea flashed in his mind. I could say I forgave them a while back and just moved on, as I was having problems of my own and struggling to get by. If they ask for more, I can simply say I don't want to talk about it, at least not so soon. I highly doubt they would be pushy on that. Curious, yes, but definitely not pushy. And I know just the perfect way to start it off. Quickly settling on that idea, Don took out his phone from his pocket and called the number Amanda had called him on. Not even a second passed, and the phone was answered. "Hello, Donnie," Amanda answered in a slightly anxious voice. Don didn't know what to make of it, so he chose to ignore it and just said, "I'm done with orientation and I'm going back to the hotel I booked to get my bag and suitcase." "Where can I meet you?" Don asked in a casual but distant tone, talking as if this was someone he wasn't close to at all. "Which hotel?" "I can come get you." "It's no problem at all." Don was hoping for her to answer this way so he could make use of the first part of his story. "I don't think that's a good idea. The hotel is in a shady part of town and you might not be safe coming here, so it's better if I meet you somewhere else," Don replied, wanting her to know that he wasn't staying in the nicest of conditions but also to show that he still cared enough to not want her coming to such areas. It was this delicate balance he needed to maintain with his words if he wanted his plan to stick. Ideally, Amanda should have been understanding and suggested a place where she could pick up Don. However, rather than understanding, she showed immense worry. Her voice rose in concern. "What? Where are you staying?" "I'll come pick you up right now, Donnie." "If it's really shady, then it's even more dangerous for you to walk around with luggage." "Oh my goodness, why didn't you just wait at school with your luggage?" "Well, I wasn't even sure if Mom would accept. Plus, I've slept in worse places, so it didn't really matter," Don answered back casually, saying just enough to lay the foundation of the approach he wanted to go with. Amanda remained insistent. "Goodness, Donnie, that a broken bar." Amanda paused, a bit saddened to hear that her nephew had had a hard life these past few years. Though he didn't say it clearly, the imagination was a powerful thing. She continued, "You should have called, Donnie. If your mother knew the conditions you were staying in, she never would have. You know she loves you, and I love you too. So tell me where you are, and I'll come pick you up right now." "I'm at a hotel called Hardin on the corner of Ohio Avenue." Hearing Don give the directions, Amanda's concern grew even more. "Goodness, Donnie, that place is one of the most dangerous in the city. People die there on a weekly basis." "It's what I could afford." Most of what I had managed to save up over the years went toward getting myself back into school and looking presentable. "Oh, Don, near broken bar." Amanda's heart genuinely sank hearing Don's response and how casual he was about it. Like this was his life now. It felt like it was just yesterday when a young Donnie clung to her dress even as they walked through a safe area like a park simply because he was scared of things like dogs or strangers. "All right, Donnie. We'll talk more when I get there. Just wait for me outside and, if you can, ask the hotel owner to stand with you or even the receptionist. It's dangerous to stand outside with bags." "All right, Aunt Amanda," Don answered briefly before proceeding to end the call. He then let out a sigh and took a deep breath. It didn't feel good toying with the emotions of others, not at all. After all, he himself had been the victim countless times in his former life, but unfortunately, in the modern world, if one didn't make use of the tools he had at his disposal, someone else might. Don sighed and lifted his belongings off the bed, then began to walk out of the room. As he was doing this, he paused by the door and looked at the mirror that was hanging close to it. Looking at his own reflection, he said, "Well, this is your life now. You got this." Saying that to himself, he proceeded to take one more deep breath and walk out the door, content with the decision he had made. Don exited the room and made his way down the creaky staircase, finding Trixie leaning against the bottom rail near the last step with a bored expression. "What do you think of the room?" she asked, perking up a bit as she saw him. "It was all right," Don replied, not wanting to say more than that. "Let's go." He took the key card over to the receptionist, leaving it on the counter. "Thanks," he said casually. The receptionist gave him a nod without looking up from his work. Trixie then energetically waved and said goodbye as she and Don left the hotel. Outside, The sunlight seemed harsh compared to the dim lobby. Don turned to Trixie and said, "I'm getting picked up soon, and it won't look good if you're here." Trixie pouted. "Are you telling me to leave?" "Look," Don said, trying to sound as reasonable as possible, "having to explain who you are and why we're together will be problematic. It's not worth the hassle." In truth, he didn't want her to ruin the interaction he had planned with her bold and direct nature. Trixie rolled her eyes. "Come on, Don. You're such a downer." Don decided to take a firm stance. "It's just less of a hassle. Unless you want me to struggle more, it's better if you head back." Trixie sighed, her shoulders dropping. "Fine. Gary probably needs my help anyway, but I'll be back for a nice thick meal." Without uttering another word, Trixie ran into a nearby alleyway and disappeared in a puff of pink smoke before Don could ask help it was that Gary needed. Her exit drew the attention of several onlookers. A few men followed her into the alley, with curious or maybe even dangerous intentions. Meanwhile, Don noticed a group of 5 individuals approaching from across the street. They walked with a hurried pace, clearly taking advantage of the fact there were less people on the scene. There were 2 girls and 3 guys, each with distinct features. One girl, tall and athletic, had short blonde hair and wore a leather jacket. The other girl, petite with curly red hair, sported a punk rock look with multiple piercings. Of the 3 guys, one was broad-shouldered and muscular, with a buzz cut and tattoos peeking out from his sleeves. Another, slimmer with glasses, was more quiet-looking but had this intensity to his look. The last one, of average build with shaggy brown hair, had a mischievous smile on his face. As the group approached, the girl with curly red hair stopped near a lamp post and leaned on it, blowing bubble gum and looking around with a bored expression. Don immediately felt this was trouble. He immediately tried to head back into the hotel, but found the door locked. His face turned sour, and he cursed under his breath, "Fuck." The footsteps grew louder behind him, his heart pounding faster from anxiety and understandable fear. One of the male's voices then broke the silence. "Where you going?" Don gulped, trying to maintain a steady voice. "I just forgot something in the hotel." He then felt a strong grip on his shoulder, and as he tried to turn, he heard the unmistakable sound of a knife being pulled out. A sharp point pressed against his back, and the same male voice suggested, "How about you leave your suitcase and bag with us? We'll hold it for you." Panic surged through Don. He was racking his mind, but he couldn't think of an immediate solution. His heart rate climbed, and his body felt a strange pressure. Suddenly, the man's words seemed to echo louder in Don's ears, making him wonder if it was a superpower. Then, he noticed his senses sharpening. He could smell the stale beer from the alley, the sweat of his assailants, and even the faint scent of bubble gum. The knife's position against his back became acutely clear. His muscles tensed reflexively, as if preparing for action. His heightened senses allowed him to detect the exact placement of the threat. He could feel the cold metal through his shirt and the slightest movements of his attacker's hand. "Don't do anything stupid," the voice warned. Don's mind was a mess. He needed to buy time and find a way out. Okay, he said, trying to sound compliant. "Just a broken bar, don't hurt me." The grip on his shoulder tightened, and the knife pressed harder against his back. His newly awakened senses screamed at him to act, to do something. He could hear the shallow breaths of his attackers, the quiet rustle of their clothes. Every detail was crystal clear. The girl with the red hair blew another bubble. The pop loud in his ears. "What's taking so long?" she called out lazily. "Shut up, Roxy, we got this," one of the guys snapped back. Don's mind focused on the knife and the grip on his shoulder. His body, now hyper-aware, was ready to react. He just needed to decide whether he was really going to risk it by fighting back or if it was better to just give up. Don heard that the voice telling the girl called Roxy to shut up came from the person holding his shoulder. This was his best chance to act if he was going to at all. He worried he might not be able to beat them, but there was no guarantee they'd leave him unharmed if he complied. Most of all, his instincts screamed at him to attack. Using his superhuman senses, Don focused on the knife and the hand gripping his shoulder. He felt every subtle shift in the attacker's grip, every tiny movement of the knife. His body reacted with heightened reflex. He took a deep breath, bracing himself for what came next. In a swift motion, Don twisted his body, pushing his shoulder into the attacker's chest while simultaneously grabbing the wrist holding the knife. His reflexes mostly guided him, giving him the strength and accuracy he needed. He first trenched the knife away, feeling the blade slice across his palm. Arc pain shot through his hand, but he didn't let it slow him down. The assailant staggered back, surprised by the sudden resistance. But Don didn't stop there. He swung his elbow again, but this time into the man's face, feeling the impact reverberate through his arm. The grip on his shoulder loosened, and Don seized the opportunity to break free. The other members of the group reacted, but Don's heightened senses kept him one step ahead. He ducked as one of them swung at him, the movement almost instinctual. Another tried to grab him, but Don kicked out, hitting the attacker in the knee and causing them to stumble. Blood dripped from his wounded hand, but the adrenaline kept him moving without even glancing at it. He could hear Roxy cursing, the sound of her gum popping again as she moved towards him as well. Don turned, brandishing the knife defensively. His senses were on overdrive, making every sound, smell, and sight sharper. "Stay back!" Don shouted. The group hesitated, thrown off by his sudden and fierce resistance. Don backed away slowly, keeping the knife between him and his attackers. His hand throbbed with pain, but he ignored it, focusing on maintaining his defensive stance. But his back was already against the entrance of the hotel. His only option now was to win. The girl named Roxy completely froze when she heard Don's loud warning. He had now broken away from the unsavory situation he found himself in, and his ability to fight back unnerved her as well. After all, nobody wanted to die. "Are you guys serious right now? It's just one guy. Just grab his things so we can go," shouted an angry Roxy from the back, her frustration evident. Her friends' expressions changed to annoyance, with one clicking their tongue in irritation. Don had his back against the entrance of the hotel while his 4 attackers stood in a semicircle, blocking his path. "Listen, just give us your bags and you're not going to get hurt." The only girl among the 4 attackers spoke out, trying to sound friendly. However, Don couldn't bring himself to relax. His body was simply acting out of this heightened sense, which he couldn't control at all. After the girl made her suggestion, she saw that Don had gone silent and tried to use this as an opportunity to lunge forward and grab the bags while yelling to her friends, "Now grab him!" The woman practically dived for the bags, but unfortunately for her, Don's sight followed her motion. As she got close, he reacted on reflex and struck her hard in the face, causing a minor fracture as blood sprinkled from her nose. This reaction from Don caused one of the 3 guys to hesitate, whereas the other 2 continued to attack. One acted smartly and immediately grabbed the hand with which Don was holding the knife. The other guy, however, proceeded to try and throw a punch. Don ducked his head to dodge, causing the man to not only miss but also strike his friend on the side of his head. "Arg!" They both groaned in discomfort as they collided. Without even needing to think, Don instinctively slipped his hand from the man's grip the moment it loosened ever so slightly during the collision. Then, before they could regain their stances, he kicked the one closest to him in the back, causing him to fall to the ground on top of his friend, who stood close due to the prior collision. But in order to do this, Don had turned away from 2 of his enemies, and they, of course, took action. After getting hit in the face with Don's knee, the athletic girl's face contorted in anger as she brought her hand to her nose for a moment before removing it and finding it stained with blood. At the same time, the guy who had paused because of the first attack finally saw an opportunity as Don dispatched his 2 friends. "You fucker!" he yelled out, raising a fist to hit Don from the side. The girl, who was already in a crouched position, lunged forward again, this time going after Don's leg. The moment Don heard the guy yell at him, he instinctively turned his head at an alarming speed and raised his fist to try and attack back. However, in the corner of his eye, he saw the girl lunging for his legs. Don felt more danger from below and immediately knew he needed to counter. Once again, he ducked instinctively while simultaneously throwing in another knee, this one striking the girl in the jaw. Bam! Just as the male who was trying to punch Don collided with the rough wooden surface of the hotel's entrance door, his bones creaked upon collision, and he immediately groaned in pain. Fuck! The girl was pushed further back, her nose looking even more bloodied as much of it now ran down from her nose to her mouth and even staining a good portion of her top. With all his attackers in disadvantaged positions, Don used the opportunity to try and take out one of them immediately. The easiest target was the girl in front of him, who now had both her hands on her face as she groaned in immense pain. She was forced to open her eyes when she heard some shuffling coming from in front of her. The moment she dropped her hands to try and see what was happening and maybe try to get away, she only saw the heel of a shoe just a few inches away from her face. Before she could even blink, it struck her with the full force of an adult young man behind it. Crack! A loud crack of bone could be heard as the girl bounced back before her head violently collided with the concrete just on the edge of the sidewalk. Damn it! The girl named Roxy yelled out in both surprise and worry. Her shrill call caused the three guys, who were all in the midst of trying to get up, to turn their heads in her direction. Only the one with tattoos was smart enough to turn toward Don once again. Seizing the moment, Don chose the guy closest to him, who was holding his hand after punching the door. "Jim, watch out!" shouted the tattooed guy. Before his warning could reach his friend, Don landed a clean right uppercut before launching a powerful left jab, striking his defenseless attacker right in the face. The creaking of bone resonated from both Don's fist and the face of the man he struck. The man's body got pushed back, and his head collided with the metallic edge of the building's wall right next to the door. The tattooed guy, now bashfully standing up and running toward Don, aimed to tackle him hard. Don immediately felt great danger from this particular attack and dodged. The space around him was far too narrow, so in a strange form of counterattack, Don took one step forward before jumping into the air right as the man looked close to grabbing him. Then, while still in the air with his legs sprung up, he forced them down as his body descended due to gravity. Keeping his legs together for more power, Don struck the man on the neck, though he had been aiming for the head. Thankfully, this was more than enough. Given the force with which the man was struck, his body was immediately forced to collide with the concrete sidewalk below, landing not only with vicious force but with additional blunt force as Don's feet were still on the man's neck. As Don landed from his jump, this moment of defense left him open, and the third of the three guys attacked in a rowdy manner, having picked up the knife that was dropped in the earlier chaos. Don immediately heard the shuffling toward him, but it was too sudden to dodge. The steps came from his left-hand side, so he leaned back in an attempt to dodge. However, his attacker didn't continue striking in the motion, adapting quickly and changing the direction of the blade. Left with no choice, Don raised his hands and caught the blade with both, feeling its sharp edge tearing into the flesh of his left palm. His attacker tried to push the blade forward, and Don tried to fight back, but he was losing this battle of strength. In desperation, Don used his knee to strike the man in the groin, an action his attacker wasn't prepared for at all. The man's body instinctively reacted by moving away from Don and bringing both hands toward his crotch. By doing this, however, he left himself wide open, and Don attacked, jumping forward and using his knee to strike the man on the side of his face. The attacker fell to the ground hard and groaned in pain, but before he could even stand, Don already began running forward. 1 step, 2 steps, before raising one leg as if he were about to kick a football. With a powerful swing, he struck the man right below his jaw, causing a sickening clack of his teeth to resonate as his body crumpled to the ground. Don wasn't done and continued to glance around all sides of him as if he still had multiple attackers. It was only then that he noticed they were all laying motionless on the ground, with the exception of the girl who had stopped before the attack. Don immediately turned to face her, but before he could react, the sound of police sirens wailed near the scene. Roxy turned toward the sound of the sirens immediately she heard them, her eyes widening with fear. Without a second thought, she sprinted away, leaving her friends scattered on the pavement. The sirens grew louder, and a police car pulled up to the sidewalk near Don. The car had a sleek, slightly futuristic design, with streamlined curves and a glossy black finish. Blue and red lights flashed on its roof, casting a glow over the scene. A voice boomed from the car's megaphone. "Put your hands up." Don then thought, "Are you fucking kidding me? before slowly raising his hands while still panting heavily from the fight. The car door opened, and an officer stepped out, drawing his gun cautiously. "Get down and put your hands behind your back," the officer yelled, his tone leaving no room for argument. Don tried to explain. "They attacked Mia." "Get down now," the officer interrupted, his grip on the gun steady. Irritated but unwilling to test his luck against a firearm, Don began to comply. Just as he was about to lower himself to the ground, the hotel's door swung open. The receptionist hurried out, his facial expression very much relaxed. He was the one being attacked. "That's why I called the police," the receptionist shouted. The officer hesitated, looking uncertain. Then, the driver's door of the police car opened, and another officer, clearly higher ranking, stepped out. He adjusted his belt and surveyed the scene with a keen eye, taking in the sight of the four motionless bodies around Don. "Stand down," he ordered his colleague, who reluctantly lowered his weapon but kept a wary eye on Don. The higher-ranking officer approached Don, his expression stern but calm. "Care to share what happened here?" Don took a deep breath and recounted the events, detailing the attack and his defensive actions. The officer listened intently, nodding occasionally, while his colleague called for paramedics and began cuffing the unconscious assailants. When Don finished, the officer gave a small nod. "All right, I'll file a report, but I need you to come down to the station to give a full statement." Don glanced at the fallen attackers and then back at the officer. "Sure, I understand." The officer motioned toward the police car. "Let's get you down there." "It's just a precaution." As Don walked towards the car, he couldn't help but think about the strange twist his life had taken. Don didn't argue with the officer and just complied. He had no real reason to do or say anything, so he simply extended his hands to be cuffed. The officer reassured him, "Don't worry. If what you say is true, you'll be out in a few hours." Don just thought that the justice system in this world seemed as flawed as the one of his former life. The officer's colleague approached to cuff Don and instructed him, "Put your hands behind your back." Don wondered, what's this guy's problem? He took a few seconds to comply, and the officer asked sharply, "Are you resisting?" Don then thought, this fucker, already in a foul mood from nearly getting robbed. However, he put his hands behind his back, and the officer arrested him before leading him toward the vehicle. Meanwhile, his colleague got a final statement from the receptionist. During this time, an old pickup truck pulled up behind the police car. It was a beat-up vehicle, with rust spots along the sides and a dented front bumper. The engine rattled as it stopped, and a woman immediately rushed out. She had messy blonde hair tied into a ponytail, deep blue eyes, and wore a buttoned-up plaid pink shirt with jean shorts. Her appearance was both rugged and striking, and she moved quickly. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she demanded as she reached the officer leading Don to the police car. The officer addressed her calmly, "Ma'am, please step away. We have this under control." "Why do you have my nephew in handcuffs?" she insisted, her voice rising with anger. "I have a right to know." The officer who was taking the final statement approached and asked, "What's the problem here?" It was only then that Don realized this was his Aunt Amanda. He hadn't recognized her immediately because she looked surprisingly youthful, like she was in her late 20s at most. Amanda didn't waste any time. "Why is my nephew in cuffs?" "He's clearly hurt and you haven't even treated his wounds." The officer explained the scene. "Ma'am, your nephew was involved in an altercation. We need to sort out the details at the station." "It's believed he was attacked by..." Amanda's eyes narrowed as she glanced at Don's bleeding hand. Her anger flared. "How dare you arrest him after he was attacked? Look at his hand. You haven't even given him first aid. Are you really this incompetent?" The officers exchanged uneasy glances, now fully aware of the bleeding wound on Don's hand. They realized how bad it looked to have a young man who was just attacked in handcuffs, visibly injured and without immediate medical attention. Amanda pressed on, "You should be ashamed. If you don't release him right now, I'll make sure the entire community knows about this, and I'll sue every one of you for misconduct." Don watched the officers, noting their growing discomfort. The higher-ranking officer sighed and turned to his colleague, "Get the first aid kit." Amanda crossed her arms, her eyes blazing with protective fury. "See that you do, and uncuff him now." The officer who had cuffed Don hesitated but eventually complied, removing the cuffs from Don's wrists. Don felt a wave of relief wash over him as he rubbed his sore hands. "Thanks, Aunt Amanda," Don said quietly. Amanda nodded firmly. "You're welcome, Donnie. Let's get you patched up and out of here." The officers stepped back, their authority clearly challenged and diminished by Amanda's fierce defense. They moved quickly to administer first aid to Don's hand, and the tension began to ease. As the paramedics arrived to attend to the unconscious attackers, Don and Amanda made their way to the pickup truck. Amanda turned to the officers one last time. "I expect a full report on this incident. And remember, you're on notice." With that, they drove off, leaving the scene behind and heading towards what Don hoped would be a more peaceful place. Aunt Amanda drove off with Don, her grip tight on the steering wheel as she vented her frustrations. "Can you believe that, Donnie? What a mess. Those officers didn't even think twice before cuffing you. Your mother's definitely going to sue once she hears about this." Don glanced at her, his eyes briefly drawn to her very visible cleavage before quickly looking away. Amanda suddenly turned to face him, her eyes full of concern. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Don replied quickly. "Just feeling a bit drained." "Do you want to stop at a hospital?" she asked, her voice softening. "No, I'll be fine." "Don't act tough," Amanda chided. "I'm taking you to a nearby clinic where my friend works. They'll make sure you're properly treated." Don just nodded, and they both fell silent. As they drove, Don took in the sights of the city. He noticed the busy streets filled with people, the tall buildings with their reflective glass windows, and the occasional green space breaking up the urban landscape. The city was filled with activity. After a while, Amanda broke the silence. "So broken bar you want to become a superhero?" "Yeah," Don answered briefly, not offering more. Amanda sighed. "I'm sorry, Donnie. I didn't want our reunion to be like this." "Life is unpredictable," Don said, his tone just as distant as when they spoke on call. "Sure is," Amanda agreed, but she fell quiet again, unsure how to respond to Don's detached demeanor. They soon arrived at a small clinic tucked away on a quiet street. The building was modest, with a clean, welcoming appearance. They quickly exited the car, and Amanda led Don inside. The interior was bright and modern, with soft chairs in the waiting area and calming pastel colors on the walls. The receptionist, a pretty woman with long black locked hair and tan skin, looked up as they entered. "Hey, Amanda, come to flaunt your new boyfriend?" she teased with a grin. Amanda rolled her eyes. "This is my nephew, not my boyfriend Jasmine." The receptionist named Jasmine narrowed her eyes and leaned forward. "Is that little Donnie?" she asked, prompting other, more elderly staff members to glance over with curiosity. Don simply wondered to himself what was going on. He felt like a spectacle under the gaze of the clinic staff. The receptionist's eyes widened in recognition. "Wow, you've grown up. Last time I saw you, you were just a little kid." "Time flies," Amanda added with a chuckle, nudging Don forward gently. "He needs some first aid. Got into a bit of trouble." "Right, come on in. We'll take good care of you," Jasmine said, standing up and motioning them to follow her. As they moved further into the clinic, Don noticed the elderly staff members giving him approving nods and warm smiles. The clinic had a cozy atmosphere, with personal touches that made it feel less sterile and more like a community hub. Don walked toward one of the unoccupied rooms in the clinic. Jasmine quickly opened the door after swiping the card that hung around her neck. "Here we go," she said as she opened the door carefully and gestured for Don and Amanda to enter. Amanda, still holding on to Don, followed him inside. Once they were inside, Don gently shook off her hold without needing to say anything, and Amanda quickly let go. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Donnie." "Old habits die hard," she added before chuckling awkwardly. Jasmine, unaware of their worries, approached the situation casually, joining the conversation with a chuckle. "Does Donnie not want his favorite aunt to hold him anymore? You were practically glued to her when you were younger." "How they grow up so fast," Jasmine mischievously added, causing Amanda to cut her a glance. Jasmine, being a close friend, could sense something was wrong and looked at Amanda with concern. "Is everything all right, Amanda?" she asked, Placing one hand on her hip, Amanda gave Don a subtle glance before focusing her gaze on Jasmine. "Can I talk to you for a minute outside?" Jasmine had no reason to refuse but still spoke to Don. "Sure, we'll be right back, Donnie," she said, her voice now lacking the enthusiasm it had the first time she called him. It was clear to Don that his distant approach had made her uncomfortable, which in this case was positive as he could already see that she spoke less. Not much was said, saving him the trouble of trying to recall a history he did not live. As Jasmine and Amanda left the sterile patient room, Don let out a sigh and lowered his head to gaze at his bloodied hands, his fingers trembling slightly with each breath. He could remember flashes of what had just occurred. It was a situation he had not expected at all, and though he had gotten out of it relatively unharmed, it still left quite an imprint on him. That feeling of knowing you could potentially die was incredibly nerve-wracking, but with it came an undeniable feeling of exhilaration upon getting through it. How many more situations like that will I get into in this world? Don wondered, recognizing the very real danger he had faced today and the luck with which he overcame it with. That power I felt during the fight. If I can learn to control that, Don thought, closing and opening the palm which had been cut. He began to wonder if he were trained and skilled in the use of these powers. How far could he go? At least I need to. Before Don could finish collecting his thoughts, the door swung open and Jasmine returned without Amanda, which left Don inwardly curious about what they had talked about. However, he said nothing and simply raised his head to look at Jasmine, who approached him while dragging over a nearby tray with equipment on it. She then glanced at Don's hand and shook her head. "What a sorry patch-up job. I mean, can you even call this first aid?" Jasmine criticized as she reached out to Don's palm, which he carefully examined. "Yeah, that's a pretty nasty cut, but let's get you sorted." Don was about to ask her about the doctor but stopped himself. Maybe she's on her residency, Don thought, lacking much knowledge regarding the medical process in this world and what qualified as doctors' uniforms. From what he had seen so far, they were completely different in style and design compared to those in his former life. After a speedy inspection of the wound, Jasmine put on a pair of surgical gloves and brought over a dish, then rinsed Don's wound with a saline solution to remove debris and reduce the risk of infection. Don felt a stinging sensation immediately when the liquid touched his wound, causing him to let out a pain groan. Jasmine paused for a moment, looking at him. "I forgot to say it stings." "I guess you aren't such a big boy after all," she teased. Don, however, was neither in the mood nor had the mental capacity to tackle an interaction with a close friend of Amanda, regardless of her personality. "Yay, I guess not," he muttered, causing Jasmine's smile to fade. "Not much of a talker now, huh?" she replied, turning her attention back to his hand. After cleaning the cut, Jasmine inspected it before giving her assessment. "It's a deep one, but it looks like you avoided any major tendons and nerves. I'll need to numb the area before stitching it up," Jasmine explained, injecting Don with a local anesthetic around the wound. Don felt the pain followed by a tingling sensation as the area began to go numb. With the area numbed, Jasmine started to stitch up the wound. "We'll use a few stitches to close it up and help it heal properly, okay?" Jasmine asked, receiving only a nod from Don in reply. Jasmine worked quickly, and before long, she was done. With the stitches in place, she applied an antiseptic ointment to prevent infection, placed a sterile gauze pad over the wound, and began to wrap it with a bandage. After securing the bandage, Jasmine inspected her work and nodded in satisfaction. "There we go, all set." "Now, here's what you need to do to ensure it heals properly," Jasmine added, reaching for a notebook on the counter and removing one of the 3 pens tucked in the pocket of her uniform top. "First of all, make sure to keep the bandage dry and change the dressing once a day or whenever it gets wet or dirty. Secondly, be sure to watch out for signs of infection, such as increased redness, swelling, warmth, or pus. If you notice any of these, make sure you come back immediately. Thirdly, you should limit how much you use that hand and avoid any strenuous activities that could strain the wound or cause the stitches to pull. If you feel any pain, any over-the-counter pain relievers should help. You can come back in about a week for a checkup and to remove the stitches. If everything looks good, Then once the stitches are out, you just need to continue protecting the area. I suggest using an adhesive bandage until the skin fully heals." Jasmine finished, tearing the paper she wrote on and handing it to Don, who received it casually without saying anything. Jasmine gave him a strange look but only said, "Your aunt went to use the restroom. You can wait for her here." "It was nice seeing you again, Donnie," she added before quickly leaving the room. "Something is very off about her," Don thought. Shortly after Jasmine left, Aunt Amanda returned and asked Don how he was feeling. Don showed her his injured hand and flexed it slightly, saying, "I feel better already." Amanda smiled and came closer to take a look at it. She held his hand and said, "It looks many times better than what the police did for you." Don nodded. "Jasmine said we could go when you came back." Amanda showed a bit of surprise but just sighed. "Jasmine may have a busy shift. I'll likely call her after she's off so we can catch up." Don nodded at the information and got off the chair he was seated on, holding the paper Jasmine had given him. Amanda noticed the paper and asked, "What's that?" "Instructions," Don answered briefly. Amanda just nodded, and they began walking out. As they did so, she asked, "Do you want anything?" "A beer wouldn't hurt," Don said casually. He didn't care about the views on alcohol, he really needed a drink in that moment. Amanda laughed. "You've really grown up. I'll get you a whole case as a welcome back gift, and you can keep it under your bed like your mom and I used to." Don chuckled. "I'll settle for just 2. I don't drink much. I mostly want a drink to ease my mind." Amanda nodded understandingly. "How is everyone at home?" "Dad, Mom, and Summer?" Amanda's face immediately fell, and she explained, "You see." She took a deep breath, trying to collect her thoughts. "Your mom and dad, they got a divorce." Don's eyes widened slightly, and he nodded slowly, taking in the information. "I guess that explains some things. They tried to keep it amicable for your sake, but it's been tough on everyone, especially Summer. She misses you a lot, Don." 15 minutes later, Don and Amanda were parked at a filling station. The station had a couple of old pumps, a small convenience store, and a few cars coming and going. Don was currently seated in the rear loading area of the pickup truck. He sat casually with a bottle of beer in hand, taking casual sips. After a sip, he looked over at the supermarket near the gas station where Amanda had gone, saying she needed some groceries. Unaware, while inside the supermarket, Amanda was on a phone call with Don's mother, Samantha. "You wouldn't believe how big he's become," Amanda said. Samantha asked with concern, "Did you tell him about the divorce?" "Yes, I did, but he didn't react much." "It might be the beer and meds he's on," Amanda replied. Samantha's voice immediately filled with worry. "Is Don taking drugs?" "Calm down," Amanda reassured her. "He looks clean from what I saw. He just ran into some trouble at the hotel he was staying at." Samantha's voice broke as she asked, "What kind of trouble?" Amanda sighed, realizing how much Samantha was struggling with this news. "He was attacked, but he defended himself. The police were involved, but it's all sorted now." Samantha's tone was filled with fear and concern. "Oh my God, is he okay? Why didn't he call me?" "I think he just needs some space right now," Amanda said gently. "He's been through a lot, and he's trying to process everything. Give him some time." "I want to talk to him." "Can you put him on the phone?" Samantha pleaded. Amanda hesitated. "I think it's best if he reaches out when he's ready. Let him settle in a bit first." "Trust me, Sam." Samantha sighed deeply. "All right, but tell him I love him." "Okay, I will," Amanda promised before ending the call. Amanda finished her shopping quickly and returned to the truck. Don glanced up as she approached, noticing the serious look on her face. "Everything okay?" he asked. Aunt Amanda replied, "I'm fine," and the two entered back into the car and drove off. As they approached the Chanel Hills community where Don's mom and sister lived, Amanda revealed, "I always feel uncomfortable driving around here with my rusty old car." Even before entering the Chanel Hills gate, Don began noticing more expensive cars pulling up. At least he wouldn't be staying in a crummy place, he thought. Amanda soon rolled down her window to talk to a guard in a booth near the gate. The guard was a muscular, brown-skinned man who looked to be in his 40s. He had short cropped hair and a friendly demeanor. His uniform was dark blue with a badge on the chest, giving him an authoritative yet approachable look. He walked up to the car with a smile. "I could hear your car from 5 blocks away, Amanda." Amanda laughed. "Shut up, Dave." Dave laughed too. "You know I'm just teasing." He then noticed Don and asked Amanda, "Is that your new boyfriend?" He pretended to be heartbroken, clutching his chest dramatically. Amanda laughed again. "Behave, Dave." "This is my nephew, Don." Turning to Don, she said, "Don, this big clown is Dave. We were on the track team together in high school." Dave let out a nostalgic sigh. "I'd have been rich if I just became an e-athlete. Instead, I chose a sport no one watches anymore." Amanda laughed. "At least we had fun times." "You bet," Dave agreed. "Go on ahead, but be warned, Cassie is trying to push a vote to ban any cars that don't meet a certain standard from entering the hills." Dave shook his head. "Cassie really hates you, Amanda." "What did you do?" Amanda chuckled. "I've done a lot to piss Cassie off since high school. I've lost count." Dave laughed and opened the gate. "You shouldn't be too worried, but Cassie has been gaining more followers in the community. I feel sorry for them," Amanda replied with a smirk. Don didn't ask anything about Dave but took note of the information. Amanda reassured him, "Don't worry about trouble while living here. Dave is capable despite how laid back he acts." "I'll keep that in mind," Don replied. As they drove through the gates, the houses became larger and more luxurious, each one showcasing a different architectural style but all exuding wealth. The lawns were immaculate, the trees well trimmed, and the driveways filled with high-end cars. Amanda pointed to a modern-looking house with large glass windows and a beautifully landscaped garden. "That's where your mom and sister live." Don took a deep breath, trying to prepare himself for whatever awaited him inside. The past few hours had been a whirlwind of emotions, and he wasn't sure what to expect next. Amanda parked the car in the driveway and turned off the engine. "You ready?" she asked, looking at him with concern. "As ready as I'll ever be," Don replied, giving her a small smile. They got out of the car, and Amanda led the way to the front door. She rang the doorbell, and after a few moments, Samantha opened the door. "Donnie!" she exclaimed, pulling him into a tight hug. "Welcome home." "Hey, Mom," Don said, hugging her back. As Don and Samantha hugged, Amanda crossed her arms and watched the two with a smile. Samantha soon began to cry, her shoulders shaking because of the many emotions she currently felt. Amanda then gently called out to her, "Hey, Sam." This made Samantha pull away from Don, quickly wiping her tears. "Sorry, I'm just Sniff," she said, her voice shaky. She looked at Don, her eyes filled with a mix of joy and sorrow. "I just missed my baby so much." She laughed weakly, adding, "But I can't really call you a baby now, can I?" "You've grown into a fine young man." Samantha's expression grew sadder, guilt creeping in over how Don had left. Her heart pounded as she struggled to find the words to apologize. Don, not wanting the awkward atmosphere to persist, said, "You don't look like you've aged at all, Mum." "That's probably why you still think I'm a baby." He gave a very faint smile, his tone slow and low. Don felt guilty about lying to the woman who believed she had just been reunited with her son. He had imagined this moment would be easier, but reality was different. Sticking to his plan though, he decided to cut the reunion short. "Is it okay if I get some rest for a bit?" he asked. Samantha, who had wanted to talk more, immediately stopped herself. She laughed awkwardly. "Silly me, I shouldn't have been smothering you." "You must be tired." "It's fine," Don replied. "I just have a lot to take in and I'd like to rest now." His tone remained distant, and he didn't smile. Samantha looked visibly disappointed, noting that Don said a lot to take in, which could suggest a lot of things, both good and bad. Amanda saw her sister struggling and stepped in to help. She suddenly grabbed Don by the wrist. "That's a great idea. You must be tired from orientation. It's always hectic these days." Samantha knew it wasn't just that, but she nodded, her voice still shaky. "And no problem, regardless." Amanda then turned her head to Don. "I'll lead you to your room." But before they could leave, Samantha, looking worried, revealed, "His room has been redone as a guest room. His old things are in the basement. But if you want them, I can bring them up. Or if you need money for new things." Don gave a small smile, trying not to seem too distant. "It's fine. I might like the room as it is." Samantha sighed in relief. "Oh, Then it's fine. You can head on up. Amanda smiled and said, "Don't mind if we do," and tugged Don along. They walked through the house, which was elegantly decorated with modern furniture and tasteful artwork. The staircase led up to a hallway aligned with family photos. Amanda chatted casually as they walked. "I hope you'll like the room." Knowing your mom, she probably put out all the stops to make it as perfect as possible. Don nodded, genuinely appreciating her effort but still feeling the weight of the lie he was living. As they reached the guest room, Amanda opened the door to reveal a cozy space with a queen-sized bed, a desk, and a window that let in plenty of natural light. "This is it," Amanda said cheerfully. "What do you think?" "It's nice," Don replied, stepping inside and placing his bag on the bed. "Thanks, Aunt Amanda." Amanda smiled warmly. "No problem, Donnie. Get some rest. We'll catch up more later." As she turned to leave, Don called out, "Aunt Amanda?" "Yeah?" she replied, turning back. "Tell Mom I said thanks for everything," Don said, his voice sincere. Amanda's smile widened. "Well, normally I'd say do it yourself, but since it's for my special nephew, sure. Rest well, Donnie." She closed the door behind her, and Don let out a deep breath. Finally alone, he sat on the bed and the weight of the day pressed down on him. The room was quiet, and so his messy thoughts were even more apparent to him. He looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. It was a strange feeling, being in a place that it was supposed to be home but felt so foreign. He let out a sigh and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The encounter with his mother had been harder than he anticipated, emotionally at least. But he had to keep up the facade and it was draining. As exhaustion took over, Don's eyes slowly closed. He hoped that some rest could help him gather his thoughts and prepare for the hurdles ahead. For now though, all he wanted was a moment of peace. As Don closed his eyes to rest, Aunt Amanda remained outside his door, listening for any sounds. She couldn't hear even the faintest shuffle, so she thought he must have really needed to rest. A part of her worried that it was just an excuse for him to get away from his mother, but seeing as that wasn't the case, she let out a quiet sigh of relief and silently walked away from Don's door. She descended the stairs and found Samantha anxiously waiting at the bottom steps. Once Amanda reached her, Samantha asked, "Did Don say anything?" Amanda smiled. "He said to tell you that you're the best mom in the world." Samantha crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. "Amanda, I'm being serious." Amanda chuckled. "So am I." It's a perfectly good rough translation of what Don said. "Word for word, Amanda," Samantha insisted. Amanda rolled her eyes. "Fine," he said, "thanks for everything." Samantha's expression showed a flicker of disappointment, but she forced a smile. "That's good." She fiddled with her fingers. "I better start preparing some food for him then." "Thanks again for bringing him." Amanda put her hands on her hips. "Why are you talking like I'm leaving?" Samantha looked surprised. "You're not?" Amanda shook her head resolutely. "Nope," she said, stepping forward to hug Samantha. "I'm going to be here to help you with Don for a bit. I already have my own case in the truck. If I don't stay, knowing you'll overthink yourself to death and do more damage than good." Samantha showed a weak smile. "That's not true." "It's fine, Sam," Amanda said, patting her sister's back. "You're not good with teenagers, just like I'm not good with little kids. And besides, it's blasphemy to have a welcome back cookout for my nephew and not invite me." "There's no cookout," Samantha corrected. "I'm just going to cook him a big dinner and boring." Amanda cut her off. "That will only make things more uncomfortable. A late evening cookout by the pool will be much better." "I don't know," Samantha said hesitantly. "What if Don doesn't like it?" Amanda placed a reassuring hand on her sister's shoulder. "Trust me," Samantha sighed. "Okay, but who are we inviting so late notice?" Amanda grinned. "Easy, no one. It'll just be a good old-fashioned family cookout. Now, let's get everything ready." The duo moved to the kitchen, which was spacious and well-equipped. Amanda immediately started rummaging through the pantry and fridge, pulling out ingredients. Samantha followed suit, still looking a bit uncertain but trusting her sister's judgment. "I'm thinking burgers, hot dogs, and maybe some grilled veggies," Amanda said, laying out the items on the counter. "What do you think?" "Sounds good," Samantha replied, her voice more confident now. "I'll start on the marinade for the burgers then," You do the meat. Hey, a broken bar meat, Amanda giggled. Time flew as the two worked together, with Amanda chatting about various things to lighten the mood throughout. Remember the cookouts we used to have as kids? Dad always burnt the hot dogs, but we loved it anyway. Samantha laughed softly. Yeah, and Mom would always make that special potato salad. I should call her and get the recipe. She'll faint when she hears Donnie is back, Amanda said, pulling out her phone. They continued to prepare the food and the atmosphere became increasingly more relaxed. Amanda's energy was infectious, and soon Samantha found herself smiling more freely. See, this isn't so bad, Amanda said, giving her sister a playful nudge. Samantha nodded. You're right. Thanks, Amanda. Anytime, Amanda replied. As they finished the preparations, Amanda looked around the kitchen, satisfied with their work. All right, let's get this party started. I'll go wake Don up. Samantha grabbed her arm gently to stop. Wait, give him a bit more time. He looked exhausted. Plus we need to freshen up. We're a mess. Good point, Amanda agreed. Then you go change and I'll start setting up outside. Amanda carried the food and supplies out to the backyard, which featured a large pool surrounded by comfortable lounge chairs and a spacious patio area. She then started arranging the seating and set up the grill. This is going to be great, Amanda said enthusiastically. Don will love it. Our broken bar. I hope. After Amanda finished setting up the backyard for the cookout, she counter-checked that the grill was ready, the lounge chairs were arranged, and the pool area looked inviting. She then glanced back at the house and thought about bringing her suitcase in from the truck and taking a quick shower before waking up Don. But at that same time inside the house Samantha had just finished dressing up in her room. Samantha's room looked very cozy with soft pastel walls, a large bed with a fluffy white comforter, and a dresser cluttered with makeup and accessories. After a quick shower, Samantha decided to wear something casual. She settled on a long, loose sundress with a floral print the fabric was light and airy, perfect for a casual evening. She paused in front of the mirror, cupping her breasts and sighing. These are really too big, she muttered, adjusting the dress. She worried that the dress might be too flashy or make her look fat. She didn't want Don thinking she had let herself go. Maybe it's too much, she thought. But after a short debate with herself, she added a few accessories, a simple necklace and the matching earrings. Perfect, she said aloud, though she still felt a bit uncertain. Samantha then looked around the room, her eyes looking over at the dresser. Where did I leave my makeup? She asked herself, feeling annoyed. Did Summer borrow it without permission again? She let out a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Don suddenly jerked awake and looked around, letting out a sigh. So it wasn't all some chaotic dream, he said to himself. He looked at his hand, then to the window where he saw the sun beginning to set. Checking his watch, he saw that it was 5:34 p.m. He yawned, hoping he hadn't left a negative impression so far. Better start unpacking. He quickly put his documents from school on the table and hung the few clothes he brought onto hangers. After finishing, he thought, a set of pajamas would have been nice. He then proceeded to change from his button-up shirt to a simple black t-shirt. That should do it, he thought before deciding it was time to head downstairs. The house was quiet, with not even the sound of appliances running. Did they go out? He wondered. As he walked toward the stairs, he saw the bathroom door slightly open and realized he needed to take a piss. He approached the door, but hearing no water running and getting no response after knocking. Entering, he found it empty. Maybe the door just has a problem or something, he concluded, not paying it much mind as he walked to the toilet. At that exact moment, Samantha left her room, still upset about her missing makeup. Where could I have put it? She wondered. Her attention then turned to the bathroom door she had left open. Did I leave it in there? She thought, heading toward the bathroom. Samantha walked into the bathroom without giving it too much thought. After all, she had left it not long ago. But as the door swung open, she saw Don's figure out of the corner of her eye. Hearing the door and her footsteps, Don turned his head. Samantha also reflexively turned fully toward Don and caught a glimpse of him peeing. Seeing his manhood in the process, she immediately became flustered by her blunder. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, turning her head away. I was just looking for my makeup and didn't think anyone was in here." Before she could say more, she realized it was more awkward to explain like this. So she quickly walked out and shut the door. Don didn't even have time to say a word and was just left surprised. Well, that was unexpected, he thought. His trait though left him unfazed, and he finished peeing and zipped up his pants, inwardly hoping this accident didn't make it harder to interact with her. After washing his hands, he headed out of the bathroom and found Samantha long gone. Just then, Amanda walked up with a small suitcase and called out to Don. "Hey, glad to see you're awake." Don smiled slightly. "Yeah, just woke up." Amanda looked curious. "Oh, did Sam wake you?" Before Don could answer, Samantha's voice spoke out from her room not far from the bathroom. "Amanda, can you help me with something?" Amanda sighed. "Duty calls," she said, rolling her eyes playfully. "Head downstairs by the pool and open yourself a beer while you wait for us." "Ah, no problem," Don replied, hoping that Samantha wasn't calling to tell Amanda about the situation that occurred in the bathroom. As he reached downstairs, the smell of delicious food filled the air, causing his stomach to growl. That bagel I had earlier wasn't enough. Following the scent to the backyard and seeing the arrangement there, he couldn't help but be amazed. He had peeked at the backyard while heading up the steps earlier, and it now looked a bit different, with the presence of food and beer being the biggest new additions. Don proceeded to do as Amanda suggested and picked a beer off one of the tables. He opened it up while checking out the backyard. He sat down on a lawn chair and brought the beer to his lips. But before he could take a sip, he heard an unfamiliar voice yell out, "Mom, I'm back." Don still proceeded to take a sip from his beer and decided not to go check, as he was already pretty sure that the voice belonged to his sister. He wasn't eager to meet her, and if he could avoid the interaction for now, it would be best. But along with her voice, he heard a few more, a female and a male yelling, "Hi, Mrs. Bright." One after another. "Hi, Mrs. Bright." "Hiya, Mrs. Bright." "Great, she came with friends." Don sighed. He wondered if they were invited and if perhaps the old Don knew them. This worried him, making him feel he might need to change from a distant attitude and maybe just say he had an accident that affected his memory. The worrying part about that was he was sure a concerned mother like his would take him for a proper diagnosis. He sighed again, thinking, "I'm not very good at this planning thing." Just then, his phone rang, and the caller ID read "Call friend." Don immediately knew it was that friend of the old Don from the game Call of Responsibility. He picked up the call and answered, hearing a hoarse voice from the other side say, "Hello, is this Predator?" Don's face visibly hurt a bit as he heard the name he was addressed with, but answered, "Yes, it is." "That's good," the person on the other side said. "I thought you were trolling about the whole SHU thing." "No, I just registered today actually," Don revealed. "Sorry for not calling earlier, my day was pretty packed." "It's fine, I was busy too," the other person said. "How about this? Let's meet tomorrow at Miguel's Waffle House near the SHU campus." "That'll work," Don said, soon hearing footsteps near the house as someone approached the backyard. "I need to go for now, but I'll call or text later." "That's fine," the other person replied, and the call was cut. Don sighed and put his phone away. He hoped the friend wouldn't be too much of a problem to handle. He soon glanced toward the house, hearing the voices growing louder. Summer's voice stood out as it carried a certain tone of irritation with it. "This is going to be interesting," he thought, taking another sip of his beer. "I hope I can keep this up without slipping." Meanwhile, back inside the house, Summer and her three friends were making their way through the living room. The female friend had long platinum blonde hair, wore blue shorts and a white top, and had a tattoo on her arm. The two male friends were tall and good-looking. One had short, dark hair and green eyes, while the other had medium-length brown hair and blue eyes. "Something smells nice," the dark-haired guy, whose name was Jake, remarked. The other guy, Michael, immediately said, "It's Sylvia who smells like that." Sylvia frowned at this attempt at a compliment. "Are you insinuating I smell like roasted meat?" Jake laughed and gave Michael a pat on the back. "Smooth bro." At this time, Samantha came downstairs in a hurry with a frown on her face. Her sundress rose up slightly with each step, almost enough to see her panties. The two guys immediately looked her way with lecherous looks. Michael tried to act gentlemanly by greeting her, "Hello, Mrs. Bright." But Samantha cut him off as she came to a stop in front of Summer. "Ask your friends to leave. Today isn't a good day." Summer frowned back, putting her hands on her hips. "Huh? What do you mean not a good day? We're not going to disturb anyone, so what's your problem?" Jake then suggested, "Maybe we should leave," but Michael refused boldly. "No way, unless you're going to throw us out, Mrs. Bright." Summer crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. "Yeah, are you?" Samantha was practically fuming at this point. But before she could answer, the door to the backyard opened, and Don walked in, causing all eyes to turn to him. He had been attracted by the growing sound of voices and wanted to see what was happening. He met the gazes of everyone present before settling on an angry Samantha. "Is something wrong?" he asked, looking between Samantha and Summer. Samantha took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. "Oh goodness, I didn't want you two reuniting like this." "These are Summer's friends," she said, her voice strained. "I asked them to leave, but they seem to have other ideas." Don looked at Summer, who was looking at him with confusion in her eyes. He then glanced at her friends, noting their uncomfortable expressions. He sighed inwardly, realizing this was a delicate situation. But now that he was here, he had to help Samantha. So he settled his gaze on the three friends and asked in a casual tone, "How about you guys visit another day?" Summer shook off her disbelief for a moment and rolled her eyes. "They don't have to do anything there." Before Summer could argue, Don raised his hand to cut her off. "I wasn't talking to you. The owner of the house wants you gone. It's as simple as that." Michael frowned and crossed his arms. "And who the hell are you?" Don met Michael's gaze and tilted his head at him while narrowing his eyes. "I'm her son. Who the fuck are you?" Summer's eyes immediately widened in surprise at Don's answer. Donnie? Don took note of Summer's surprise and realized that it was only now that she recognized him. He chose to ignore her for now and kept his gaze fixated on Michael, who looked at Don less confidently after hearing his answer. Michael then glanced at Summer and said, "You never mentioned you had a brother." Even Sylvia looked at Summer with confusion. "Yeah, you never mentioned anything about more family. What's this about?" Samantha, inwardly touched that Don stepped up for her, thought, "He's so stern," liking that aspect about him. But realizing she was the adult and should intervene before a conflict broke out between Don and Michael, she walked forward and stood in the middle of the two young men, holding them back with her hands. "Don is my son," she verified sternly. "And I want you to leave because you're interrupting his welcome home celebration with his family." Summer now turned her attention to Samantha and yelled, "Why the hell didn't you tell me that Donnie was coming back? And for that matter, why didn't you tell me Donnie was even fucking alive?" Summer was absolutely furious, causing even her friends to realize this was a deep family matter. Sylvia turned toward the two guys and suggested, "Maybe it's best we leave." This time, neither guy said anything and they awkwardly agreed. "Yeah, for sure." "Yay, sorry for interrupting Mrs. Bright." A broken bar. A brief silence followed as Summer's friends all rushed to leave, with Sylvia calling out to Summer, "I'll call you later." When the door slammed shut, Summer was practically huffing as she turned her gaze to Don. "And you?" she yelled. "Where have you been? How could you not say a word? Send a fucking text." "Do you have any idea how?" She stopped there, staring at them both before looking teary-eyed and running away up the stairs. A few seconds later, a loud door slam resounded through the entire house. Samantha's expression fell, and she turned toward Don, unsure of what to say. Don felt the same, never expecting such a reaction in the few scenarios he had pictured. Before either could say a word, Amanda appeared at the top of the stairs and asked in a panicked tone, "What's going on?" Both Don and Samantha looked her way and found she was completely topless. Don wasn't too surprised by this and managed to maintain his expression, but Samantha looked speechless for a moment before yelling, "Amanda, cover yourself." Amanda, who wasn't paying attention, only now noticed who she was practically flashing and immediately covered her breasts. "Oh my God, sorry!" she exclaimed, quickly turning to head back to her room. Don also chose to look away at that moment, thinking, "I should have just stayed in the backyard." Samantha sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of her nose. "This day just keeps getting better and better," she muttered sarcastically. "Tell me about it," Don replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "I didn't expect things to escalate like this." Samantha shook her head, clearly frustrated but trying to regain her composure. "We need to give Summer some time to cool off. She's obviously very upset." Don nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea," Samantha then said reassuringly. "This is just a lot for her to process, for all of us, really." Just then, Amanda reappeared at the top of the stairs, this time properly dressed. "Okay, I'm decent now," she said, trying to lighten the mood with a sheepish smile. "Sorry about that." "So, what happened?" "Summer found out about Don being back in a less than ideal way," Samantha explained briefly. "She's pretty upset." Amanda frowned. "I'll talk to her later. For now, let's try to salvage the evening." Samantha was now left in an awkward situation with her son, unsure of what to even address first during the cookout and unable to bring herself to look him in the eyes. Don also felt equally uncomfortable and didn't like the situation. To try and get out of this, he let out a sigh and apologized. "I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have stepped in." By pinning the blame on himself, Don hoped to shift the focus of the conversation. Given Samantha's character, chances were high that she would react by saying it wasn't his fault. Samantha hurriedly shook her head. "It absolutely isn't your fault. It's mine." She became teary-eyed, her voice trembling. "Things just haven't been the same since you left. I've failed Summer and you as a mother." And she stopped as Don reached in to hug her. She sobbed in his embrace, still saying, "I'm so sorry, Donnie." Amanda wanted to even but stopped herself as she felt this was something that needed to happen. Don didn't answer, instead just gently rubbing her upper back in response. He couldn't understand the weight of her emotions, but he could see the pain she had carried. "It's okay, Mom," he whispered, trying to comfort her even though he felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving her. Meanwhile, once Jake, Michael, and Sylvia left the house, they walked over to a 4x4 truck. Michael, the owner, got into the driver's seat. Jake entered the passenger seat while Sylvia climbed into the back. Once inside, Michael sighed. "What the fuck was that with Summer?" Sylvia snapped back. "How the fuck am I supposed to know?" She then thought that something was definitely wrong. Jake however just laughed it off and suggested, "Let's just go back to Michael's place for a few drinks." Sylvia narrowed her eyes. "Are you being fucking serious? Drinking, while Summer is clearly upset?" Michael tried to support his friend. "He didn't mean it that way. Maybe he meant we should go to my place and think of how to help Summer over a few drinks." Sylvia looked at them and just shook her head. "You are unbelievable sometimes," she said, exiting the vehicle. Michael quickly got out and asked, "Where are you going?" Sylvia kept walking and raised a middle finger. "Far away from you two before I punch one of you." Michael yelled back, "Yeah, well, suit yourself." He then angrily got back into the car and drove off. As they sped away, Michael grumbled, "What's her problem?" Jake shrugged. "Maybe she's right. Maybe we should have stayed to help Summer and Mrs. Bright." Michael rolled his eyes. "Whatever, man. Let's just get some drinks and figure it out later." Back at the house, Samantha finally pulled away from Don, wiping her tears. "I'm sorry, Donnie. I didn't mean to break down like that." Don shook his head. "It's okay, Mum." Samantha smiled weakly. "Thank you for being here. I know it's been hard on you too." Don nodded. "Yeah," unable to think of more to say in that moment. Seeing Samantha more composed, Amanda felt it was the best time to speak up. She suddenly clapped her hands together and put on a smile as she looked at both of them and suggested, "Let's not end the evening on a bad note. So how about we hurry to the backyard and enjoy the food before it gets cold?" Samantha smiled weakly and gave a nod, finally turning her attention away from Don. "That's a great idea, Amanda." However, Samantha paused and turned her attention toward the stairs with a weak smile. She hesitated as she pointed out, "But I don't want Summer to feel left out." "You two should go ahead, and I'll try to speak to her." Hearing Samantha suggest this, Don saw an opportunity and suddenly suggested to them both, "You should go with Aunt Amanda. Otherwise, she'll feel like you've forgotten about her, and I don't really feel comfortable eating without her." This was, of course, A lie. Don simply wanted to buy himself some time to better compose himself and think of a way to get through the evening without any more mishaps like the one he had just gotten through. Samantha looked at Amanda and wanted to agree immediately but hesitated. Part of her knew that Summer likely wouldn't listen to her, but she still didn't want Don to stay alone and think he was being ignored by her. At the same time, she couldn't bring herself to be alone with him. She didn't know what she would even say, what she would ask, and how she would best explain everything that happened while he was away. It was a lot to tackle, and quite truthfully, she was scared to do that alone. Although Amanda didn't know this was exactly the case, she could see the doubtful look and nervousness in her sister's eyes, so she was the one who agreed to Don's suggestion, giving a slight nod. "That's a great idea, Don. Sorry your evening back turned out like this." "Don't worry about it. I don't mind," Don answered briefly before taking the initiative to turn away and return to the backyard. Once he was gone, Samantha looked at Amanda apologetically and lowered her head before saying, "I'm sorry, Amanda. I just can't, not yet." Before Samantha could clearly explain, Amanda simply smiled at her and put her hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry about it, Sam. I get it, and I think Don does too. Just move at your own pace. Don't try and tackle everything all at once." "Yeah, I think you're right," Samantha sheepishly agreed. "Of course I am." "Now, let's go talk to Summer." The duo went back up the stairs together, while Don simply returned to the lawn chair where he had left his beer. He picked up the bottle and walked along the edge of the pool, taking casual sips. He placed one hand in his pocket and sighed while shaking his head. After thinking for a moment, he had an idea. In the next moment, he removed his hand from his pocket and picked up his aviators before wearing them. Once worn, he activated them, causing an augmented reality of tabs to appear in front of him. "Let's see what information Gary has on the young Summer," Don thought, reading through the many fairly detailed reports and tabs present within the available database. It's almost like Wikipedia but on a personal level. How did Gary get all this information? Don wondered, but thought it was better he ultimately didn't know. Like Gary had said before, a lot of information about Summer in the present wasn't lacking, as she had a huge cyber presence which Gary could follow. As for events outside the digital space, Don couldn't find anything helpful. Because of that, the information he sought out was in relation to Summer and Donnie's time as kids. In his mind, if Donnie was partially responsible for the anger that Summer felt, then one of the few ways he could fix it was by showing her gestures from their younger days. Even if it didn't work, it would show some sincerity, which was better than doing nothing. Let's hope this plan works, at least, Don thought. As Don shifted through the numerous tabs of information, Amanda and Samantha had made their way up the steps and were currently standing in front of Summer's door. Samantha knocked first, and Amanda spoke out. "Summer, it's your aunt. Can I talk to you for a moment?" "Go away," Summer immediately yelled from the other side. Amanda tried again. "Summer, please, we can talk about this." But Summer only yelled back, "Go away. I don't want to talk to any of you. Just go have your welcome back celebration without me." "You were going to anyway." "If I didn't fucking come back." "Honey, who do you think we were waiting for?" "Your mother had no idea Donnie was coming back until just this morning." "It was my idea not to tell you because I wanted it to be a surprise," Amanda explained. "It's a surprise, all right, a big fucking surprise," Summer yelled back, still very upset. Samantha couldn't even bring herself to say anything as the anger seemed too deep to address with just a few words. Amanda, however, was very skilled at what to say and how to say it. She continued to try and calm Summer. "Now, Donnie doesn't even want to eat unless you're down there, and I know you're angry at him too, for now, but try to imagine what he's been through. Your mom just found out this morning that your father never even sent him any money while he was away. Do you really think he wanted to be away from you just so he could suffer God knows where? Do you really think he wouldn't care about you guys if, after going through all that, he still reached out to your mother in an attempt to come back?" Summer's anger simmered down after hearing this, and although they couldn't see it, inside the room, she was lying on her bed with her face buried in a pillow. Summer was moved, not enough to fully quell her anger, but enough to raise her head, revealing her teary-eyed face and smeared makeup. She let out a quiet sniff and frowned as she looked at the door, responding back, "Yeah, he definitely looks like he's been suffering," she pointed out sarcastically, referring to Don's healthy and well-dressed appearance. Amanda was about to speak again, but this time it was Samantha who spoke out in anger. As a mother, looking at Don's face, all she could see was deep sadness and loneliness. Not because Don was particularly great at pretending to be that way, but rather because, in her mind, her Donnie was always smiling, even through the hard times their family faced at certain intervals. Her Donnie was a bright and happy child, a defiant, yes, but happy nevertheless. However, she could see none of that same resemblance in the current him. It didn't matter whether he looked healthy, fit, and well-dressed. He was different. A mother could easily tell. The fact that he seemed so different made her wonder just what her son could have gone through. Summer accusing him of being well off really made her upset as she proceeded to yell back, "Summer, watch your mouth. I understand you're angry. But if you want to be angry at me, young lady." "You were even closer to Donnie growing up," she sniffed as she began to cry. "God knows how many times I had to lecture you both over some silly adventure you had, but looking back, I hold on to those memories because at least back then, despite all the stress and shenanigans, you were happy, and I was happy. Never could a day pass in this house without me seeing either of your bright smiles. But tell me, what happiness did you see on your brother's face? If he were so well off, do you think he would use the money he had managed to save over these years to get himself back into school and come back to the city, to you, to me, despite everything your father did? He didn't even know Nicholas and I were divorced until today. It's not fair for you to be angry at him because, as far as he knows, we're the ones who abandoned him, never reached out to him, never called him. So as much as you may hate me, I was at least there for you. You still got presents on your birthday. You still had a meal to eat every day of the week. You still had a roof over your head. You still had a mother who, through it all, loved you and still loves you with all her heart, even if you never felt the same. But could you honestly say Donnie had any of that? Samantha's deeply emotional words hit Summer hard. Her initial anger had all but faded. She now sat on her bed, looking confused, sad, and somewhat guilty. As much as she wanted to support her own stance on the matter, she could see truth in her mother's words. Reluctantly, she responded, "I'll be down in a few minutes," in a shaky voice, which made it hard to tell whether she was still angry or had accepted her mother's words wholeheartedly. Hearing Summer say this, Samantha let out a sigh and began to wipe the tears from her eyes. Amanda smiled at her and whispered, "You go fix yourself up and then come down. I'll go keep Donnie company so that he's not feeling too lonely." The two parted ways, and Amanda quickly made her way downstairs before heading out to the backyard. Don, who was still rummaging through some of the recorded events of himself and Summer as children, turned his head back to see Amanda quickly walking toward him. He quickly took off his glasses, put them in his pocket, and turned to face her. He tried to keep his expression neutral as he asked, "Is everything okay?" Amanda showed him a bright smile and nodded happily, picking up a beer from one of the tables as she walked over, popping it open using her teeth and giving Don's bottle a little tap with hers as she reached him. Click. "Yup, Summer is just getting changed and your mother's simply freshening up." "What, don't want to spend time anymore with your dear Aunt Amanda?" Amanda playfully nudged him as she chuckled lightly and took a sip from her beer. Whether she was really like this or was simply trying to lighten Don's mood, Don didn't reciprocate the energy and instead gave a small smile in reply. "You could pass for a teenager." Amanda let out a hearty laugh and gave Don a light punch on his shoulder before replying, "That's a good one." "I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or to be offended that you're saying my body isn't as mature as your mother's, especially after you saw my dear old girls." Don immediately knew what she was referring to, and in an attempt to avoid the topic, he chose to act as if he was embarrassed about it, turning his head to the side as he said, "Sorry about that. I just wasn't expecting it." Amanda chuckled again and waved off his concern. "Oh, shoot. Don't you mind that little mishap, dear. I'm sure a handsome young man like you has seen enough pairs in your time." "My poor things don't stand a chance," Amanda joked, clearly not very shy about talking about her body. Don was a little embarrassed, and remembering who he was, he didn't feel it was a good idea to outright compliment his aunt's breasts, so he settled on a more neutral answer. "All guys are different. We don't all like the same types," Don said briefly, causing Amanda to take a sip from her beer before giving him a narrow gaze. "All right then, where would you rate my girlies on a scale of 1 to 10? She asked, clearly not letting up. Don could only imagine how persistent she could be, both worried and intrigued by that particular prospect. Once again, though tempted by her question, he chose a more vague answer. "I didn't see very well, but I'm sure they'd be high on the scale," Don answered. In response, Amanda crossed her arms and gave him a mischievous smile. "Is that right? Then would you like to get another peek?" Slightly taken by surprise by Amanda's question, Don didn't answer immediately. Because of her playful nature and lack of embarrassment regarding adult topics, there was a chance she was being serious. However, imagining a situation where an aunt, after not seeing her nephew for years, decided to give him a peek at her breasts seemed too comical. As Don thought through all this, Amanda spoke before he could come up with an answer. She raised her hand and waved it in front of his face while laughing mischievously. "Oh, look at you. Just kidding, Donnie," she laughed before adding, "I'm glad to see you're still shy when talking about such things." Don inwardly sighed in relief that she took his hesitation for shyness rather than him actually thinking of saying yes. With the awkward situation avoided, he replied, "It's not that I'm shy, it's just that it's not something you'd typically discuss with your aunt." Amanda simply shrugged. "Your loss. You'll miss out on expert advice from a smart gal like me. I've probably seen more pairs than you ever will, a big, small, fake, real, perky, hard, softer. I've seen them all over the years." Don immediately felt unable to stop himself from giving her a narrowed-eyed skeptical look. Amanda laughed at this reaction and smiled. "Oh, don't look at me like that. It comes with the territory when you're in an all-girls school for all your teen years. Why do you think I don't like bras? They were practically a myth where I grew up. A broken bar sometimes a weapon," she added cryptically, causing Don to look at her skeptically again, which led her to break out into laughter once more. Unbeknownst to both of them, their conversation was being observed by Summer from her room, which gave her a clear view of the backyard. Summer was currently standing by the window, watching Don and Amanda through a small space in her dark curtains that had a skull with a pink ribbon pattern all over them. As she watched the scene, she clutched at the curtain angrily and narrowed her eyes, which now had runny makeup under them. "What's so funny?" she thought before clicking her tongue and turning away from the curtain. She proceeded to sniff once before crossing her arms under her breasts, looking visibly upset. "If that asshole really cared, he could have at least come upstairs himself to talk to me." "Whatever," she muttered before angrily making her way to the closet, which was made of light brown wood with mirrors on the front surface. She paused for a moment to look at herself in the mirror, which caused her to narrow her eyes even more. Using the sleeve of the shirt she wore, she wiped her eyes of tears and the runny makeup under them. After doing that, she let out a deep breath and fixed her expression, changing it a few times as she tried to make it as neutral as possible, but she always found a way to make it look more upset than anything else. In the end, she performed a sarcastic smile at herself before opening the closet door and checking for what she could wear. She quickly reached for the clothes closest to her and compared them, muttering no and no again and again, while tossing the clothes behind herself as she continued to move through the racks. In less than a minute, there was already a small pile of clothes behind her, and she let out an irritated sigh before crossing her arms. "What do I even wear?" Summer said to herself, angry at her own indecision to pick an outfit. Just as she muttered this, Don's face flashed in her mind, particularly the scene where he had boldly stepped forward to say he was Samantha's son. Summer angrily groaned before kicking at the pile of clothes. "He could have said he's my brother too. But forget it." "I don't care," she muttered to herself again before quickly sorting through the pile and picking out a pair of long jeans with rips by the knees and a simple black hoodie that had the phrase "sorry not sorry" written on the back. After doing this, she walked back to her closet and picked out a simple pair of black and white sneakers. "This will do, I guess," She shrugged before throwing everything on the bed and beginning to undress. First, she removed the already loose tie that she wore, then began to unbutton her white shirt. With each button she undid, her sizable breasts seemed to pop out even more. After she was done unbuttoning them, she quickly removed the shirt and tossed it aside, leaving her only with a black bikini-like bra. Without a moment's pause, she moved on, unclipping her skirt and letting it drop, revealing the tight black lacy panties that firmly hugged her flesh along with her black garter belt, to which her leggings were clipped. She moved to the edge of the bed and quickly unclipped these before tossing them aside. The garter belt and panties followed, leaving her completely bare except for the bra, revealing her shaved womanhood, wide hips, and plump, rounded ass. After Summer undressed to this point, she looked back at the mirror and put her hand on her hip as she gazed at herself. She quickly frowned as she slowly moved her hand over to her ass and gave a slight squeeze. Fuck. It looks like they just got bigger. Why couldn't I just have Aunt Amanda's body? Instead, this ridiculous start looking like Mom, Summer muttered to herself angrily before looking away and turning her attention to a light brown dresser next to her bed. She quickly opened one of the drawers and reached for a plain pair of black panties, which she quickly put on before proceeding to the bed where the rest of the outfit she had picked out was laid. Once dressed, she walked back to the dresser and searched for something but came up empty-handed and muttered, "Fuck, I forgot, I left my makeup at the studio." "Should I ask Mom?" "No, I can't go downstairs like this," Summer muttered angrily before looking back at the mirror. Without makeup, she looked quite different, which didn't please her. However, before she could come up with a plan, she heard Amanda's voice in the corridor outside. "What's taking you guys so long? If you don't hurry, you're going to find me and Donnie already passed out," she called out jokingly. "She's joking, right?" Summer asked herself, hurrying over to the window and taking a peek. She could see Amanda happily laughing while holding a bottle of beer and Don sitting silently along the poolside, looking tired. "Damn it," she cursed before walking over to another dresser on the other side of her bed and opening one of the drawers. She then took out a face mask and put it on before heading for the exit. She slung her door open wide and walked out, but as she entered the hallway, she found that her mother, Samantha, had also just exited the bathroom with her makeup fixed. "Oh Summer!" Samantha immediately stopped as well and looked at Summer awkwardly. The emotion she felt earlier had completely vanished and she now didn't know what to say to her daughter. "Hey Mama!" broken bar Summer muttered awkwardly and kept her gaze focused on the floor. Samantha forced a smile and decided to try and break the tension. "You look good. I haven't seen you dress like this in a while." "My clothes are just dirty," Summer quickly explained, before suddenly raising her head and adding, "Anyway, I'm heading down. I can't stay for long because I have assignments to finish." After saying that, Summer quickly began walking forward, passing her mother before she could give a reply. Samantha found herself unable to say anything and just let Summer go, watching her figure descend the stairs in a hurried pace. Once Summer is fully out of her view, Samantha lets out a sigh and thinks to herself, "Well, it's a start." At least she came out. After letting out another sigh, Samantha also made her way to the stairs. Meanwhile, Amanda was still happily chatting away with Don, who was slouched in the lawn chair while taking casual sips of the bottle of beer he had. "So, Cassie walks up to me and says." Amanda's story is interrupted when suddenly Summer walks out of the door. Both Don and Amanda look Summer's way and cause her to pause for a bit with her arms crossed. She met Amanda's gaze without problem, but after looking at Don once, she couldn't help but look away. Amanda didn't notice this small detail in her expression due to the face mask Summer was wearing, so she just casually called out to her, "There's my favorite gal. Come join us." Looks like she's calmed down. At the very least it doesn't look like she's going to ask me much. Probably the same with Samantha, Don quickly concluded, noticing her now sheepish posture and body language. Summer felt like she was being put on the spot and found it hard to give a quick answer. Luckily for her, Samantha also came out to the backyard and had all eyes turned to her. She also felt like she was put on the spot, but she quickly managed to play it off by forcing a smile. "Now that everyone is here, Why don't we sit together and enjoy a meal as a family? Don was inwardly not looking forward to this. Well, that won't be awkward at all. Amanda was the first to respond to Samantha's suggestion by raising her hand and yelling, "Count me in, I'm famished." After she said this, Don just nodded and said, "Me too." After answering, he looked towards Summer, who was still silent. Since she was the only yet to answer, all eyes were on her again. She didn't like this at all and just muttered, "Yeah, sure." The scene was far from the perfect vision Samantha had in mind for her son's welcome celebration, but it was going well enough, so she continued to force a smile as walked over toward the outside sitting arrangement. As she did so, she called out to Amanda, "Amanda, mind giving me a hand with the serving?" Amanda took a final swig from her bottle before handing it to Don as she accepted Samantha's request. "Sure thing." She then walked over and the two began to properly arrange the food on the table along with drinks and snacks. Summer stood awkwardly in the same position and just crossed her arms while looking around the yard. From what Don could gather from the information he had studied, the old Don and Summer had a sort of love-hate relationship. They could be at each other's throats one day, but they were pretty much inseparable most days. "It doesn't look like she'll approach me on her own. So the question is, should I approach her, and if so, what should I even say?" Don asked himself as he took a quick sip of the beer he was still nursing. After giving it a moment's thought, Don also took a final swig from his bottle before standing and walking towards Summer. This action caused both Amanda and Samantha to look his way curiously as they continued to serve. "He's coming towards." "Why, what does he want to say?" Summer became extremely anxious as she heard his footsteps. She couldn't help but slightly raise her head in the next moment to confirm, and sure enough, he was making his way toward her. Summer was currently biting her lip nervously under the face mask she wore, but managed to keep her gaze fixated on Don. He came to stop about an arm's length away from her before tilting his head and looking at her. Both Samantha and Amanda were looking on while trying their hardest not to seem too obvious. "Why is he just looking at me? Fuck, what do I say?" Summer worriedly thought. But before she could say anything, Don, with the help of a little beer confidence, spoke first. "I missed you, little sis!" Summer's eyes immediately widened the moment she heard Don utter those words. Samantha was equally surprised while Amanda let out an audible, Summer, unsure how to reply, lowered her head and began to shyly move her leg while uttering, "Oh, our broken bar," in a very low tone. "I'm guessing you didn't miss me much, huh?" "I don't blame why." Before Don could begin his mind games, Summer cut him off. "I never said that," she yelled out, finally raising her head again and looking at Don with frown. "I know, but I wanted to hear you say it," Don replied with a small smile, trying to lighten the otherwise awkward mood with a bit of sibling banter. Amanda laughed loudly at this exchange. "Ha ha, he got you this Summer." "Fuck, why did I say that? This jerk led me on." Summer bit down on her lip harder and felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. "Well?" Don asked, causing Summer to look at him with confusion. "Well, what?" "You've had your laugh, ha ha," she sarcastically answered before crossing her arms. Don maintained his smile and replied, "Well, I still haven't heard you say you missed me." "Mom said it, Aunt Amanda said, and now it's your turn." Samantha's expression softened and she showed a genuine smile as she watched this exchange. For the first time it felt like the tense atmosphere had actually disappeared completely. Is he being serious? Summer was genuinely lost on how to react to this. Her mother's words left a deep impact on her, and because of them, the initial anger she felt toward Don was gone, replaced by doubt, guilt and fear. "Go at a broken bar if you want a broken bar, I don't care," Summer hesitantly answered while keeping her hands stiffly by her sides and her head lowered. Don maintained the small smile he had on his face and closed the distance between them before embracing her. Summer was surprised to feel his hands around her neck, and before she could make sense of it or react, Don gently placed one hand on the back of her head and pulled her into his chest. Summer became even more stiff, but she didn't protest his hug. She could feel herself tearing up again and she tried her hardest to hold back the tears. "Don't you dare cry for him, Summer. You're still mad at him. At Mama broken bar," she tried to convince herself, but she ultimately found herself relaxing in Don's embrace. "I'm still mad at you," she muttered, loud enough for Don to hear. "But I did miss, but I guess it's good, it's okay that you're back. Seems like that's the most I'll get from her for now." Beats the awkward atmosphere from before. Don didn't mind the lack of excitement or emotion from Summer. So long as there was no tension or bad blood, he'd be able to assimilate into this new life of his more smoothly. "Fair enough," Don muttered before breaking the hug. "Yay, there's your hug." "Now excuse me." Once she was let go, Summer immediately turned away from Don and rushed to the door. "Summer, where are you going?" Samantha worriedly asked, thinking she was upset again. "Geez, I'm just going to the bathroom," she yelled out before disappearing behind the door and slamming it behind her. Amanda just laughed and shook her head. "I haven't seen her this flustered since me and her had the talk." Samantha relaxed again now that her worries had been cleared, and she looked toward Don with a smile. "I guess she really just missed her big brother." Amanda finished serving her side of the table and placed her hands on hips while looking at Don. "Yay, we all did." "Now, that's enough hugs and kisses, let's eat." Samantha let out a helpless sigh but showed a sincere smile as she also finished serving her side of the table. Don walked over to the table and decided to entertain Amanda's cheeky remarks, as they were the best way to lighten the mood and hopefully avoid a serious topic during the meal. "What kisses?" "I didn't get any," Don replied to Amanda while showing a bewildered look. Amanda, without even needing to think about it, was more than willing to keep joking with Don. "Ah, you poor thing. Come here and let your dear old auntie give you a big wet kiss," Amanda offered while making exaggerated smooching noises. Maybe next time?" Don jokingly refused as he proceeded to take a seat. Amanda took the seat to his right whereas Samantha took the one to his left, shaking her head at her sister's shenanigans. "Oh, leave the boy alone, Amanda. He's too old for that." "Too old for what?" At that moment, Summer came back, and immediately asked this as she walked over to take a seat as well. She paused to look at both Aunt Amanda and her mother before doing so, a frown appearing under the mask she wore. "Of course no one asked if I wanted to sit next to him." "Whatever, see if I care." Summer sat down aggressively before starting to place food onto her plate. The table had servings of roasted chicken, vegetables, rice, egg salad, sausages, pork kebabs, fries and the mashed potatoes. As she taking some from each dish, Amanda finally answered her. "Donnie here says he's too old to get kisses from his favorite auntie." "Gross," Summer quickly answered, her tone a bit more angry like usual again. "What next? Is she going to ask him to share a bed?" "Attention whore much?" Aunt Amanda wasn't put off by Summer's response and instead just used it against her. Bold words from someone who had her first kiss with Donnie! Cough cough tea. "That doesn't count. We were kids and arg. Why am I even trying to explain to you?" Summer just huffed and angrily put a bit more food on her plate before covering it. This prompted her mother to ask, "Aren't you eating?" "I'll eat later. I already ate before coming here," Summer quickly explained. Don felt this was a good opportunity to learn a bit more about everyone, starting with Summer, who he proceeded to ask, "Well, at least your boyfriend isn't a complete ass then if he took you to eat?" Summer immediately became a bit flustered before slamming the table with both her hands. "He's not my boyfriend. None of those two are. And he's not an ass. He was just standing up for me." Samantha was clearly about to say something to Summer, but Don knew that it would only spark an argument. So he spoke up first. "Is that so? Well, next time you see him tell him to talk to Mom with respect, especially in her house." Don took on a slightly serious tone as he said this, and Samantha looked at him with a softened expression. Summer frowned and was about to say something, but Don continued on to say, "But also tell your friends thanks for looking out for you while I was away." Don added more softly, feigning a bit of sadness before he began selecting from the dishes as well. Don left no room for Summer to argue with him. Instead his words left her curious and she summoned the courage to ask the question Don was looking least forward to addressing. "After you left a broken bar, where did you go?" The moment Summer asked that question, all eyes turned to Don. Although neither Samantha nor Amanda had brought it up, they were both extremely curious as to what Don's life was like when he left. And though he would have preferred to avoid the question, he knew it was going to be asked at some point, and he knew he had to address. The question was how. The problem for Don wasn't that he had a lack of options for a story, but instead it's that he had a lot of stories he could go with, but each would leave a certain kind of impression. Well, let's hope they buy this, Don thought as he began his act by heaving a sigh and moving his hands away from his plate. He brought them together and lowered his head with his expression looking contemplative as he moved his thumbs against one another. Samantha was especially worried after seeing him do this and immediately spoke up, "You don't have to answer if it's a sensitive topic." Before Samantha could try and defuse the question, Don began to speak. "After I left, or rather when I was kicked out, I stayed in the city for some months," Don began, taking on a low and very distant tone. "With nowhere to go, I turned to the few friends I had first, and for a short time they let me stay, but I quickly overstayed my welcome. A broken bar and I was kicked out. It didn't help that I was an ungrateful piece of shit." Don forced a smile as he said this, and Samantha could practically feel her heart tighten. "Donnie, really, you don't have to broken bar this time." It was Aunt Amanda who tried to make us stop, as the tone and direction the story was going in didn't seem appropriate for a gathering made to be a celebration. Don, however, ignored her attempts and continued. "The first night I spent in the cold streets of the city was especially memorable. I wasn't that dirty, and the time and a few good people allowed me to use their cell phones." As he reached this point in the story, Samantha's expression turned especially sad. This was because Don wasn't just telling a story without facts. Because of how closely observed he was by Lady Noir, Don knew much of what the old Don had gone through and was simply using that information to his advantage by dramatizing certain aspects and adding a few more elements to suit his agenda. "Donnie, As if sure of what Don was about to say, Samantha tried to speak out in a shaky voice but found herself unable to as Don carried on. "The first person I called was Dad. I don't think I've ever begged so hard in life as I did that day to him. But through all my begging, he only told me to man up and that those were the consequences of my actions. I asked to speak to Mom, to Summer, but he told me you all wanted nothing to do with me." This time it was Amanda who stepped in as she could see Samantha was getting emotionally upset just hearing the story. "Donnie, you know your mother would never." Amanda's attempt at adding to the story was cut off by none other than Samantha herself, who had already become teary-eyed. "No, Amanda, I want to hear these a broken bar. I need to hear this." Amanda reluctantly gave a nod and Don continued. "I think that week was Thanksgiving, because when I called Dad, I could hear you guys happily talking in the background with what I could only assume were friends and family. At the time, that was a reality check for me. The confirmation I needed that I was no longer wanted. So I did what I had to get by. From eating leftovers at fast food dumpsters to sleeping in drug dens, I just kept surviving week in and week out. I lost count of how many job applications I sent during the period, every day, using what little money I got from begging and collecting trash to apply at internet cafes." Samantha could no longer hold herself back from shedding tears, but she quickly wiped them and continued to listen intently. Summer just seemed frozen. Her eyes were fixated on Don, but the more she heard, the more she deeply regretted asking him that question and even blaming him for his absence. The more of his story they heard, the more they both felt consumed by terrible guilt. And Don was far from done. "Eventually, my health got so terrible that I could barely function. I spent 2 days straight sleeping in a den of drug addicts before one of the peddlers who operated there offered to help me." Don let out a mocking chuckle as he said this. "That's when I learned there's no such thing as an act of kindness, because as soon as I got better, I was told I owed his gang a huge debt. A debt I had to pay by either moving drugs or forfeiting the life they saved. Once again, I did what I had to survive. Through all the death, cruel treatment and suffering, I managed to pay off the debt I owed. And I should have stopped the broken bar." Don paused, finally raising his head and facing Samantha. "I was made an offer that would give me the money I needed to start over. So I took it. But the plan was a bust and I was caught in Colombia. I refused to reveal any information despite the torture and beatings I was put through, because an attorney sent by the gang made sure I knew that if I uttered a word about their operations, my family would pay." Don heaved a shallow sigh as he said this and lowered his gaze again. "A part of me didn't care at first, you know. I told myself, why protect the people that abandoned me, and that you were all likely safe anyway. But they brought me Dad's favorite watch, Summer's teddy bear and your hairbrush," Don revealed as he raised his head again to look at Samantha. Tears were practically running down her face and her hands were shaking because all the items Don mentioned were indeed stolen one day by a home invader. What they didn't know was that the real reason for that, the old Don had a huge loan to pay back to an unsavory group of fellows and he chose to flee, prompting them to steal those items and send them to him as a warning. Unluckily for that group though, Lady Noir made sure that they, along with their families, could never be a threat to her precious Don again. Don used that to twist the truth as he told the story to make it more believable. After all, there was no way he would know that those particular items were stolen when he wasn't even there. "I think I've taken this far enough," Don thought, already seeing that Samantha was nearing a total emotional breakdown, whereas Summer couldn't even bring herself to look at him. The main reason he didn't want to address such a question so soon was because he knew he had to cook up such a dramatized story to clear all the wrong the old Don had done. But by doing this, he also knew he'd be causing a lot of pain to people who had done him no wrong and were completely in the right with how they handled the situation with the old Don. So Don concluded by saying, "So I sent to jail. But given the control the gangs have on prisons there, I was eventually let out for staying loyal as they called it. I was paid the money they promised and I left. Now here I am." As soon as Don finished his story, Samantha could no longer hold back and brought her hands to her face as she began to sob. "I'm so sorry Donnie, if only I wasn't so stupid. I never imagined you went through so much." Samantha looked absolutely heartbroken at the information and couldn't help but apologize. The guilt she felt for never trying hard enough to bring Don back when his father was still around gnawed at her. Summer similarly felt guilty, but she simply lowered her head and was unable to say anything. She wanted to apologize as well but didn't even know where to begin. Amanda stood from her seat and walked over to Samantha before hugging her and rubbing her shoulder. "You couldn't have known, Sam. None of us could have imagined that a broken bar." Now that he had successfully managed to tell the fake backstory, Don didn't need to push it any further as that would only prove to be negative. After all, he had nothing to gain by making the innocent woman in front of him feel worse than she already did. So he looked at her and smiled while nodding at Aunt Amanda's words. "Aunt Amanda is right, you couldn't have known. There's no point blaming yourself for something you knew nothing about. It's all in the past, and I'm here now, alive and healthy, with my family in one piece, and that's enough to be thankful for." Don's word prompted Aunt Amanda to look his way and smile. After everything he had said, she could honestly understand if he had some anger and resentment toward the family, especially Samantha, but his words seemed genuine. "Oh Don, ye broken bar." Samantha began to cry harder, not because of guilt but because she felt she didn't deserve to be forgiven so easily. The guilt she felt as a mother was something Don couldn't even begin to imagine. In that moment, Summer finally raised her head to look at Don as she hesitantly spoke in a low tone. I'm sorry Don, She stopped there, unable to express how she felt with words. Don turned his head to face her and maintained a small smile. "You have nothing to be sorry for, none of you do. What happened was my fault and no one else's." Okay? Although it seemed like Don was playing the forgiveness card a bit too early, he knew very well that guilt wasn't something that faded easily. If anything, by not holding anyone accountable or holding any grudges, he made the guilt they felt worse. And going forward, he knew they'd treat him more positively and be more open to his requests should he have any. Plus 25 villain points. The brief appearance of the prompt just led Don to inwardly sigh. It was simply proof of how wrong what he was doing was, but it was necessary. Summers gave a short nod and muttered, "Okay." But as she spoke her eyes looked incredibly teary and she suddenly just stood up and ran off. "Sorry, I have to do my assignments now." "Summer." Aunt Amanda tried to call out but Summer's figure quickly disappeared behind the door as she slammed it behind her. Aunt Amanda could only sigh while Samantha finally removed her hands from her face, revealing the runny makeup that now stained it. "I'm sorry you have to see me like this." Donnie sniffed. "I know I can't possibly make up for what happened to you, but if there's anything I can do, sniff, please don't hesitate to ask." Samantha used her hands to wipe her tears as she said this. Hearing this, Don pretended like he was considering the offer deeply. He had a hand under his chin and looked up in a contemplative manner while stroking his chin lightly. Considering the guilt Samantha was likely feeling, Don knew that he could get away with some absurd requests. But that was being far too short-sighted. Like all emotions, even guilt would eventually fade with time unless constantly reignited. So rather than use it for a singular request, it was best to use it to set himself up for the future. If he acted kind now by not abusing the power Samantha gave him, the impression he would leave would be great and would likely gain him not only her trust, but genuine love, which was far more valuable than any short-term gains. As a bonus, Amanda, who cared deeply for her sister, would also see him in a positive light. So with all that in mind, Don gave Samantha an answer. "Well, if you really want to make it up to me, you can do 3 things," Don began, causing both Amanda and Samantha to look at him anxiously. "Firstly, stop blaming yourself. It's not your fault and I hate seeing you cry. Secondly, just be yourself. You don't need to force yourself to act some type of way because you think it makes me comfortable. And lastly, just take me shopping sometime. I didn't really come with many clothes." Don showed a playful smile as he revealed the last request, prompting Samantha to show him a weak smile as she nodded. "Sure, a broken bar sniff. I'll buy you the whole store if you want," she added as she finally let out a small weak laugh. After she said this, Don felt he was done. After everything that was said, it was impossible to have a normal meal without some awkwardness. So he gave a nod before yawning and rubbing his eyes. "Sorry, I'm still tired. If it's fine with you, can I just eat what's left of my share for breakfast tomorrow? I'm just about ready to call it a day." Samantha nodded immediately. "Sure, Sniff, of course. I'll put everything in the fridge. I think we could all use some sleep." Don stood up from his seat and prepared to leave, saying only, "Good night," before walking off. He directly went back to his room where he threw himself on the bed and let out a sigh. To say that interaction was draining would be an understatement. "Let's hope things get easier going forward," he thought as he prepared to close his eyes, but before he could, another system prompt appeared. End of day summary. Name, Don. Hair color, black. Eye color, brown. Occupation, supervillain. Height, 181 centimeters. Net worth, $0. Supervillain name, The Predator. Sidekicks, 1. Supervillain reputation, 0. Idol reputation, 0. Supervillain points, 50. Idol points, 0. Total aura, 8. Abilities, superhuman senses, enhanced senses, heightened senses such as improved vision, smell, hearing, and touch. Regeneration, minor accelerated healing of minor wounds and injuries. Telekinesis, limited, the ability to move small objects with the mind. Mark of the arcane being, high affinity for supernatural beings, 50% higher chance of meeting them than the common man. Traits, honeyed words. Bronze, lies now have a 10% higher chance of being believed by someone with 50 or higher trust in you. The thinker. Bronze, deeper and more insightful thoughts on situations than the common person. Unfazed. Bronze, minor near-death experiences and slightly creepy people no longer faze you. Special traits, manipulator, 10% chance of convincing others to follow mildly unethical plans and/or ideas. Skills, Vanguard skill tree. Tactician skill tree. Current status, arrived in Santos City. Duration of stay, unknown. Current objective, sign up and successfully create a VR FPS avatar. Rewards for clearing objective, 5 idle points. As Don lay in his bed, looking at the prompts, he thought to himself, "It's not bad, I guess. I wonder if there is a system store like in those novels I used to read." He then thought, system, store, hoping something would pop up, but nothing happened. Letting out a sigh, he muttered, "Of course, it's never that easy." He then shifted his focus to the current objective listed in the prompt, which stated he still hadn't completed the quest regarding creating an avatar. "I should try and call Donald tomorrow to arrange that," he thought. Just as he reached that conclusion, the prompt vanished, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He proceeded to get up from the bed and quickly undressed while reflecting on the day's events. A lot had happened in such a short amount of time, but he felt he had handled most of the scenarios quite well. Now, He just needed to keep up the same pace going forward. With that in mind, Don let out a tired yawn and walked to his bed, falling asleep completely exhausted from the day's events. The following morning, as Don was sound asleep, he was woken not by an alarm but by the sound of his phone ringing quite loudly. He let out a muffled groan and muttered, 5 more minutes, but the ringing continued. Reluctantly, he rose from bed and turned his attention to the dresser where he had left his phone. Letting out a yawn and stretching his arms, he sat on the edge of the bed and reached for the phone. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it read "Call Friend," and he immediately picked up. "Hello? Hey, Predator, sorry if I caught you at a bad time." Don simply sighed when he heard what he was being addressed as again but didn't let it bother him and quickly replied, "No, not really. I just happened to wake up late today." "Oh, I understand that," the friend replied before explaining. "The reason I'm calling is I wanted to ask if we could reschedule our meeting for Friday. Some family stuff came up, and I won't be free until then." "I'm really sorry if it's an inconvenience." For Don, who had completely forgotten the event altogether, it wasn't at all an inconvenience. "Oh, don't worry about it. We can meet whenever you're available. And by the way, could you just call me Don from now on instead of Predator?" "Oh, is that your real name?" the friend asked. Don immediately answered, "Yes." "No point hiding it since we stay in the same city and practically go to the same school." The friend on the other side, still speaking in a somewhat hoarse voice, let out a laugh and agreed, "Yeah, I guess you're right. It is kind of silly using it. In that case, you can call me Torai." "Great," Don replied. "So, talk to you later, Torai." "Alright, goodbye, Don," Torai replied before the call ended. Once the call was over, Don placed the phone back on the dresser and stood up from his bed before stretching out once again, thinking, "Wow, that's one less thing I have to do today." He then made his way over to the dresser to put on some plain black pants and a clean black long-sleeve t-shirt. After dressing up, he walked out of his room and into the hallway, immediately looking both ways but seeing nothing unusual. "I wonder what everyone's up to," Don thought as he began making his way toward the bathroom to freshen up. Not wanting to land himself in an awkward position, he made sure to knock but got no answer. So, he turned the handle, and it unlocked, allowing him to proceed inside. Once inside, he quickly took a piss, washed his face, and brushed his teeth before exiting the bathroom and heading downstairs. Only then could he hear some light humming coming from the kitchen. "I'm a gothy girl, in a gothy world." The tune was unfamiliar to him, making him a bit perplexed, but he followed the voice and peeped into the kitchen where he found Samantha happily standing in front of the stove, cooking what looked to be pancakes. She also looked like she had woken up not long ago, as she was still wearing her night outfit composed of silky light blue shorts with a matching top. She also wore comfy house slippers with bunny ears on them. She seemed particularly happy as she did this, a bright smile on her face. "Well, looks like she's finally calmed down," Don thought before deciding to reveal himself. "Looks like you slept well," he suddenly commented, causing Samantha to let out a surprised yelp before pulling away from the stove. "Oh, Donnie." Upon realizing it was Don, Samantha placed her hand on her chest and let out a sigh of relief before asking him in a worried tone, "How long have you been standing there?" Don gave her a smile before replying, "Long enough to know that you can sing." Samantha immediately felt embarrassment wash over her as she lowered her hand and awkwardly held the spatula in her hands. "Sorry if I woke you up. I'm just so used to being in the kitchen alone that it's a habit of mine to sing every now and then." Don walked into the kitchen and peeked at what she was cooking before asking, "So when did you become a gothy girl?" "Oh, heavens, Donnie, please." Samantha felt like she was about to die of embarrassment as she lowered her head again, her cheeks taking on a slight rosy blush. "I'm just kidding. You should actually sing more often if it makes you happy. In fact, maybe we should go to karaoke sometime." "Oh, heavens, number. I couldn't. I'm way too old for that." "Maybe you should take your sister." Don simply laughed it off and replied, "If we went together, some people might think you're my older sister." Samantha couldn't stop herself from letting out a laugh as she gave Don a small slap on his shoulder. "I wish. Now, if you're done making fun of your poor old mum, why don't you make yourself comfortable? I'll bring you breakfast since we both managed to sleep in. Where are Summer and Aunt Amanda? Don asked as he leaned on the counter and picked an apple from the fruit basket at its center. Your aunt went back to the farm early so she could check on her precious chickens, and Summer's in school. Speaking of, when do you geese start classes? Well, she's embraced the mom role pretty quickly on me, Don thought before taking a bite of the apple and chuckling as he replied. Our classes always start a week after registration, so Monday, I assume. I'll let you know once I get solid confirmation. How about you, dodging work? Samantha paused in cooking and looked at Don with narrowed eyes, trying her best not to laugh. If you must know, I've decided to take leave so I can help you better settle in. Now, go get comfortable. You're being a distraction in here. Shoo, shoo, Samantha said to him as she pointed at him with a spatula. Don simply raised his hands in defeat, one holding the apple, and began walking away. Fine, I'll just be in the living room. Good, Samantha replied. As Don walked away, she paused cooking once again to just look at his figure leaving with a smile on her face. Don went to the living room and turned his attention to the large flat screen mounted to the wall. It was currently showing a telenovela and he couldn't help but sigh at this. No matter the world, there's just something about mums and these types of shows. Don didn't bother looking for the remote as he didn't really have anything he wanted to watch. Instead he simply took a seat on the sofa directly opposite of the TV. After 5 minutes, Samantha walked into the living room with a large silver tray. On it was a glass jug filled with orange juice, 2 glass cups and a plate full of pancakes coated in maple syrup. Samantha proceeded to place the food down on the coffee table in front of the sofa Don was seated on. As she did this, he couldn't help but glance at her as her behind was practically in his face. A bit bigger and she could block the whole broken bar, Don thought, but luckily for him, Samantha wasn't the least bit aware of the eyes staring at her as she stood upright and put her hands on her hips while facing the TV. She seemed glued to the current scene being shown on the TV. Seeing that she still was moving after a few seconds, Don asked, aren't you sitting down to eat? Oh, right, sorry. Samantha was brought out of her short daze and immediately took a seat next to Don before explaining. I barely get to follow the series these days and I was just surprised to see how crazy things have become. Don chose to act interested and proceeded to ask her, what's the show about? Immediately he did this, Samantha turned to look at him with an excited expression and placed her hands on his thigh. Oh, where to even begin? You see, it's about this orphan girl named Rosa who got adopted by her father's killer. However, she ends up falling in love with a farm boy who turns out to be her brother separated by birth, but she doesn't know that yet and Don simply began to nod as story began to make less and less sense the longer she explained it. However, Don did take note of how passionate she spoke about it and realized that this was likely one of her favorite things. She continued to explain as they ate, telling Don about characters and their backstories, as well as how she felt about them. The show came to an end, on a cliffhanger just as the two finished eating and Samantha couldn't help but frown. Done already? How can they end it right before Arturo confesses his love to Rosa? Don showed a small smile and just shrugged. Oh, you know how these publishers can be, they have to leave viewers on their toes so they can keep ratings up. Samantha huffed in irritation, as if her entire day had been ruined. Well, I'll be sure to take away points in my review of the show when I have time. That'll show them. Yeah, it will, Don answered, trying his best not to sound sarcastic as he stood up before another telenovela could begin. Anyway, I'm going to take a shower. Oh, Samantha seemed disappointed to hear Don was leaving. Without even realizing it, she was spending quality time with him. Don decided to ease their relationship dynamic even more by making a joke about her clear disappointment. Why do you sound like you don't want me to go shower? Samantha couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed being called out on it, but Don's relaxed tone told her he was joking and she smiled before replying, No, No, it's not that at all. It's a broken bar. It's just that I don't really have anyone to watch these shows with. Your Aunt Amanda prefers mud wrestling while your sister likes those strange talkie ticks. Don smiled and nodded in understanding. Well, if you need a movie buddy you're free to ask and I'll be glad to join you, provided I'm free. By the way, would it be okay if we go shopping today? I just realized I don't have many essentials either. Samantha showed Don a bright smile and immediately agreed. Of course, I'll also get ready. Great, see you in a bit. Don didn't say anything more and went back up the stairs to prepare. Roughly 45 minutes later, Don was seated in the living room again, this time alone. He had come down about 15 minutes earlier and was waiting for Samantha to finish preparing. And with nothing better to do, he began channel surfing. FX Movies, Return to Monk, Uprising, Maybe Later. Click. Food Channel, Redneck Kitchen, The Sauce Wars. Yay, number. Click. TLN, My 800 Pound Life. Bruh, how? Alright. Superhuman Society. Click. NBBC, Top Engine. This will do I guess. Just as Don settled on a channel, Samantha finally came down. I hope I wasn't too long. Donnie, are you ready to go? She asked, prompting Don to look back. Whoa. Don was caught off guard by how amazing Samantha looked, despite wearing a rather normal attire made up of long black pants and a brown turtleneck. Not wanting to make her uncomfortable, he quickly nodded and stood up. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Just then the doorbell rang and unfamiliar female voice called out, Oh Samantha, are you home honey? Dave told me your son is back. Me and my baby boy are here to say hi. Hello? Samantha went from smiling to frowning within seconds of hearing that voice. It's Cassie. Come on Donnie, maybe she won't bother me if she sees we're heading out. Okay. Don didn't know much about this Cassie woman other than the fact that she was really self-centered from how Amanda spoke about her. He followed Samantha's lead as she opened the door, revealing a woman and a young man. Don's gaze however immediately settled on the young man first as he showed a look of surprise. Donald. Don was genuinely surprised to see Donald, and the same could be said for Donald, who looked at Don with wide eyes. Don? What are you? Wait. You're Mrs. Bright's son? He asked in confusion, shifting his gaze between Don and Samantha, trying to see the resemblance. Before giving an answer, Don turned to look at Cassie. She was around Samantha's height but possessed an incredibly fit physique, which was very visible through the form-fitting leggings and sports top she was currently wearing. She had short blonde hair with highlighted tips, but he couldn't see her eyes as she was wearing a pair of aviators. Even without seeing them, he already concluded that Cassie was quite attractive. This fact made it a bit hard for Don to believe that she was Donald's mother, but he didn't bring up this fact and just forced a smile as he finally answered Donald. Yeah, this is my mum. I wouldn't have imagined you're from this neighborhood. Donald showed a smile and was about to reply, but his mother spoke first. She started by bringing a hand to her face and slightly lowering her aviators so she could clearly peek at Don. So this is the Don friend you couldn't stop talking about? To think he's my best friend's son. Cassie put on a smile as she said this and made sure to look Don up and down. Samantha couldn't help but let out a small, awkward laugh as she forced a smile. Yeah. Best friend. Cassie either didn't care for Samantha's awkward tone or ignored it altogether, as she didn't bother turning her attention away from Don. My, you look a lot like your father, just as handsome, Cassie complimented as she lifted her aviators again. Considering what Don's father had done, Don knew he couldn't accept her words as a compliment without making Samantha feel bad, so he quickly feigned a frown as he replied, I don't take looking like that bastard as a compliment. Don's reply surprised not only Cassie and Donald but also Samantha. Donnie, I don't think she meant it like here. Samantha didn't want an argument to spark, so despite inwardly agreeing with Don, she wanted to mediate. However, Cassie cut her off. Oh, apologies. I forgot that he and your mother didn't split on the best terms. I'm sorry if I offended you. How about I make it up to you with lunch? It would be lovely to have Donald's only friend over for a meal, she proposed in an alluring tone while leaning in a bit closer. Samantha was quick to frown because not only was Cassie cutting her off, but she was also clearly acting flirty towards Don, at least in her eyes. Donald also frowned as he finally spoke up in protest to his mother's statement. "Mum, Don isn't my friend, geez. Can we just go back?" They're obviously going somewhere, and we're interrupting. Cassie didn't even bother looking at her son and just waved his statement off. "Oh hush, Donald. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't even remember the last time you brought a friend over, and that breaks my heart. So, what do you say, Donnie?" At this point, one could practically feel the displeasure emanating from Samantha as Cash addressed Don by his nickname. Donnie doesn't feel comfortable being called by that name by people he isn't close to. "Isn't that right, baby?" Samantha suddenly asked, even going as far as to lock her arm with his to show that he was her son and not Cassie's. Cassie, however, just let out an alluring chuckle. "Oh, don't worry about it, Sam. He and I talked on the phone yesterday, and he's already calling me Sal. And you know only my very close friends call me that. Isn't that right, Donnie?" Samantha narrowed her eyes at Cassie for a moment before looking at Don with a questioning gaze that basically asked, "Is what Cassie saying true?" Don didn't know how to respond to this clear verbal battle between Cassie and his mother, but luckily for him, Donald stepped in to comment, "Mom, please. He never even said he's comfortable calling you that. Can we just go home?" This is embarrassing. Donald felt like burying himself in a hole right now, but his mother was relentless. His words, though, did cause Samantha to show a smug smirk as she nodded in agreement. "I think Donald is right. We adults should only be called by our nicknames by either our family or close friends." "You don't see Donald calling me Sam, do you?" For the first time, Cassie showed a frown for a moment but quickly composed herself. "I suppose you do have a point." After saying this to Samantha, she turned her attention back to Don. "In that case, I do hope you and I can become very close friends in the near future." "Don. Anyway, we'll be getting out of your hair now. Come on, Don." Cassie showed Don a mischievous look before turning around and walking away first, making sure to sway her hips in an exaggerated manner as she did, much to Samantha's displeasure. "Mum, I said not to call me that in public." "Geez." Donald let out a helpless sigh and wanted to leave but quickly turned back to say to Don, "Sorry about that, my mom is impossible sometimes. But, if you still want to come over to play VR FPS League, then just call or text." After saying that, Donald looked towards Samantha and gave a small, awkward head bow. "Bye, Mrs. Bright." With that said, Donald quickly ran off as well, leaving Don confused for the most part and Samantha visibly upset. "I thought she said her name is Sally." "Maiden name maybe?" Don thought to himself as he watched the mother and son pair leave. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts when Samantha let her frustration be known. "HMPH. Can you believe her? Acting like she's known you forever, at her age no less." Don let out a forced chuckle in response. "Yeah, she's a bit forward. I wasn't expecting her to be like that." Samantha huffed out in displeasure again. "HMPH. Me neither. She's always scheming something and thinks she's hot stuff just because she has good genetics and had her son while young." From Samantha's tone, Don could see that there was some bad blood between his mum and Cassie. But he was no stranger to seeing such petty behavior among female friends, where despite being friends, they clearly hated or disliked each other. Sigh women. Why can't they just settle this in a fight like guys? Unaware of Don's thoughts on the matter, Samantha tugged at his arm, which was still locked with his. "Come on, Donnie, let's go before she comes back." "That damned cougar." Don and Samantha soon made their way to the car parked in the driveway. The sleek, black vehicle had the robust yet refined appearance of a luxury SUV, with a shiny grille, angular headlights, and sturdy tires that looked ready for any terrain. It had the polished look of something that could just as easily handle a rugged off-road adventure as a trip to a high-end shopping mall. Samantha walked up to the driver's side door and opened it before glancing at Don with a smile. "Want to drive?" she asked, jingling the keys enticingly. "Thought you might like to take the wheel." Don hesitated, with a small frown soon appearing on his lips. "I don't know the roads here," he thought. "And who knows if the driving rules are the same as the world I'm from." He shook his head slightly and gave her a small smile as he played it off. I'll pass. I haven't driven in a while, so I might be a bit rusty. Samantha nodded in understanding as she unlocked the vehicle. Oh, I get it. We can look into signing you up for some driving classes if you want. That's not a bad idea, Don agreed as he slid into the passenger seat. Once settled in, he couldn't help but admire the car. The interior of the SUV was spacious and comfortable, with plush leather seats and a state-of-the-art dashboard. As they drove out of the driveway and headed toward the exit of the Chanel Hills community, Don's thoughts wandered. He glanced around, looking at the perfect green lawns and elegant houses that lined the streets. Everything felt both familiar and strange at the same time. When they reached the community gate, they were greeted by an old man in a neat, crisp uniform. He had a weathered face, white hair peeking out from under his cap, and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. That other guard I met with Aunt Amanda must be on a different shift or work day, Don thought. The old man pressed a button to open the gate without any fuss. As they rolled past, Samantha leaned out the window slightly. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Mrs. Bright," Harry responded with a smile on his face. "Taking the day off?" Samantha nodded. "Yes, I'm spending some time with my son today." "Do you remember him?" Harry peered into the vehicle, his eyes lighting up as he saw Don. "Is that you, Donny boy?" "Ha ha, my, you've grown big." Don forced a smile, having no memory or information on this man. "Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot of broken bar." Harry chuckled. "Ha ha, well, it's true. Anyway, good to seeing you both. You drive safe now." There's been an uptick in supervillain activity in the city lately. Inwardly, Don felt a bit of worry. "I can't forget that this is a world with superhumans," he reminded himself. Outwardly, he maintained his calm demeanor as Samantha assured Harry, "We'll be careful, Harry, take care." With that, they drove off, leaving the gates of Chanel Hills behind. As they drove, Samantha mentioned their destination. "We'll head to Central Mall first. It's had a pretty big renovation since you've been away. I doubt you'll even recognize it." Don nodded, feigning excitement into his voice. "Oh really? I can't wait to see it." They drove in comfortable silence for a while, with only the soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic sound of the tires on the road providing a soothing backdrop. Don glanced out the window, watching as the scenery changed from suburban calm to the busy activity of the city. Suddenly, Samantha turned on the radio and an unfamiliar cheery voice interrupted his thoughts as it brought the latest morning news. "Good morning, United Provinces. This is your daily news update on SuperNet Radio." In today's top stories, the hero known as Blitz saved a bus full of school children from a near-certain disaster at around 7:30 a.m. as they were being taken to school. Meanwhile, authorities are still on the lookout for the notorious villain Nightshade and his group of eco-terrorists, who were last seen causing chaos in downtown Santos. Stay tuned for more updates on our city's latest superhuman happenings. Don couldn't help but feel a mix of anxiousness and curiosity. This world really is something else, he thought, taking a glance at Samantha, who seemed unfazed by the report. For her, this was just another day. The news report on the radio seemed to stir something in Samantha as she proceeded to glance at Don for a moment before flicking her eyes back to the road as she spoke. "So, what made you decide to become a superhero?" she asked, her tone casual but her grip on the steering wheel noticeably tightening. "I know you always wanted to be one when you were younger, but a broken bar. I thought after not developing any Class B or upward powers, you'd given up completely." Don thought quickly, trying to recall his fabricated background. "My time in Columbia showed me that the world needed more superheroes," he said, trying to sound earnest as he could. "Even if I likely won't become a household name, I want to help in whatever way I can." Samantha nodded slowly, her eyes still focused on the road ahead. "That's very noble of you, Donnie," she said softly. "But remember, it's not all glamour and fans like the media shows. Countless heroes die every year, especially those without any fancy powers." Her voice wavered, and her knuckles turned white as she gripped the steering wheel even tighter. Don noticed her concern and felt a bit of guilt. "Now that I think about it, it must be a very dangerous career for a child to choose. I can't imagine it's easy for any parent to accept," he thought. "Don't worry, Mom," he said reassuringly. I don't plan on putting myself in dangerous situations. I hope so, she replied, her voice a bit steadier now but the worry on her face still evident. I'm sorry if I'm smothering you. I just can't imagine how Cassie is so casual about letting her only son become a superhero, especially after what happened to her late husband. Don was curious about this but decided not to press further. He could already guess what she meant. So, Cassie's husband was a superhero too. And he didn't make it, he quickly guessed, feeling some sympathy for Donald but also unease for himself. The rest of the drive was mostly quiet with some occasional banter about what was said on the radio. The morning news shifted from superhuman events to lighter topics like upcoming weather forecasts and local community events. Don found himself relaxing a bit, enjoying the normalcy of the moment despite the underlying worries he had about his future in the world. Eventually, they arrived at Central Mall. The building was a colossal structure of modern architecture with sleek glass facade and a huge parking lot with rows upon rows of spaces, some shaded by solar panel canopies. Brightly colored signs directed visitors to different sections of the mall, each with its own unique theme and shops. Here we are, Samantha said, pulling into a spot near the entrance. She turned off the engine and looked at Don with a small smile. Ready for some shopping? Don nodded, trying to be as casual as he could. As much as this was just a normal shopping trip between mother and son, to Don, it was also an opportunity to better his relationship with Samantha and get closer to her. Yeah, he agreed with a smile. Let's see what's changed since I've been away. Once inside the mall, Samantha quickly suggested, how about we get you clothes first? I know the perfect place, she said, leading him through the busy crowd in the mall. They made their way to a high-end clothing store called Mikasa. It had a sleek, modern design with large glass windows displaying mannequins dressed in the latest fashion. Inside, the walls were lined with racks of carefully arranged clothes, and soft, ambient lighting highlighted the luxurious fabrics. This is where I mostly shop, Samantha revealed as they walked in. Other more fancy places usually don't have things in my size. A broken bar. Don noticed the hint of sadness in her voice as she said that. Despite how obviously beautiful she was, like all people, she had her insecurities, and this was something Don knew he could use. He pretended to look confused, tilting his head slightly. How can stores not have the perfect size? He asked in a tone that seemed genuinely puzzled. Samantha smiled warmly at his words, though her eyes were still a bit downcast. Don't try to cheer me up, Donnie. I know I'm overweight. Don shook his head, putting on a serious face. I don't know what you're talking about. If you were to go to Columbia, you'd be sought after by every man. You shouldn't follow the unrealistic standards that fashion brands set. Samantha's smile widened a bit, her eyes also softening. Maybe you're right, she said, her tone lighter. Just then, a male voice called out, Samantha, darling. Both Don and Samantha turned to see a man approaching. He had long brown hair, a well-groomed beard, and hazel eyes. He was dressed in a designer outfit, a fitted blazer, a patterned silk scarf, and tailored trousers. He moved with a certain flair, his high tone similar to that of a woman. Hello, Fabio, Samantha replied, smiling warmly as the man approached. Fabio reached them and gave Samantha a buzz, an air kiss on each cheek, as he greeted her. Mwah, mwah, he said in an animated voice. Turning his attention to Don, he asked, and who's this fine specimen? Samantha chuckled. Calm down, Fabio. This is my son. Fabio's eyes widened dramatically. No me diggers, he exclaimed. He then proceeded to give Don the same greeting. Mwah, mwah. No wonder you look so handsome. Don found the whole exchange both amusing and odd. Fabio seemed like a character straight out of a reality TV show, his flamboyant mannerisms and high-pitched voice making him stand out. He has to be obviously gay or doing that to get closer to women, Don thought. But the latter doesn't seem likely. He seems too legit. Fabio looked at Samantha, his expression exaggeratedly scandalized. Pera. Why didn't you tell me your son finally came back? That's big news. Samantha sighed. It happened so fast, Fabio. I actually wanted to tell you in person. Fabio smacked his forehead theatrically. Where are my manners? He turned back to Don, extending a hand. Fabio De Luca, owner of this fine establishment and a friend of your mother. I've heard so much about you and I'm glad to finally meet you. Don shook his hand, smiling. Nice to meet you too, Fabio. Before Fabio could say more, a female voice called out, Fabio, we need you over here. Fabio sighed dramatically. The one day I wish the store wasn't busy, he lamented. He quickly turned back to Samantha. I'll catch up with you later, Samantha. Duty calls. We're here to shop for Don, not me, Samantha explained. Oh, fabulous, Fabio exclaimed. But while you're here, I have a new set of dresses that would be perfect for you. Samantha tried to argue. Fabio, I don't. Fabio raised a finger in front of her, silencing her. I won't take no for an answer. With that, he walked away dramatically, his scarf fluttering behind him. Don watched him go, then looked at Samantha, who shrugged and smiled. Don't mind Fabio, he's a bit eccentric, but he's good people. He was actually one of the few who warned me that your father wasn't good for me. Then he's a friend in my books, Don replied, inwardly making a mental note to keep an eye on Fabio. He seems harmless enough, but you can never be too sure, he thought. Samantha gave Don's arm a squeeze. All right, well come on, let's find you some new clothes. As they started browsing the racks, Don couldn't help but feel a strange mix of comfort and unease. The familiarity of shopping was soothing, but the ever-present reminder of the superhuman world outside kept him on his toes. For now, though, he decided to focus on the moment and build on his relationship with Samantha. Samantha immediately got to work, helping Don select outfits to try. They moved through the racks, picking out various pieces of smart casual attire. Samantha held up a navy blazer, matching it with a crisp white shirt and dark jeans, while Don nodded approvingly. Having never been the fashion type in his former life, she also chose a few sweaters, some chinos, and a couple of stylish button-down shirts. After gathering a good selection, Samantha led Don to the changing rooms. Try these on and show me how they fit, she suggested, handing him the clothes. Don nodded and stepped into one of the stalls, starting with the navy blazer and white shirt combo. He examined himself in the mirror before stepping out to show Samantha. She immediately clapped her hands in delight. You look so handsome, Donnie. That's definitely a keeper. He tried on a few more outfits, each time stepping out to show his mother. There was a light gray sweater paired with black chinos, a dark green button-down with khaki pants, and a sharp black blazer over a burgundy shirt. Each outfit received Samantha's approval. Finally, Don tried on a pair of dark jeans and a white dress shirt. As he attempted to take off the outfit, he realized the zipper on the pants was jammed. Huh? He tugged at it unsuccessfully, growing increasingly frustrated. The fuck? He muttered in annoyance. Samantha, noticing the delay, called out, Donnie, is everything okay in there? The zipper's stuck, he replied, trying to keep his voice calm. I can't get the pants off. Oh no, Samantha said, sounding genuinely concerned. Do you need help? Don hesitated but then sighed. Yeah, I think so. Samantha didn't waste any time once Don agreed. She walked into the changing room, finding Don shirtless and wearing only the stubborn pair of pants. She wasn't fazed by his state of undress and immediately moved close to help, her fingers getting to work on the jammed zipper. This happened before with one of my dresses, she said. I can fix it. Just hold still. Samantha crouched in front of Don, her face now right in front of his crotch as she fiddled with the zipper. Her movements were slow and gentle, her fingers brushing against his skin as she tried to work the zipper free. Don couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, though he kept his composure. Well, this is a bit awkward, he thought, trying to focus on anything but the current situation. After all, his current view of Samantha was quite suggestive and the last thing he wanted was to make the situation worse by getting aroused. Thankfully, Samantha's concentration was evident as she continued to work on the zipper without paying Don any mind. She shifted slightly, her breath warm against his skin. The proximity and her determined expression made the moment strangely intimate, though Don knew it was just a mom trying to help. Almost got it, she murmured, her fingers giving one final tug. The zipper finally budged, and she looked up at Don with a triumphant smile. "There we go." "Thanks, Mom," Don said, genuinely relieved, a broken bar for more than one reason. Samantha stood up, brushing off her hands. "No problem, Donnie. Now, let's pay for these." They gathered the selected outfits and headed to the checkout. As they walked there, Samantha chatted happily about the clothes they'd chosen and what they might do next. But as Don and Samantha tried to head to the checkout, Fabio rushed toward them with a plethora of dresses in hand. "Samantha, darling, where do you think you're going without trying out these masterpieces?" Before Samantha could even argue, he handed the dresses over to Don. "Be a dear and help your mother try these on, won't you? She'll look stunning, I just know it." Samantha took a look at one of the dresses, her eyebrows knitting together. "Fabio, I don't think these are appropriate." Fabio turned to Don, his eyes flickering with mischief. "What do you think, Donnie?" Don glanced at the dresses and then at his mother. "I think she'd look good in anything, and I'm kind of curious to see how she looks in these." Fabio laughed, clapping Don on the shoulder. "Perfect answer. You're on your way to becoming my second favorite person." Samantha let out a helpless sigh and smiled. "You're both impossible." Don half expected Samantha to refuse again, as the dresses were indeed something most mothers wouldn't feel very comfortable wearing in front of their sons, but now that she agreed, he saw an opportunity. "It's only fair, Mum. You got to see me try on a few outfits." "Fine," Samantha conceded. "But let's make it quick." Fabio clapped his hands, beaming with a smile. "Excellent. Tell me your thoughts when you're done." He then proceeded to walk away, calling out to another customer. "Jenny, darling, those shoes and that top are a no number. Come, let Fabio fix you up." Samantha and Don made their way back to the changing rooms. This time, Don waited outside, holding the dresses. He handed her the first one, a sleek red slip dress. From inside the changing room, Samantha's voice floated out. "I don't know about this one. It looks like it would suit someone with a smaller frame better." "Fabio must have chosen it for a reason," Don replied. "I'm sure you'll look fine." "I don't know." Samantha hesitated, still unsure. "It's kind of tight." "It's all in your head, Mum. Just come out." There was a brief pause before the door slowly opened. Samantha stepped out, wearing the red slip dress. The dress hugged her curvy figure, accentuating her large breasts, wide hips, and curvaceous silhouette. The slit ran up one side, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her leg. She looked both sexy and alluring, her natural beauty enhanced by the elegant design of the dress. Don couldn't help but gulp. "Wow!" Samantha stood awkwardly, tugging at the hem. "How does it look?" "It's bad, isn't it?" "No," Don said quickly. "You look great. You just need to stand more confidently. Come on, strike a pose." Samantha hesitated, her cheeks flushing. "Donnie, you don't have to try and make me feel nice." "I'm not," Don insisted. "You really look great. And since I posed for you, it's only fair you do the same." "Right now, you're my supermodel." Samantha's lips twitched into a smile. "Oh, you," she sighed, and then, putting on a basic pose, she stood with one hand on her hip and the other resting lightly by her side. The dress tightened around her, highlighting her figure in a way that made her look both elegant and sexy. "See?" Don said, his tone playful and encouraging as he tried to make Samantha more at ease. "You look amazing." Samantha's smile widened, and she relaxed a bit. "Thanks, Donnie. You really know how to cheer me up." Don smiled at Samantha and shrugged his shoulders a little. "Well, I'm just saying it as it is." "Now try posing from the side." "Really?" She sighed. "Isn't that pose enough?" "It is," Don replied, "but when modeling an outfit, it's always good to show different angles of the front, side, and back so you can judge how you'd look. Plus, performing different poses helps to see how you'd look in a public place where you'd likely change postures a lot." Don's reasoning was, of course, all lies that he came up with on the spot, but they sounded legit enough that Samantha couldn't bring herself to argue. In fact, she looked a bit impressed. "Since when did you become a know-it-all on women's fashion?" Don gave another light shrug. "Well, one of the few hobbies I had in Columbia was photography. It's the principle I followed for taking photos of people. Unfortunately, I never got to have a model as beautiful as you." Samantha couldn't help but laugh. "You're spoiling me with compliments." "I'm just campaigning for my birthday early, Don joked. He knew if he gave her compliments more seriously it would just come across as weird since he was her son. His approach worked as Samantha pretended to act shocked, holding her chest as if offended. I can't believe my own son is exploiting me for gifts. It's not exploiting if we're both having fun, Don argued with a playful smile. Samantha laughed warmly, thinking Don was right. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself shopping like this. It was only now that Samantha realized that she was truly enjoying their time together. Still, she had her doubts. Are you really having fun, Donnie? Isn't it boring to shop with your mother? Not at all, Don replied sincerely. I missed spending time with you. But enjoy it while it lasts because it won't be long before I start avoiding shopping like the plague. Samantha couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll enjoy it while it lasts. That's the spirit, Don said, grinning as he directed her. Now, pose from the side and then the back. Samantha sighed but complied, turning to show her side profile. Don watched as she shifted awkwardly, trying to follow his instructions. Okay, now lift your left arm a bit and place your hand on your hip. Perfect. Now, turn your head slightly to the left and smile. Samantha did as instructed, her pose becoming more confident. Her side profile was highlighted beautifully in the red slit dress. The dress hugged her large breasts, wide hips, and curvy figure, making her look incredibly sexy once more. Now, turn around and do the back, Don said. Samantha turned, revealing the low-cut back of the dress. She glanced over her shoulder, her expression a mix of nervousness and amusement. Like this? Exactly, Don said, trying to keep his voice steady. You look amazing, Mum. Samantha laughed softly. You're too kind, Donnie. I don't know if I believe you, but I do appreciate it. Don was glad to see his strategy was working out. At least with this she'll be more at ease around me going forward. But wow, does she honestly look great. I mean it. You look incredible. You just need to have more confidence. Why do I feel so happy when he compliments me? Does he really think that? Samantha sighed but smiled, feeling a warmth in her chest. Thank you, Donnie. This has been more fun than I expected. Good, Don replied. Because you deserve to feel as beautiful as you look. Samantha felt a lump in her throat at his words, her eyes misting slightly. Oh, Donnie, you're too good to me. Alright, let's not push it with the cheesy compliments, Don thought, reminding himself that he was still her son and to watch what he said. Okay, now for the full turn, Don instructed. Start from the front, then slowly turn to the side, and finally show the back. Samantha took a deep breath and did as instructed. She stood straight, her posture a bit stiff as she turned slowly. Her movements were rigid at first, but as she saw Don's encouraging smile, she grew more confident. Each angle highlighted a different aspect of the dress and her figure, making her look like a seasoned model. Perfect, Don said, clapping his hands together. You're a natural, Mum. Samantha chuckled, feeling a bit more at ease once again. You're too much, Donnie. Don was tempted to urge Samantha to pose more provocatively, but he decided against it, knowing it would only ruin the moment. Instead, he focused on enjoying the experience as it was. Samantha tried on 3 more dresses, each different but alluring in its own way. The first was a deep emerald green gown with a plunging neckline and a thigh-high slit. The fabric clung to her curves, making her look very seductive. When she stepped out, Don couldn't help but clap to encourage her. You look stunning, Mom, he said with a genuine smile. That color suits you. Samantha blushed lightly, twirling to show off the dress. Really, you think so? Don had been so great with his acting that she didn't even notice herself becoming more active and open to modeling for him. After all, to her, she was simply having a fun time with her son. Absolutely, Don replied. You should definitely keep that one. The second dress was a sleek, midnight blue one with an open back and a halter neck. The dress hugged her figure, the fabric shimmering slightly as she moved. Samantha's confidence had grown, and she stepped out with a little more swagger this time. Wow, Don said, even making his eyes go wide. That's definitely a keeper too. Samantha laughed, feeling more and more like a model with each outfit. You're just saying that to be nice. No, I mean it, Don insisted while raising a thumbs up. You look incredible. The third dress was the most daring of all. It was a very short, tight black mini dress that left little to the imagination. The dress barely reached mid-thigh, and when Samantha turned around, one could even see the outline of her panties. Samantha hesitated, standing behind the curtain. "Donnie, I really think this one is inappropriate." "I'll be the judge of that," Don said, trying to sound encouraging. Reluctantly, Samantha stepped out, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's too tight and short." "Wow," Don thought, genuinely taken aback that Samantha was standing in front of him wearing that. On the surface though, he knew he had to choose his words carefully. "You look incredible. But yeah, it's a bit tight and definitely isn't appropriate for just any occasion. If I had a girlfriend though and she wore that dress for me to a dinner or something, I'd be the happiest guy in the world." Samantha smiled, standing a little less awkwardly. "You really think so?" "Definitely," Don affirmed. "Now, do a final spin to show off the dress, and we're done." "That's enough modeling today." Samantha complied, doing a slow spin. The dress hugged her figure, highlighting every curve. She felt both embarrassed and exhilarated, thinking to herself, "Oh God, I feel so young again. I shouldn't be so happy getting compliments from my son but..." she inwardly thought. But before Samantha could think or say anything else, the ground suddenly shook, rumble and a loud explosion boom could be heard coming from outside the store. The sound was deafening, and the force of the blast rattled the windows and knocked over several mannequins. The explosion nearly caused Don to fall over, but he maintained his balance by quickly placing his hand against a nearby wall. Thanks to his superhuman senses, Don was able to react quickly and turn to face Samantha with open arms in an attempt to grab her. But just at that moment, two more loud, consecutive explosions sounded, one coming from right above the store and the second seemingly from afar, but much more powerful. Before either he or Samantha could question it, the force of the second explosion caused the windows of the store to shatter and break inward, sending a shockwave in all directions. This time, even Don couldn't react in time. He felt the powerful force of the shockwave strike his body, causing him to fall to the ground just as he managed to grab Samantha, who fell with him. They hit the floor with a loud thud, and Samantha immediately groaned in pain. "Ugh," while Don simply gritted his teeth, as a feeling of soreness and dizziness overtook his body. "Mom, we need to..." Before Don could finish what he was saying, his eyes widened and his grip on Samantha tightened as he caught sight of the ceiling breaking apart. "Watch out!" he yelled, using all the strength he could muster to hold Samantha tight and force his body into a roll. "What are you?" Samantha, still in pain and confused, didn't know in which direction to look as Don grabbed her and rolled to the side. Not even a split second after, a chunk of the ceiling fell and landed on the spot they had just vacated. Both their hearts were beating incredibly fast, and a clear sense of panic and fear had arisen. Just like back at the hotel, Don found himself feeling strange. Despite being sore just a moment ago, his body began to feel light, his hearing grew sharper, and his gaze could even make out small details amidst the chaos that had erupted within the store. "What's that?" Don suddenly asked as he heard the sound of several footsteps drawing closer to the store. They didn't seem far off, and that's why he asked. But Samantha simply looked at him with confusion, hugging him protectively and looking around for any signs of a threat but seeing none. "What is it, Donnie? Are you okay?" "We need to leave before something else goes, sir." Samantha trailed off and couldn't finish her words as she soon understood why Don suddenly looked so concerned. With many of the mannequins and clothing racks now toppled over, even near the changing rooms, Samantha could see a group of individuals dressed in green jumpsuits with thorn-like spikes attached to their arms and legs. They also had strange, intimidating masks and all carried baseball bats with scribbled slogans that Samantha couldn't make out. Don, however, could. Narrowing his eyes to look at the slogans, he was confused by what they read: Green Revolution, Nature Strikes Back, Earth First, and Environmental Exploitation Must End. Don couldn't make sense of this until Samantha yelled out in terror, "They're green thorns. Nightshade must be attacking Central Mall." She revealed this with a deep sense of fear in her voice. Don was about to ask who exactly these green thorns and Nightshade were, but then he recalled the name from the radio, the Supervillain. He stopped himself from asking more because, Despite the chaos of the current situation, he still had to maintain his character. Who knew if this so-called Nightshade was a very well-known supervillain not only in the city but beyond? It would be strange for Don not to know him. But since he couldn't ask about the Green Thorns and Nightshade, he had to rack his brain for an idea, and he couldn't immediately think of one. Samantha looked at his concerned expression and thought to herself, I need to get us out of here. In her mind, as a concerned mother, she needed to save her son. Donnie, quickly, let's hide in the dressing rooms. The Green Thorns are known for being violent. Although Samantha was trying to be the adult in the situation, it was clear that she was also very scared and likely had never been in such a situation before, evident by her trembling hands. She held Don tightly by the arm, trying to tug him toward one of the rooms. But just as she was doing this, a loud noise caused both of them to turn their attention back to the marching Green Thorns, who began using their bats to strike mannequins and shelves. Some turned to enter the store. Don, who could see beyond, noticed some of the Green Thorns breaking away and entering other stores and even kiosks that served hot dogs and ice cream, yelling murderer as they used their bats to smash into the structures. Please, don't hurt me. The various people present in the mall had different reactions to these, some begging, most running, and a few even trying to fight back. As the scene grew more chaotic, 4 of the Green Thorns entered the Mikasa store and immediately began to strike mannequins and racks, yelling Green Justice. Green Justice. How dare you wear our animal brothers and sisters. Some patrons within the store tried to run away but were caught, and in a strange set of actions, they were stripped of their clothes and forcefully branded with similar slogans as those on the bats of the Green Thorns. What is this? Don wondered before looking at Samantha, who was simply too stunned to speak with no idea of what to do. Don felt Samantha's idea to hide might be the best, and he also turned toward the dressing room, but just at that moment, one of the Green Thorns charged toward them, yelling Green Justice. Green Justice. The sight of this unknown masked man charging at them with a bat was extremely terrifying. The man didn't even bother to stop as he came close and immediately looked poised to strike. Wait, please, Samantha tried to beg, but Don reacted on instinct. He could see the figure already looking to strike them. Without thinking too much, Don shielded Samantha with his back turned toward the attacker. As the bat came down, it struck him on the back. Arg! Don let out a loud groan as the bat struck him on the upper shoulder, with a small part of it even hitting his head. Donnie! Samantha screamed. Suddenly, Don felt lighter, the wrong kind of light, and his vision grew hazy. No, a broken bar. I don't want to die. Not again a broken bar, he thought as he slowly lost consciousness. Arg, a broken bar. Don struggled to make sense of everything as he began to open his eyes. He raised his head from a slumped position and could feel that he was being tugged by his pants. As his vision went from blurry to clear, he saw Samantha currently cornered against the wall with one of the Green Thorns in front of her, madly yelling, Green Justice. As he reached forward and grabbed one of the shoulder straps of the dress she was wearing. No, get away from me! Samantha yelled out, but the man ignored her and pulled at the strap, ripping it in one motion and causing her to cry out as tears began to form on her face. No, sob. Please, I beg you, she pleaded, quickly holding on to the part of the strap that had been ripped to prevent it from falling and revealing her breasts. Don was about to yell her name but stopped himself at the last second, remembering he wasn't just a stranger to this woman. In that moment, he felt another tug on his pants, and only then did he bother to look behind and saw another Green Thorn aggressively standing over him. Don only noticed at this moment that he had been stripped of his shirt and now the Green Thorn was trying to strip him of his pants. When the Green Thorn saw that Don was awake, he stopped tugging at his pants and tried to reach for Don's neck. However, Don reacted quickly and rolled over before lunging himself forward and head-butting the Green Thorn. Because the Green Thorn was wearing a mask, Don felt the most pain from this action, but he had acted out of necessity rather than logic. His movements were chaotic and not at all planned. Despite the pain he felt from head-butting the Green Thorn, once he saw that it was enough to push his attacker back, he quickly rose to his feet and sprinted towards Samantha, who was currently struggling to fight back against the Green Thorn attacking her as he tried to remove her hand from the strap she was holding. "You're wearing our brothers and sisters' skin, you monster! Take it off! Take it off!" The man frantically yelled, not hearing the footsteps coming from behind. He was completely caught off guard when Don decided to tackle him with full force from the back. The unexpected attack forced him forward, causing his head to collide with the wall in front of him. Ugh! Even Samantha let out a shrill scream as she crossed both hands over her chest and shut her eyes. The green thorn was clearly dazed by the attack, and though he didn't fully fall to the ground, Don proceeded to grab him by the waist and pull him away from Samantha. The green thorn couldn't react to this and stumbled away, falling to the ground as he let out a minor groan. Mom, are you okay?" Don urgently asked the crying Samantha, who simply raised her head to look at him with tears running down her face. Although she only had a few scrapes and the only damaged things were her glasses and dress, she looked absolutely horrified by what was about to happen to her. So much so that she could barely speak because most of the words got stuck in her throat. "Green justice." Before Don could reply, the green thorn he had initially escaped from had recovered and was now charging toward him. Don snapped his head back and showed a look of concern. Thanks to his superhuman senses, he caught sight of the bat Samantha's attacker had dropped in the corner of his eye. Without even thinking twice, Don crouched to pick it up just as the green thorn reached him. Don angrily grunted as he raised the bat in a swinging motion, striking the green thorn on his hip with all the force he could muster. Argh! The green thorn let out a visible cry of pain and held his hip as he fell to the ground. But Don didn't let up. Fueled by adrenaline, fear, and sheer instinct, he felt it would be too dangerous to stop. Without thinking twice, as the green thorn fell, Don moved forward and swung the bat, striking the man in the head, aiming for the front of his face. Bam! The bat hit the green thorn's mask with a slight metallic thud. This time, he only managed to let out a minor grunt of pain as his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Not even a second later, a small trail of blood could be seen coming from under his mask. But even then a broken bar Don wasn't done. Samantha gasped and held her chest tighter as she watched Don. She looked even more shaken when she saw the trail of blood coming from under the mask of her attacker. However, looking at her son's figure, she realized he wasn't done as he approached the green thorn in full, slow steps before raising the bat above his head. "Donnie, what are you?" Samantha muttered in a low tone. But right now, she couldn't reach Don. Without hesitation, he proceeded to swing the bat downward, striking the already fallen green thorn on the head once again with as much force as he could muster. This time, the mask cracked, and even more blood could be seen trailing from under it. Samantha couldn't help but bring one hand up to her face and cover her mouth, as she let out a silent gasp. Don's grip on the bat loosened for a moment, and he just looked at the fallen green thorn while catching his breath. His hands began to tremble slightly as the realization of what he had done slowly began to creep in. No matter what sort of world he had found himself in, Don had still come from a world of relative peace where taking a life was no small matter. Even if it was to some, he wasn't such a person. So to be made to do so, even by circumstance, came as a shock to his mind. Shocking as it was, however, he didn't allow it to cause him to waver. He couldn't because, in that moment, the green thorn he had initially tackled began to struggle to his feet. You, the green thorn muttered as he raised his head to look in Don's direction and at his fallen comrade. Without uttering a word back, Don's grip on the bat became tight again and he looked at the green thorn with an angry but confused gaze. You, the green thorn mumbled again, clearly dazed, as he approached Don while still holding his hip, only stretching out one hand as he tried to punch Don. However, his movements were sloppy, and even without Don's superhuman senses, he could be perceived as slow. The moment he stepped within reach, Don swung the bat and struck him at the side of his head, causing him to violently hit the wall before his body eventually slumped to the ground. That single strike was enough, and the green thorn no longer looked to be a threat as his body eerily twitched while blood trickled down certain parts of his mask. Samantha looked at Don in disbelief, and he met her gaze for a moment. He could immediately see the surprise in her eyes, but he didn't know whether it was from the madness of the current situation or from seeing his actions. Whatever the case, He soon turned his gaze away, still worried that the situation wasn't over. He looked forward while catching his breath, holding the bat tight, and continued to hear strange yells of green justice. Defenders of nature. Coming from outside. Don racked his mind for a solution as he heard the chants of green justice and nature strikes back echoing from outside the store. He knew they had to do something quickly, but what? Before he could formulate a plan, he heard a sudden shuffling noise behind him. Spinning around, he lifted his bat, ready to strike. But he stopped short as he saw that the noise came from Samantha, who still looked shaken and pale. Her wide eyes met his, and she opened her mouth, as if to say something. But before she could speak, her eyes widened further, and she yelled, "Look out!" Don's senses snapped to attention. He turned to see the remaining 2 green thorns in the store, now menacingly facing him. One of them, particularly tall and muscular, held an unconscious and naked Fabio by the hair. Fabio's body hung limply, covered in bruises that told of a fierce struggle. Samantha, adjusting her glasses with trembling hands, let out a shocked gasp. "No, Fabio," she muttered weakly, her legs too numb from fear to stand. The muscular green thorn pointed his bat at Don, and his comrade yelled out, "Green justice!" Before charging forward with his own bat raised high. The first blow came fast. Wham! Don managed to block it with his bat, but the force of the impact sent a jolt through his arms. The green thorn was relentless, swinging again. Thud. This time, the bat connected with Don's side, sending a sharp pain through his ribs. Arg! Gritting his teeth, Don retaliated with a swift swing aimed at the green thorn's legs. Crack! The bat struck the man's shin, causing him to stumble. But he recovered quickly, swinging his bat wildly again in response. Swish! Don narrowly dodged the blow, feeling the rush of air as the bat passed his face. As if the situation couldn't get any worse, the commotion attracted another green thorn from outside and he immediately joined to help, lunging at Don with a yell, "Murderer!" Bam! The two collided, grappling fiercely. Don used all his strength to push the attacker back, but the second green thorn was quick, landing a punch to Don's gut. Oof! The wind was knocked out of him, but he held his ground, swinging his bat in a wide arc. Whack! It caught the second attacker in the shoulder, making him yelp in pain. Don's focus shifted back to the first green thorn, who was now coming at him with renewed fury. Clang! Their bats clashed, and Don felt his grip weaken. The green thorn took advantage, striking Don's arm. Crunch! Pain shot through Don's arm, and he nearly dropped his bat. "Donnie, be careful!" Samantha worryingly yelled out, her voice filled with fear and concern. Ignoring the pain, Don swung his bat low, aiming for the green thorn's knee. Thwack! Uck! The man cried out, his leg buckling. Don seized the moment, raising his bat high again and bringing it down with all his strength. Smash! The bat connected with the green thorn's shoulder, sending him falling to the floor. But the second green thorn was not done. He lunged at Don from behind, wrapping his arms around him in a bear hug. Don immediately struggled, feeling the pressure on his ribs increase. Desperate, he swung his bat backward and bonk, it hit the man's head, making him loosen his grip. Don used this chance to break free and turned, delivering a powerful kick to the green thorn's chest. Thump! The man staggered back, but Don wasn't done and proceeded to swing his bat one final time. Crack! The blow landed squarely on the green thorn's head, knocking him, cracking his mask and causing his body to fall limp. Breathing heavily, Don looked around, his eyes landing on Samantha, who was watching him with fear and worry plastered all over her face. He then glanced at the muscular green thorn, still holding Fabio by the hair. "Let him go," Don demanded, his voice still clear despite the pain radiating through his body. The green thorn hesitated, looking between Don and his unconscious comrades. He then let go of Fabio, who crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. For a moment, it seemed like he might comply, but suddenly, he yelled out, "Green justice!" and charged at Don with heavy steps. Don reacted and swung his bat, aiming for the man's head, but the green thorn blocked it with his forearm and even caused it to break. He grunted in pain but barely slowed down. He then swung his own bat, and Don, unable to dodge in time, raised his arm to block the blow from striking his head. The bat connected with a sickening crack. As Don's forearm absorbed the impact, and the sound of his bone breaking echoed in the narrow space. "Arg!" Don cried out, the pain searing through his arm. In the same instant, the green thorn kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying back. Don collided with the wall right next to Samantha, who gasped in surprise and fear. He slumped to the ground, struggling to breathe as the green thorn approached. Samantha, trembling, hugged Don tightly, shielding him with her body. "Stay away!" She yelled at the approaching green thorn, but he ignored her, raising his bat to strike. "Green justice!" he yelled, swinging down with all his might. Don reacted quickly, shoving Samantha aside before rolling as the bat came down. They narrowly dodged the attack, the bat hitting the floor with a loud thud. In the narrow space, Don kicked the green thorn's leg, causing him to stumble and fall. But the green thorn quickly recovered, lunging at Don with a fierce growl. Don, still on the ground, swung his broken bat at the man's legs, hitting his shins with a sharp smack. The green thorn roared in pain but didn't fall. He kicked at Don's side, the force sending Don skidding across the floor. Don gritted his teeth, feeling the bruises forming on his ribs. A broken bar, but he struggled to his feet, using the wall for support. However, before he could take a moment to recover, the green thorn charged again, his bat raised high. Don knew he couldn't take another hit like the last one. Desperate, he looked around and spotted a fallen mannequin head. He then grabbed it and threw it at the green thorn's face. Smash! The mannequin head struck the man's mask, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, Don lunged forward and swung his broken bat at the man's knee, hitting with all his strength. Crack! Arg! The green thorn cried out and fell to one knee. Don didn't let up and swung again, this time aiming for the man's exposed side. The bat connected with a thud, and the green thorn grunted, trying to regain his footing. Don knew he had to end this quickly, so ignoring the pain in his broken arm, he swung his bat once more, striking the green thorn's head with a resounding crack. The man's mask shattered, and he fell to the ground, but only unconscious. Breathing heavily, Don stood over his fallen opponent, his body aching from the fight. He then glanced at Samantha, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "Are a broken bar. Are you okay?" Don asked, his voice strained. But before he could get an answer, his vision grew fuzzy and he felt his body grow weak as he suddenly collapsed to the crowd. Donnie. Unbeknownst to Don, Samantha, and the rest of the people in Central Mall, a figure had arrived in the skies above. She hovered with an air of authority around her, her long black hair tied into a ponytail that flowed behind her in the wind. Her eyes were a striking red, filled with a stern determination as she looked down at the scene below. She wore a superhero bodysuit that clung to her fit figure, accentuating her toned muscles and wide, thick hips. The suit was a bold combination of red and black, with red covering her chest, blue and red on her arms, and black and red on her legs. Gold trim highlighted her chest and abs, and a glowing blue star rested just below her bountiful breasts. With her hands on her hips, she scanned them all beneath her, her expression one of focus. "Found you," she muttered to herself. As she surveyed the scene below, her ears suddenly twitched slightly and she picked up a faint voice saying, "Don't do this." Turning her head towards the mall's parking lot, she saw a man in a suit frantically waving his hands. "Don't do this, Red Star," he shouted with clear desperation in his voice. "You're not authorized to operate as a hero on United Provinces soil." Red Star's frown deepened as she looked at the man. "A true hero isn't bound by the laws of man," she muttered in a low, firm tone. "All vermin of the earth who come before me shall be punished. In the name of Mother Asa, I bring justice and order." Her eyes glowed a fierce red as she finished speaking. Then, with a powerful burst of speed, Red Star flew towards the mall, her form cutting through the air like a missile. Back in the parking lot, the man in the suit cursed under his breath. "Fuck, I'm not getting paid enough to deal with these foreign heroes." He quickly took out a phone and pressed it to his ear. "Yes, Director, we have a problem," he said, his voice tense and urgent. As Red Star broke through the roof of the mall with a deafening crash, debris rained down around her. She landed with a thud and her imposing figure immediately drew the attention of both the green thorns and the panicking civilians. "Somebody help." "No, stop this please." People were screaming and scattering still, trying to find cover, while the green thorns paused their rampage to stare at the new threat. Red Star, however, paid them no mind. Her eyes scanned the chaotic scene until they locked onto an individual standing atop a set of escalators surrounded by writhing vines. With a stern expression, she yelled, "Nightshade!" The individual was a man in the dark green bodysuit, and he immediately flinched at the sound of his name. His outfit was made from eco-friendly, plant-based materials and was adorned with leafy patterns. His mask resembled the face of a deadly nightshade plant, covering the upper half of his face. He turned to face her, fear evident in his eyes. "Red Star," he stammered, but then he straightened, a twisted smile forming on his lips. "It's too late to stop me. My message has been sent." Red Star's eyes narrowed. What message could possibly warrant such madness and attacks? Nightshade didn't respond verbally. Instead, he extended his arms, and the vines around him came to life, snaking their way down the escalators toward Red Star. She was unfazed by this and prepared for battle, her stance firm. Nightshade knew he couldn't match her strength directly, so he used his control over plants to his advantage. The vines moved quickly, trying to entangle Red Star's legs. But she jumped back, avoiding their grasp, and with a swift motion, she blasted them with an energy beam from her hands. Zap! The vines sizzled and burnt away instantly, but more took their place a few seconds later. Nightshade frowned for a moment but soon grinned as he decided to use the chaos to his advantage. He waved his hands, and the vines grew thicker and faster, spreading throughout the mall. Red Star flew up, avoiding the creeping vines on the ground. She then charged at Nightshade with her fist aimed at his chest. However, he acted fast and raised a barrier of thick roots in front of himself before the punch connected with a loud thud. The roots splintered but held firm. "Is this all you've got, Nightshade?" Red Star taunted as she removed her fist from the roots. Nightshade didn't answer. Instead, he sent a cloud of pollen her way, aiming to disorient her. Red Star's enhanced senses warned her of the incoming attack, and she flew back, avoiding the worst of it, but some of the pollen reached her. She coughed and her vision blurred momentarily. Taking advantage, Nightshade sent more vines after her, trying to entangle her limbs. But she shook off the effects of the pollen and used her immense strength to rip the vines apart. She then flew forward again, this time with more caution. As she closed the distance, Nightshade shouted, "Green Thorns, protect your leader." Immediately, several green thorns rushed to his aid, their bats and makeshift weapons raised. They tried to surround Red Star, hoping to overwhelm her with numbers. However, Red Star's eyes glowed red as she unleashed a series of energy blasts, taking out several green thorns with each shot. Zap, zap. The green thorns fell, but more kept coming. She couldn't use her full power without risking the lives of innocent civilians nearby. "Count yourself lucky that I promised not to kill on foreign soil, coward." Nightshade used this to his advantage, continuing to send waves of vines and roots at her. One vine managed to wrap around her ankle, pulling her off balance. She fell to the ground with a thud, but quickly rolled and blasted the vine away. "Tsk, this is pointless." "Is this your idea of justice?" Red Star shouted, anger and annoyance rising in her voice. "Using innocent people as shields?" Nightshade just laughed, his voice echoing through the mall. "Justice? No, this is retribution. The world needs to wake up to the damage it's causing." Red Star didn't waste any more time with words. She flew up, high above the mall floor, and then dove straight at Nightshade, using her enhanced speed to close the gap quickly. He tried to block her with another wall of roots, but she plowed through it with ease, the splintering wood scattering around her. She managed to grab Nightshade by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "This twisted game ends now," she declared, her eyes glowing with fierce energy. Nightshade, in a last-ditch effort, released a potent toxin from his hands, aiming it directly at her face. Red Star winced as the toxin hit her, causing a burning sensation, but her durability protected her from the worst of it. Instead she tightened her grip on Nightshade and threw him across the mall. Whoosh! Crash! He hit a column and slumped to the ground, dazed but not defeated. "You think a broken bar this will stop a broken bar the revolution?" he panted, struggling to even stand. Unfortunately, Red Star didn't give him a chance to recover. She flew at him with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick to his midsection. Thud! Nightshade doubled over in pain. The wind completely knocked out of him. Desperate, he called out to his remaining minions. "Stop her! Protect me!" The green thorns rushed at Red Star from all directions, but she proceeded to fight them off. With a series of punches and energy blasts, her movements incredibly fast and lethal. Bam! Zap! Smash! Each hit sent a green thorn flying, but they kept coming, trying to wear her down. Nightshade used the distraction to summon more vines, this time focusing on the civilians, hoping to force Red Star to divide her attention. Vines snaked towards a group of people cowering behind an overturned table. Red Star's enhanced senses picked up their cries for help and she spun around, firing an energy beam that incinerated the vines before they could reach the civilians. Zap! Nightshade took the opportunity to strike her from behind with a vine whip. Whack! The force of the blow sent her staggering forward, but she quickly regained her balance, looking more annoyed than in pain. "Enough of this!" she shouted. She then flew up, dodging more vines, and then came down with a powerful punch aimed at Nightshade's head. He raised his arms to block, but the force of her punch broke through his defense, hitting him squarely in the face. Crack! Nightshade fell to the ground, his mask shattered and blood trickling from his nose. He groaned in pain, trying to crawl away, but Red Star grabbed him by the back of his suit and lifted him off the ground. "You're done," she said, her voice cold and final. "Count yourself lucky, vermin. If it were up to me, you'd have died the moment I saw you." She proceeded to knock him out with a swift punch to the jaw. Thud! With Nightshade defeated, Red Star turned her attention to the remaining green thorns. She flew through the mall, dispatching them with quick, efficient strikes. Bam! Zap! Smash! Each hit was accurate, neutralizing the threat without causing any harm to the civilians. Meanwhile, Samantha was hiding in the changing rooms, clutching Don's body. She stroked his hair, tears streaming down her face, and kissed his forehead repeatedly. "Please be okay," she whispered through her sobs. "Please, Donnie, wake up." "Is it over a broken bar?" Don thought to himself as he felt soreness all over his body. He was in a groggy and dazed state, struggling to even open his eyes, which felt incredibly heavy. As he began to open them, he saw a bright, blurry white light and flashes of red and blue in the distance. Trying to open his mouth, he could taste his own dried blood on his lip. Amidst this, he heard a faint voice calling his name, "Donnie, Donnie." The longer he listened, the louder and clearer it got. "That's Samantha," Don realized just as he was finally opening his eyes. Once fully opened, he realized he was in the back of an ambulance, the source of the bright white light coming from above. He looked to his right and saw a paramedic tending to him. When he looked to his left, he saw his mother, who, upon seeing her son wake up, exclaimed, "Donnie." Overcome by emotion, she leaned in and hugged him. Don couldn't help but groan out in pain, immediately causing Samantha to pull back. "I'm sorry," she quickly apologized, realizing that although Don was awake, he was still in bad shape. At this time, the paramedic tending to Don raised a tablet, which showed a digital representation of the male body with certain areas highlighted in red and having information. After looking at this device for a moment, the paramedic raised his head to look at Don and asked, "Are you by any chance a superhuman?" Don weakly turned to face the paramedic, but before he could answer, Samantha spoke for him. "Yes, he is, but he barely has any powers." As a boy, he was only slightly more aware than other children, and the doctor said he had enhanced senses as well as speedy healing. The paramedic nodded while scratching his head before replying, "Well then, he must have evolved because according to my data here, his injuries have healed by a good margin. Look at these. The muscle damage caused by his hand getting broken has already been repaired, and from the looks of it, his arm should be healed within the week. His blood levels are also almost back to normal. Otherwise, he would have stayed unconscious until a transfusion was done. When was the last time you got a superhuman evaluation? I don't remember, Don weakly muttered, finding it hard to even raise his limbs. I see. Well, I'll suggest you go get one to have a better idea of your capabilities. You might be in the higher tier of those in C class with a body like this. But anyway, Mom, like I said, he should be fine with a bit of rest. Before the paramedic could finish speaking, Samantha glanced at Don, who was in pain, and then back at the paramedic before arguing. Can't you see he's in pain? I've been begging you to rush him to the hospital for the past 10 minutes. Now you're telling me he's all fine and we should wait? Can we get a doctor's opinion on this? The paramedic couldn't help but force an awkward smile as he replied respectfully, Mom, I understand your concern, but we already sent the data to the hospital in initial preparation for his arrival. This device here is actively monitoring the state of his body in real time, and according to it, your son should be fine with a week's rest. We're simply following standard medical protocol, especially in the event of superhuman crises with limited spaces available in hospitals. It is always advised to prioritize those more injured and, my son is injured, Samantha argued in a shaky voice, on the verge of tears again. She couldn't help but recall the terrifying situation they had found themselves in and how helpless she felt as her son put his life on the line to protect her. So, though the paramedic was right, as a mother, she wanted to be 100% sure that her son was going to be okay. Before Don could contribute to this conversation, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Secret achievement unlocked. Near-death experience. Secret achievement unlocked. Turn the tables. Secret achievement unlocked. Killer hero. Rewards. Ability upgrade. Basic regeneration. Enhanced regeneration. Ability unlocked. Basic durability. Ability upgrade. Limited telekinesis. Basic telekinesis. Plus 100 aura. Samantha's trust level increased from 35% to 53%. There's even secret achievements? Don questioned, surprised by what he saw. He couldn't help but feel a bit of relief knowing that he didn't risk his life for nothing. Still, that was too close for comfort. I'm way too weak if a bunch of minions can nearly kill me, Don concluded, his brief elation from the rewards fading as they were replaced by a sense of urgency and a need to get stronger lest he find himself in the same situation again, or worse. As the system prompt vanished, Don turned his attention back to Samantha and the paramedic, who were still arguing. Mom, please. No, I demand my son be admitted. You have no idea how here. Before Samantha could finish, Don forced himself to sit upright, groaning as he did before speaking up. Mom, it's fine. No, Donnie, it's not fine. You're clearly in pain. You can barely even sit up. Don understood her worries as a mother, so he needed to be very careful with what he said, as every interaction with her mattered. I understand you're worried, Mom, but I trust the paramedic's conclusion. Besides, we weren't the only ones in that mall. Imagine what happened to the people who couldn't protect themselves like I did. They're the ones who should get the spaces available in hospitals. I wouldn't feel right if people died just because I couldn't handle a bit of soreness, Don replied, showing a weak smile, even though his face hurt just from doing that. Oh, Don, broken bar. Samantha couldn't bring herself to argue with Don's response. Looking at it from that perspective, it did indeed seem a bit too selfish to want her son to be admitted when others may have been more grievously injured. Are you sure you're alright? Don gave a weak nod. Yes, I am. I promise if I feel any worse than I do now, I'll let you know. But Donnie, please. Mom, Don interjected gently. Once Don said this, Samantha couldn't bring herself to argue anymore, and she sighed. Fine. But if after a week you're still like this, I'm going to sue your hospital for that conclusion you've made, she warned the paramedic. No problem, Mom, the paramedic replied with an awkward smile. He couldn't help but glance at Don and give him a thankful look. Well then, let's get you up. The paramedic and Samantha helped Don climb out of the back of the ambulance and stand on his feet. Looking around, he could see they were in the mall's parking lot, which had now become so chaotic that it was hard to recognize. Numerous ambulances and police vehicles were gathered, and along with them, Don could spot reporters and cameramen constantly moving around, either questioning civilians or the police officers themselves. As he was glancing around, his attention turned toward a police officer who approached him and Samantha with an unsure look. Samantha looked worried, and as the officer got close, she asked, "Is there a problem, officer?" The officer didn't immediately reply as he looked at Don and asked, "Are you Don Bright?" A feeling of worry overcame Don, but it wasn't like he could deny this. For the officer to approach him and ask, he obviously knew. So with a bit of hesitation, he answered, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" The officer didn't give a direct answer, and instead asked, "Could you please come with me?" Samantha's expression turned from concern to confusion once she heard the police officer's request. She immediately reached out to Don and locked hands with him, then looked at the officer with narrowed eyes. "Why does he need to come with you? What is going on?" The officer turned to face Don's mother but didn't make himself much clearer. "If you could both please follow me, everything will become clear." Samantha was far from the type who would normally find trouble with the police, but this time the only thing on her mind was getting Don home so he could be properly tended to after everything they had been through. For someone to ask them to follow without making things clear made her truly upset. "Why can't you make it clear now? If you're looking to get statements from the victims of this incident, then find some other people." "My son is injured, and I need to get him home." "Is that going to be a problem, or do I need to call my lawyer for this?" Samantha rasped, her voice now showing the anger she currently felt. The officer sighed. "Mom, please. I was only told by my superiors to find a Don Bright and bring him over there. Whether it's for questioning, a statement, or something else, I have no idea. What I do know is that it's important. So, do with that information what you will." The officer just sighed and tipped his hat, clearly not wanting to argue with Samantha any longer. Once she got this explanation, her anger faded and she looked concerned yet again, glancing at Don out of the corner of her eye. Don, who had been silent this entire time, was also very curious as to why they asked for him, but considering what the police officer said, he could make a few guesses. Superhuman world or not, taking a life is no small issue. It has to be about that. Maybe they saw what I did through the cameras, and they want to question me? He thought. Turning his attention to his mother, he found her already looking at him with concern. "I don't know, Donnie." "What do you think?" she asked, also inwardly reaching a similar conclusion to Don, though more worried that it would lead to more problems. "Well, it's best we go now and see what the problem is. It won't look good if they end up following us home, and it's not like I'm guilty of doing anything wrong," Don replied confidently. Samantha nodded in agreement, though the grip with which she held his hand tightened, which showed Don that she was still very much tense and worried despite her agreement. "Okay, let's go." Don and Samantha began following the officer as he made his way past ambulances tending to civilians and officers questioning others. The parking lot was huge, and it became quite hard to maneuver through with all the people that had gathered there. Eventually, they arrived at a perimeter set by the police, with officers standing around a few vehicles at the center. The first thing Don noticed upon arriving was that it was incredibly noisy compared to the other areas of the parking lot. More importantly, it was the place with the most media personnel trying to get through. He could barely hear himself think as numerous reporters stretched out their hands over the perimeter, holding out their microphones and yelling out their questions. Commissioner Bateman, a question, please." One female reporter yelled out, but like the rest, she was ignored. As the officer, Don, and Samantha reached the perimeter, he stopped, saying to one of his colleagues, "I found the kid, but his mother won't let him." Before the officer could finish, the colleague he was talking to narrowed his eyes at Don and Samantha, who were right behind the officer. "Oh, you found them. Go on ahead." The officer was surprised by this and turned around to see Don and Samantha. As their gazes met, Samantha quickly said, "This better be quick." The officer didn't say anything and simply waved them over, and the police making the perimeter opened up to allow them through while holding back the many reporters who tried to make their way in. After passing the perimeter, Don's eyes immediately settled on the individuals within it, particularly Red Star, who stood out like a sore thumb not simply because of her flashy outfit and figure, but also because she was the tallest person present. being over 200 centimeters tall. It almost seemed absurd to look at for Don to possess such a physique with such a height seemed impossible, but there it was. As if feeling his very intense gaze on her, Red Star casually turned her head in the direction the officer, Don, and Samantha were in. She, too, ignored the officer and Samantha, focusing solely on Don before asking the people around her, "Is that the boy?" Did she feel me looking at her? Don wondered, surprised by how quickly she looked his way. It made him immediately turn his focus elsewhere and be more cautious going forward. She must be the hero who dealt with the attack, Don quickly concluded. As they reached Red Star and the group of people around her, Don realized he had initially focused on her and failed to notice another individual who stood out, but perhaps a bit more subtly. Unlike Red Star, he didn't adorn a flashy superhero suit but instead wore a neat white suit with a matching fedora and a brown walking cane in hand. He had a full white beard, deep brown eyes, and graying medium-length hair. Despite looking older, he had an incredibly fit and muscular physique that was prominent even through his suit. In addition, he was also well above average in height, only a few centimeters shorter than Red Star. Next to this individual was a man who stood out even less, as he was roughly the same height as Don. He wore a black, loose-fitting suit and had black, slightly disheveled hair. He wore a large pair of spectacles which he adjusted upon seeing Don and Samantha. The last person of interest on the scene was a stern-looking, overweight man who was bald and wore smart casual attire with a trench coat on top. He was the person Red Star's question was directed at, and in response, he lifted a large A1 photo he was holding. "Yeah, that's him." All these individuals looked to be of great importance, and Don knew none of them, which worried him, depending on what he was being called here for. This was, of course, only a possibility, and he didn't allow it to make him visibly nervous. He simply met the gazes of all these individuals while trying his best not to show any suspicious reaction. Good thing my face hurts, Don thought. As they reached this group of people, Samantha, who couldn't see far because of her damaged spectacles, finally recognized some of the people present. "Commissioner Bateman?" she muttered, recognizing the police commissioner of Santos City, the overweight man wearing the trench coat. She then turned her gaze to the man holding the cane, and her eyes widened even more. "Mr. Invincible?" Finally, Samantha's gaze settled on Red Star. "You're that European hero, a broken bar Red Star. What's going on?" The director showed a smile and let out a hearty laugh. "These days, I just go by Director Graham, not Mr. Invincible. My harrowing days are long behind me." "You must be the boy's mother." "I apologize for the inconvenience. We were wondering if he or you could clear up something for us." Samantha turned her attention to Director Graham and didn't speak as provocatively as she did to the officer. "And what might that be?" she asked in a slightly shaky voice. Director Graham maintained a smile and turned his gaze toward Don before explaining, "You see, Red Star here isn't authorized to act on United Province's soil, but by choosing to save the people who are in Central Mall from Nightshade, she's landed herself in a bit of trouble. However, she's made it clear that she didn't kill any of Nightshade's green thorns during her efforts to save the people, but 4 dead bodies were found in the Mikasa clothing store. Since surveillance was taken out during the explosions, we wanted to confirm with those captured going into the store last before the attack if they could confirm what Red Star is saying." Most of the people were victims of the green thorns, like the owner who is still unconscious and has been rushed to the hospital. "We were simply asking if you could shed light on this matter." Samantha stood closer to Don and held his hand tighter. Her instincts as a mother told her to defend her son. "Donnie isn't a registered hero, so he could get in trouble for killing those green thorns. A broken bar. They're probably just looking for a scapegoat," Samantha wildly thought. Having seen enough outrageous cases during her time as a resident in Santos City. With that in mind, she quickly tried to answer. "We didn't." Before she could finish, Don, having reached a different conclusion, interrupted her and answered, "I killed them." Don's answer, though the truth, seemed to come as a surprise as everyone looked at him skeptically, especially Commissioner Bateman, who proceeded to narrow his eyes at Don and ask, "Don't lie to me, son. I understand if you're a fan of Red Star here, but this isn't some small issue that you can lie about. Don was a bit surprised to get this response, and it showed on his face as he looked at the commissioner with a bit of confusion as he replied, "I'm being honest." "Why would I need to lie about that?" The commissioner shrugged his shoulders slightly and put his hands on his hips, slightly moving his trench coat out of the way as he leaned in to look at Don as if trying to read his face. "Well, I don't know. You tell me." "It could be that you're a fan of Red Star trying to get her out of the situation, or you think this is an opportunity to brag about being a hero. These are far more believable than some child with no record of heroic deeds." And with an evaluation of the commissioner paused as he said this and reached into his trench coat to take out a small data pad before adding, "D." He then showed the screen to Don, which currently had a profile loaded. However, the image present was of him as a child, as that was the last time he had taken an evaluation for superpowers. Don's silence was immediate, and the commissioner seemed to interpret this as being unable to refute the evidence he had shown. "You see?" "Now, please, the truth," the commissioner insisted. Before Don could even give a reply, Samantha stepped forward and suddenly shoved the commissioner back. "Get away from my son." "Mom, you can't do that." The police officer tried to step forward and grab her, but she quickly and aggressively waved him off with her hand, pointing at the commissioner as she angrily stated, "I've just about had enough with you people today. I've been a resident of this city all my life. My father helped build this city into what it is today. I pay my taxes and I am an honest citizen who has never so much as shoplifted, and today my son and I nearly lost our lives because you and your department are so incompetent that you couldn't stop such a large-scale attack on the mall. I can only imagine how many people lost their lives or suffered trauma from the experience, me being one of them." "Mom, please, I'm simply stating the facts," and Commissioner Bateman tried to argue. Samantha simply raised her voice. "No. You listen to me because you have no idea. You have no idea how hard it is to watch as a mother as your son helplessly fights against dangerous men to protect you. I can't even begin to think what could have happened to me if he wasn't there. At the same time, I can't even forgive myself for being so helpless as he nearly fought himself to death. And here you are calling him a liar when it was you who failed to come here in time. Do you think after all this we want to brag to some news station about this disaster to protect her?" Samantha pointed at Red Star, her eyes now becoming watery as she shook her head. "Please, do not insult us, because if that is all you called my son and me here for, then we will gladly leave." Commissioner Bateman was now left speechless. Looking at the emotion with which Samantha spoke, one would find it very hard to think she was lying. Unable to come up with a response, he looked at one of the officers and then at Director Graham as if seeking help in tackling the situation. The one to step up was Red Star, who simply looked at Don and asked, "How did you do it? Describe how you beat those 4 green thorns." "You don't have to." Samantha was about to reject this proposal, but Don interjected. "It's fine. It's better we get this over and done with now so that we're not bothered once we leave." Samantha didn't argue with her son and simply glanced at Commissioner Bateman with a hateful gaze. Don, while looking at Red Star, began to recount the events that transpired within the store. He carefully detailed his fight against the green thorns, including the injuries and damage he had taken. After he was done, he looked to the commissioner and added, "If you still don't believe me, you can confirm the state the paramedics found me in, unless you think I'm lying about that as well." Don was also irritated by the way the commissioner spoke down to him. Right now, both he and Samantha were quite emotional for similar reasons. Her because she couldn't protect her son and he nearly died, and him because he couldn't protect himself and nearly died. Either way, they were both currently frustrated, and Commissioner Bateman's words didn't help. After Don was done, Director Graham spoke up. "The child's story seems to match the injury report found on the green thorns. You could argue that he simply watched Red Star fight, but I think you and I both know that that isn't enough for someone to recount the scene so vividly and accurately." The commissioner now had a complex look on his face as he brought his hands to his head and wiped off some of the sweat that was currently on it. Don's story was now making sense, and it now made him look like an immense and uncaring prick, especially to the mother and son pair who had likely gone through a lot. Thankfully for him, Red Star's curiosity prevented an awkward silence from falling as she asked Don, "How come you healed so quickly then?" "Red Star, you're not supposed to." The man with the spectacles tried to stop Red Star from asking this, but she ignored him as if he wasn't even there. "Do not tell me what to do. If I killed a man, I'd have no problems taking responsibility. I'm also simply trying to confirm if the boy's story is true, and if it is, how come he looks to be in all right condition?" This time, before Don could answer, Samantha spoke up. "Having had enough of all this." "Enough? If you're still curious, the paramedics have the report. Now, if you're done harassing my son and me, we will be leaving, or are we not allowed to?" Samantha no longer looked like she was willing to hear out any more questions, and not even Red Star persisted, choosing to simply keep quiet as she, along with everyone else, looked at the commissioner for an answer. He quickly replied, No, I only wanted to confirm." "Thank you and sorry for holding you, and let's go, Donnie." Samantha didn't even let the commissioner finish. She continued to hold Don's hand as they walked away from the scene. Samantha tried to leave quickly, but Don let out a groan. "Not so fast, I'm still a bit sore." "Oh, sorry, Donnie. I just want to get away from this place as fast as possible." "Yeah, me too." Right now, there were too many unknowns involved when it came to speaking with the individuals Don had just met, and he didn't want to risk anything. But as they walked away, he couldn't help but look back at Red Star and wonder just how powerful she was. After leaving the scene, Don and Samantha made their way back to their car, which took a bit of time to find because of all the people now present in the parking lot. But finding it was only the first problem, as numerous other cars were trying to get in while others were trying to get out, some of them being police vehicles and ambulances which were given priority. "Oh, you have to be kidding me!" Samantha let out a sigh and began slamming the horn hard in irritation. "Come on, move." Don sat silently in the passenger seat and could understand Samantha's frustration. However, he simply reclined his chair slightly and leaned his head back. Samantha turned to and approved this action. "Yeah, you better just try getting some rest, Donnie. We may be stuck here for a bit." After she said this, she reached into the back and took out a bottle of water before handing it to him. "Here, drink some water as well," she offered after opening the bottle for him and bringing it to his face. Don thought, she must think I'm in some serious pain if she won't even let me drink water by myself. He didn't argue, though, as he had never found himself in such a situation. He knew words alone weren't enough to convince a worried mother, so he simply opened his mouth and allowed Samantha to help him drink some water. "How's that?" she asked as she retracted the bottle and closed it before placing it in one of the cup holders. Don smiled and nodded, saying, "That's better." "I'll just try to catch some sleep." Samantha nodded. "Sure thing. I'll wake you up as soon as we arrive." Since they were going to be there for a while, Don didn't want to be awake. Now wasn't really a good time for him to interact with Samantha. The pain he felt aside, he couldn't predict what topics they would even talk about, and thus he wasn't confident he'd be able to handle the interaction as best as he could. So, with that in mind, he closed his eyes and tried to drift into sleep. However, the first thing to come to his mind were thoughts of his parents in his former life. "I wonder what they're up to now, or how they reacted to my death." The combination of the near-death experience and Samantha's response to it as a worried mother made Don reflect on that aspect of his former life. Even though they were far from being the most understanding of parents, they took care of him, gave him a roof over his head, and provided food throughout the years he stayed with them. To take all that for granted would simply be ungrateful. Recalling the way he died, he couldn't imagine how his parents must have felt, especially his mother, looking at Samantha's reaction. He could only inwardly sigh, as there was nothing he could do about that. This was his life now, and he had already accepted it. Though assimilation was proving to be much more difficult than he imagined, and it was in no way as easy as those books he used to read made it seem to be. The emotions, danger and pain involved were far too real, and this incident only affirmed that fact. "I need to get stronger, but how?" This was the prevailing thought on Don's mind as he lay there waiting to drift into sleep. Unbeknownst to Don, immediately after he closed his eyes, Samantha proceeded to look his way with evident worry in her eyes, thinking to herself, "You just came back into my life and I nearly lost you. Why would you risk your life for a mother who couldn't even stand up for you when that bastard kicked you out? I just can't forgive myself." Samantha's grip on her steering wheel tightened, and the guilt she felt regarding Don increased after this incident. But just like Don with his worries, she was unable to deal with them in the present moment and could only reflect on them. So, to try to ease her mind and calm down, she simply turned on the radio and waited patiently for an opportunity to get out of the parking lot. Roughly 30 minutes later, Don, who had managed to fall asleep, was suddenly woken up by Samantha's loud voice. "Unbelievable!" she yelled out, prompting Don to snap his eyes open and look both left and right with urgency as he thought something was wrong. Seeing that they were still in the car and in no immediate danger, he relaxed. His abrupt movement still caught the eye of Samantha, who looked his way and apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry I woke you, Donnie." "It's just..." Before Samantha could explain, a voice from the radio interrupted her, the same one that had brought them the news in the morning. "You heard that right, folks. The true hero of the Central Mall attack isn't Red Star but a young man named Don Bright. He single-handedly fought and killed 4 of Nightshade's Green Thorns in order to protect his mother." Police have refused to comment on this, but according to anonymous sources, they recovered a hidden camera in one of the changing rooms which had been blasted out of place by an explosion and thus managed to catch part of the young man's fight, which is currently circulating on the internet. After having watched it myself, all I can say is that it's truly impressive for a young man who doesn't even possess a Class C evaluation to fight to this level. If Dr. Gadget has shown us anything, you don't need flashy powers to be a great superhero. So, I hope we hear more about this young man soon. Click. Before anything more could be said, Samantha angrily changed the channel, frowning deeply. "How did this even happen? How can the police be so incompetent? I'm definitely going to sue." "Don't they know how dangerous it is to have such information leaked? What if Nightshade ever escapes and wants to take revenge on you? What if he hires some goons to do it from jail? They're clearly bad people who have no problem hurting others, and yet they're blatantly telling the world your identity and what you did," Samantha complained, clearly only seeing the negatives of the content being reported on the radio. At first, Don thought it could be a good thing, but after she gave her perspective on the situation, he shared similar worries, as it was very possible for that to happen. Meanwhile, at Summer's school, Nexus Academy, she and her friend Sylvia were currently sitting in the bleachers of an indoor VR stadium watching a live match in progress against another local high school. The Nexus Academy was a cutting-edge educational institution known for its emphasis on technology and innovation. The school campus was a blend of modern architecture and natural elements. The main building was a sleek, multi-story structure with glass walls that reflected the surrounding greenery, giving it a futuristic and inviting appearance. Throughout the campus, green spaces and recreational areas offered students places to relax and socialize. As for the stadium, the exterior structure had smooth metallic surfaces with pulsating neon accents. Inside, the stadium opened up into a vast arena, with tiered seating arranged in a semicircle around the central VR field. The seats were equipped with individual hollow screens, providing spectators with real-time stats and multiple viewing angles of the match. The central field itself was an expansive, open space that could transform into various terrains and environments, thanks to advanced VR projection technology. Above, a massive transparent dome covered the stadium, displaying a dynamic digital sky that changed with the events of the match. The match itself wasn't at all exciting, and some of the students were on their phones, Sylvia being one of them. While on her phone, she stumbled upon the very leaked video that was being mentioned on the radio. Upon watching it, she didn't immediately recognize Don but immediately recognized Samantha in the background and looked towards Summer, who was seated next to her with surprise. "Summer, is this your mum?" she asked, unsure if she was seeing things right. Summer looked her way and peeped at the phone before narrowing her eyes. She seemed unsure for a moment and grabbed Sylvia's phone to take a closer look before yelling, It's Mom and Donnie. What the hell is this video? She asked, prompting Sylvia to quickly explain. Nightshade attacked Central Mall, and these are some of the videos from the incident. Wait, if that's really them, are they okay right now? Sylvia's tone changed to one of worry as she asked this. Summer didn't answer and immediately reached into her bag to take out her phone, quickly going to the contacts to dial her mum. Sylvia waited anxiously and asked, "Well?" However, Summer removed the phone from her ear the next second and shook her head. "It's not going through." "Shit, I need to go." Saying nothing more, Summer tossed the bag onto her back and stood up from her seat before leaving hurriedly. Summer frantically walked away with her bag slung over her shoulder, worry written all over her face. Sylvia called out from behind, running to catch up. "Hey, are you okay?" "I don't fucking know." "Okay, I just need to get home," Summer replied in a worried tone, unsure of what she would find once she got there. "Does that video say if they're okay or if they made it out?" Summer asked Sylvia, who was walking hurriedly beside her while scrolling through the video's comments. She couldn't find anything useful in the description, and the comments weren't any more helpful. They were a mix of positive, negative, and lateral comments. Some positive comments said, "Ha, the Green Thorns fucked around and found out. And I don't get why the government refuses to allow civilian intervention in such scenarios. If they did, maybe the guy could have helped more people." Right under that comment, another user replied, "History has already shown us that civilian intervention in superhuman matters is dangerous and inefficient, and only leads to the deaths of wannabe heroes, or worse, innocent lives." One more replied, "Pretty sure it's allowed to protect oneself," which is exactly what he did. The rest of the replies under that comment simply focused on arguing on that topic, so Sylvia moved on to the second comment, which was simply negative, reading, "Big deal. My cousin with laser vision would have wiped them without breaking a sweat. Why is everyone hyping this guy like he's the next Mr. Invincible or something? The guy's probably just gonna work in an ordinary office job. LOL." The replies under this were even more numerous than the first, with varied opinions. The first one read, "Damn bro, get off your cousin's dick." Another read, "LOL zip up when you're done, bro," and another user added, "LOL he says his cousin because he knows he hasn't done anything worth bragging about. That's just sad, bro. But anyway, keep glazing." The third comment was more neutral and addressed all the negative comments. "Man, I can't believe how many clowns are in this comment section. If some of you losers bothered to do your research, you would know that according to the police, the guy in the video only has a superhuman evaluation of D, but he still protected his mom with his life from not one, not two, but 4 Green Thorns, who, mind you, have superhuman evaluations of C and are armed and dangerous. Anyone who thinks being a hero is just about powers doesn't know what they're talking about, because if it were that easy to become a superhero, the world would be full of them. But it's not, because it takes more than power. If you ask me, this guy is more of a hero than most new entries we see in the city these days, who only care about promoting their stupid brands and agencies." Sylvia continued to scroll through the comments but found nothing of use and simply shook her head towards Summer. "I can't find anything useful." "Try calling your aunt. Maybe she knows." Summer didn't reply instantly but gave a weak nod before proceeding to do as Sylvia suggested. "It's ringing," she muttered in a soft tone. Unbeknownst to her, back at their house, Amanda's phone was resting on the coffee table in the living room, simply ringing with Amanda nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, not far from Central Mall, in a large SUV that was currently cruising down the highway with police escorts on either side, Red Star and Director Graham were listening to the same news regarding Don on the radio. Red Star, seated to the right with her arms crossed under her bosom, let out a scoff upon hearing the news. "This country's police are very incompetent. Do they not know that by revealing that young man's identity, they're putting him and his family in danger?" Director Graham, who currently sat with both hands on his cane, let out a sigh and gave a small nod. "It was a leak, Red Star. I don't think it was intentional. These days there are far too many groups that hack into police systems and sell information to news agencies or even criminal organizations. But you're right, It could put him in the crosshairs of some supervillains wanting to make an example. If that happens, it would make the police look especially incompetent. So don't worry, I'll have something arranged. Red Star let out another scoff. I am not worried. I was simply making an observation. Director Graham showed a smile as she said this. Well, if you say so. At around the same time, within the Chanel Hills community, Samantha finally pulled up to her driveway and found Amanda anxiously standing by her pickup truck, looking like she too was preparing to leave and go somewhere. Amanda saw Samantha's SUV pull up, and her eyes seemed to light up as she rushed toward it before it even entered the driveway. Samantha proceeded to park right behind Amanda's pickup before exiting the vehicle. Sam. Amanda rushed immediately to hug her. I heard what happened. Are you okay? Is Donnie okay? My God, get your ass in here. Amanda worryingly smothered her sister while peeking into the vehicle to see Don. Samantha gave her a weak nod. We're fine, Amanda, all thanks to Donnie. But he nearly. Samantha couldn't even bring herself to say it, but Amanda, having heard the news and also seen the video, could already guess what she was trying to say, so she simply proceeded to hug her sister tightly. It's all right, Sam. It's all over now. How is he? Is it bad? Samantha weakly shook her head, her eyes becoming a bit teary. I don't know. The paramedics claimed that he will be fine with a bit of rest, but he looks like he's in so much pain. He can barely walk right now. As Samantha was saying this, they could hear another car pulling into the driveway of their neighbor, and she quickly suggested, let's get Donnie inside. If people saw the news, then we might attract unwanted attention here. Amanda agreed, and they both walked over to the passenger side. Once the door was opened, Amanda showed Don a big smile. There's the hero, she praised in an attempt to lighten what she felt was an otherwise very sour mood. Don gave her a weak smile and replied, Hey, Aunt Amanda, I guess you heard the news as well. I did. You two had me worried sick. I was about to drive to the mall right now, worried that I might be going to pick up dead bodies. Seriously, what would I even tell Summer, or worse, Ma? As Amanda said this, Samantha looked visibly worried. Good thing she doesn't even know how to operate a phone. Come on, let's get Donnie inside. Samantha and Amanda proceeded to help Don into the house and up the stairs before Samantha instructed Amanda, could you please prepare a bath for him? Sure thing. Amanda broke away and immediately went into the bathroom to do as Samantha said, while Samantha helped Don to his room. Once inside, Samantha immediately instructed Don, hurry and take your clothes off. As Don turned around to look at Samantha after she told him to begin undressing, he realized she showed no signs of leaving. Does she mean to fully undress in front of her? He wondered. Samantha didn't seem to share the same qualms over the situation as she simply urged him, hurry up, Donnie, we need to get you cleaned up so you can get some rest. I'm sure you'll feel better once your body has been rubbed with a hot towel. I don't think she sees the problem here, Don concluded and chose not to say anything as he proceeded to try and remove his shirt. But just as he was about to take it off, he groaned in pain when he raised it to the chest area, finding it hard to lift his arms any further without feeling immense pain. Donnie, Samantha quickly called out as she walked over to him, her voice filled with serious concern. Does it still hurt? Oh, Donnie, we should have gotten you admitted, she stressed as she raised his shirt slightly and looked at some of the more visible bruises, such as the spot where Don had been struck with a bat. She felt her heart clench just looking at Don being this hurt. Maybe she's right, Don thought. He was in no position to argue with Samantha, and he knew that trying to do so now would only work against him, as he couldn't even hide the pain he was in whenever he put a certain amount of pressure on his limbs. Thankfully, Samantha just sighed and didn't stress the matter any longer. Okay, just stand still. I'll help you undress, she quickly instructed and, without waiting for a response, began looking around the room before settling her eyes on the nearby dresser next to Don's bed. She quickly walked over to it and immediately bent over to the lowest drawer. Don found himself staring at her more than modest rear as she did so, his heart beating faster from anxiety and something else. Damn, I know I shouldn't have these thoughts, but... Don trailed off as he gulped slightly at the sight. Samantha didn't take much time and soon stood back up, prompting Don to snap his head in another direction. Samantha wasn't the least bit aware and simply walked over with urgency, holding a pair of scissors in her hands. As she reached him, she muttered, "Try and stay still." Without waiting for a reply, she began using the scissors to cut Don's shirt. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this a bit wasteful to cut the clothes?" Samantha, not turning her attention away from what she was doing, shook her head and replied firmly, "Clothes can be replaced, Donnie." "You can't." As she said that, she fully cut open the shirt and helped Don easily remove it before tossing it to the floor. "Besides, it's all stretched, dirty, and blood-stained now. There's no point keeping it," she added as she tossed the pair of scissors onto Don's bed and turned her attention to his pants. She was about to reach out and grab the buckle of his belt, but Don prevented her from doing so by reaching for it first. "I can handle that." Samantha simply sighed and adjusted her glasses. "I know you can, Donnie. I just don't want you making your injuries worse. I know you've grown a lot since you've been away, but I'm still your mother. You don't need to be shy around me." As Samantha said this, her voice became a bit low and clearly saddened. It was obvious that all she was trying to do was help her injured son. Don couldn't help but feel inwardly sorry. "It's not that I don't want her to undress me, but in my eyes, she's not my real mother, but instead a beautiful and caring woman. So if she ends up touching me like that and my body reacts, things could get very awkward, very fast." Don thought. Samantha was a woman like any other, and he was yet to adjust to being her son. Even simply calling her mom was something he was trying to get used to. But at least he could control his body's reaction. However, if he did happen to react to her helping him undress or touching his body in a certain way, he didn't know what reaction he would get from Samantha. He compared it to himself and his real mother in his former life, asking himself what would happen if it was him and her in this situation, and his body happened to react in that particular way. "I probably wouldn't hear the end of it, but as a mom, I think she would understand." "Maybe I'm just overthinking all this." Don sighed again, this time more audibly, as he retracted his hands from his buckle, choosing to take the risk and allow Samantha to proceed. "I'm sorry, Mom, it's not that I don't want you to help. I just hate feeling so helpless," Don lied, choosing to give this reason instead, as he knew it would garner a positive response from Samantha. And it did. She showed him a weak smile and approached, bringing her hands over to his face and holding him by the cheeks while looking into his eyes. "Oh, Donnie, you're anything but helpless. You're my savior. You put your body on the line to help us get out of that terrible situation. Now it's my turn as a mother to take care of you. After all, you are the man of the house now, and we can't have you injured for long, now can we?" Samantha smiled a bit more as she jokingly added this, prompting Don to smile back, genuinely finding her words comforting. Despite the emotion present in this scene, Don constantly reminded himself to watch what he said, so he gave calculated response, first nodding his head slightly before replying, "I understand." "Thanks, Mum." Samantha's eyes became watery, and she slightly shook her head. "No, Donnie, thank you for coming back and for protecting me." After she said this, Samantha slightly squeezed his cheeks with a bit of force as she narrowed her eyes. "But you better not put yourself in danger again like that, young man. Am I clear?" Don gave a light chuckle. "If it means protecting you, I can't promise that." Samantha was very touched and very worried at the same time. As a woman, she found his response incredibly reassuring and comforting, but as a mother, it worried her to her very depths. Still, she smiled and simply just shook her head as she pulled away. "Oh, what will I do with you?" Their conversation was cut short when Aunt Amanda's voice called out from the hallway, "Sam, the water is ready." Samantha turned to look at the door and yelled back, "All right." "Thanks, Amanda." Amanda then replied, "No problem. I'll be in the kitchen whipping up something for our hero, just call me if you need me." After saying that, Amanda's footsteps could be heard walking away from the door. Samantha turned her attention back to Don, or rather to his parents, before stating, "All right, let's quickly get these off and get you cleaned up. After that you can have something to eat and rest up properly." Don didn't argue with Samantha any longer and allowed her to help him undress without saying anything. She reached for his buckle, quickly unfastened it, and pulled off his belt, tossing it to the floor. She then undid his pants but paused for a moment before slowly and carefully lowering them until they reached his ankles. Don slightly raised his legs so that Samantha could pull off his pants before tossing them to the floor as well, leaving him in nothing but his boxers. The similar interaction they had back at the Mikasa dressing room because of his zipper was awkward enough, but this time, even more so as Samantha was currently kneeling in front of him while he was only in his boxers. Thankfully, it was only for a brief moment as she soon stood up and said, "Okay, head to the bathroom, and I'll be there soon." "Let me just put your clothes in the wash and get out of this dress," Samantha said, breaking Don out of his thoughts. He hadn't realized until now that she was still wearing the dress she had tried on at Mikasa, the one with the ripped strap she'd tied together. I'm surprised Amanda didn't comment on that dress. I guess even she knows when to and when not to crack jokes, Don thought before agreeing with Samantha's suggestion. Alright. He left the room and quickly proceeded to the bathroom. Upon entering, he saw that the bathtub was full of water, steam rising from it. Before he could decide whether to enter the water, he heard a familiar voice speak from behind him. "Now that's a nice ass." Don immediately turned to the source of the voice behind him and found none other than Trixie standing by the door with a wide grin on her face. "Trixie?" Don looked at her with confusion. "What are you?" Before he could finish his question, Trixie began to eye him up and down. "Did you miss me? If I knew your ass looked that fine in a pair of tight shorts, I would never have left." The base was so boring, but at least Tells finally calmed down. "She'll probably call you later today, by the way." Don looked at Trixie with narrowed eyes. "What are you doing here?" "If Sam, my mother, sees you, how am I going to explain it?" Trixie gave a carefree shrug. "I don't know, tell her I'm a booty call or something." Although it hadn't been long since Trixie left, Don had forgotten how hard it was to converse with her and just how much she enjoyed toying with people. So rather than complain, he simply sighed. "Did you just come here to cause mischief?" Trixie slowly strutted over to Don and pointed her index finger at the base of his abs, slowly tracing it upward while looking at him with a pouty face. "Oh, little old me? Cause mischief? I would never. I was just bored and decided, why not go check on my sperm bank and see if he needs a little bit of far." "You?" Don let out a surprised groan as Trixie trailed off. She had brought her other hand to his crotch and cupped his balls tightly, her pouty face changing to a mischievous expression as she grinned while licking her lips. "Trixie," Dawn muttered in a low warning tone, but Trixie remained unbothered and even began to rub at his crotch, causing his cock to begin growing erect. "Isn't now the best time for a little stress relief?" Trixie teased. "You can just say you were having a nice ear broken bar longer broken bar hotter broken bar bath." "No one has to know," she cheerfully said, but Don couldn't stop thinking that Samantha could walk in at any moment. So he held Trixie by the wrist and pulled her hand away from his crotch. "Seriously, now is not the time. My mom could be coming in here any moment," he said with genuine concern. At this news, Trixie's eyes seemed to light up. "Oh, you naughty dog. Is that why you're pushing me away?" "Then again, looking at your mom, I don't blame you," Trixie replied, biting her lip. "It's not what you're thinking," Don quickly explained before Trixie could have any more wild thoughts. She, however, didn't seem to believe him. She gave him a skeptical look while saying, "Oh, really?" "Yes," Don affirmed with a serious face. "There was an attack on Central Mall, and I ended up getting injured. My body's still sore, so my mom insisted on helping me bathe." "It's not whatever you're thinking about in that depraved mind of yours," Trixie let out a chuckle. "I'm just teasing. I already know about that attack." It made Elle so worried it snapped her back to her senses. "What do you mean by snapped her back to her senses?" Don asked. "I mean she's no longer in Super Don obsession mode, as I like to call it." "Oh, you mean that," Don replied, immediately recalling how Elle had become back at the base. He wanted to inquire more, but now was neither the time nor place. He also had to remember that Trixie was closer to Elle than to him, and if he accidentally asked something that the old Don should have already known, the blunder could prove problematic. Instead, he replied, "I'm glad to hear she's all right." Trixie gave a quick nod. "Of course she is. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back so soon." Now, Back to your mother. Do you really believe a lonely woman at her age didn't have any ulterior motives when she offered to bathe you? If you ask me, she's looking for a different kind of mother and son time, Trixie said with a smirk. Don let out a sigh, resisting the urge to correct Trixie. He realized that she had been leading him on from the start, and by reacting the way he did, he was simply falling for her teasing. She's really good at leading people on. I need to be really careful when interacting with her going forward. She's probably the most tricky person to deal with out of everyone, Don thought to himself. I can tell what you're thinking about it, Trixie commented, taking Don's silence as him considering her insinuations. I don't know what you're talking about, Don replied, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to play off her teasing. But Trixie was relentless. She narrowed her eyes at him and began slowly walking around him as if he were a delicious prey. If you say so. You mortals are always so prickly with your relationships. But I'm a succubus, so trust me when I say that the women in this house are in dire need of a man in their life. All I'm saying is if you don't do it, someone else will. But if you're fine with that, then ignore everything I said, Trixie concluded with a mischievous smile. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps could be heard outside the bathroom. Without Don needing to tell her, Trixie waved him goodbye and blew him a kiss before vanishing. The door opened the next moment, and Samantha walked in, wearing nothing but a towel that hugged her body tightly. Don instantly gulped at the sight but didn't say anything, instead remembering Trixie's words, if you don't, someone else will. Putting aside the moral implications, Don would be lying if he said he was completely against the idea. More than that, the idea of another man coming into the picture to make the women of the house happy and satisfy their needs wasn't something Don could accept. Don's contemplative look was picked up by Samantha, and she worriedly asked, "Is something wrong, Donnie?" Don was snapped out of his daze by the question. "Oh, no. Number. I was just thinking about the incident at the mall and how close of a call that was, that's all," Don replied. Samantha believed his words, but his current thoughts couldn't be further from what he said. It's crazy, absolutely crazy, he thought. But as he looked at Samantha's face, he reached the conclusion. But I want to try,